رص 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 رص. مهم. رص.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. We are about to start. So, hi, my name is Mika. I'm from Leadvent Group, and I'm thrilled to welcome you at 4th Annual Submarine Power Cable and Interconnection Forum. I would like to thank all of the speakers for their support, for taking the time to join us today and share their knowledge. Our sponsors for today are Luna, Voss Product, SolarJig, Gardiner and Toad Belt, Gallagher, VTV, Kraken, NC, Ensure, Briskpoint, and Ultramap. Let me also share a few organization marks for you. All networking breaks will be held outside and here at 2 rooms with the sponsors. We have 2 coffee machines and 3 coffee machines, and we will have food in every room so you can use whenever. Restrooms are located outside of the lobby if you go down the hall. Lunch with the welcome drink will be served at the restaurant located upstairs. Maybe for some of you, same as breakfast. In case of emergency, please follow the green signs on the room. All presentations will be followed by 5-minute Q&A session. If you have any question, please raise your hand and microphone will be brought to you from our hostesses. For those who are joining online, you can interact by clicking the Q&A button and your question will be answered in real time. In the agenda, you can find a list of participants, evaluation form, and speaker list. All the presentation will be collected and sent via to you after the event. For the photos, you can find them by scanning the colored QR code on your badge or in your agenda. I will upload them during the whole conference. At the end of the day, we will have evening reception at the bar when you will have chance to network further. For your feedback is crucial to us, so please fill out the evaluation form at the end of the event. Finally, our chairman for today is Jakub Watzman. Jakub, the floor is yours and enjoy the conference.
Too few hands. Welcome, everybody. I'm glad to see many familiar faces again. I hope that many of you also still remember me from previous conferences. So as in previous years, we have a pretty packed agenda, so I'll keep the opening short. My name is Jakub Fastmans. I'm heading Commercial Excellence and Product Management at NKT for Service and Installation. And what we have ahead of us today is over 30 presentations, 3 panel discussions, and each presentation has been allotted 25 minutes. This includes presentation, Q&A, and the change to the next presenter. Those that remember previous conferences will remember that I also prefer to take questions from the plenum for the speakers. In the past, I struggled with that, so I changed to a carrot approach. There is a reward, right? There are many Haribos. They come from an area of Germany where I live, and they have also the safety advantage that they're quite squishy, so I'll throw them around if you ask a question. Otherwise, no, and they're much better than anything you can buy in a store because you have to earn those. You cannot buy them. Good. Then we have the panel discussions, 3 of those, 40 minutes each, and to have an opportunity to network and also discuss and maintain high sugar levels, high caffeine levels, and by extension, high attention levels. We will have a morning and an afternoon break, 30 minutes each, and a lunch break of about 1 hour. Yes. To make sure that we can move through the agenda smoothly, we also have a timer here. So for the speakers, please use that to pace yourself. If you go over time, I will stop you. If you use up your time, we might not have Q&A. You can use that as a strategy. And if we have a couple minutes left, then we'll take questions. Also during the breaks, please keep an eye on the clock. About 5 minutes before we reconvene, I'll give a signal. Usually I clap or something, and then we should be moving back into the room. Then last but not least, for those who feel the need to discuss or speak when it's not their turn, please consider using the facilities outside so as not to disturb the speaker or the other delegates. Do we have Any questions this far? No, you didn't get the concept of the reward yet. I'd ask any question. But then without further ado, let's get started. The first speaker is Tim Stuyven from the Crown Estate. Tim? There you go.
Thank you, Jakob. Good morning, everybody. It's very nice to see you here this morning. I'm very impressed by the strength and depth of the technical and commercial experience in the room. But I'm hoping to share with you some remarks that really help set some of your market strategic context, particularly for those of you with interests in the UK, as we're in the UK. I'm Tim Stuyven. I'm part of our marine team. I'm a director for linear assets and new energies in that team. And I think I might be in one of the few rooms in the country where I don't have to explain what linear assets are to the people here. So I'll save some time there. As I sort of set out in this, I always sort of think of, I've got the words of a former chief executive of mine ringing in my ears. He said, Tim, when you're briefing and giving presentations, he said, there are 3 rules. He said, be brief, be bright, and be gone. So I'll definitely give you 2 out of 3, and if we're really good, we'll go for a hat trick. Okay. Look, as ever, I know many of you in the room will know the Crown Estate, but I do just want to add a little bit of fresh understanding to who we are and the service that we provide to you as a sector, because like all institutions on the landscape, we are evolving in the face of this incredible opportunity that is delivering net zero across Europe and in the UK. I'm now going to fail to. No, I'm not. Good. So listen, very simply, we at the Crown Estate, we like to say we are a company for the country, for the UK. We have 4 very simple enterprise objectives in mind. We want to play our very strong part in supporting the country's journey to net zero. We see alongside that and co-equal a very strong objective for us to support nature recovery in the UK. We also wish to support thriving communities in the places where we do our work. And our last strategic objective is to return a responsible profit to the nation. And those of you who know us will know that though we're an independent company, we return all of our profits to the UK Exchequer. And in fact, we've returned to the UK taxpayer £4 billion over the last 10 years. So that's the Crown Estate. That's our purpose. It is a pretty extraordinary time for any of us to be talking and gathering, in the energy sector anywhere in Europe, but particularly in the UK at the moment. The initiatives that have been sort of launched or given life this year are quite extraordinary. Of course, just recently, the National Energy System operator has come to life and been given its commission, and they're developing their strategic spatial energy plan. The government has established GB Energy, and of course, in doing that, the Crown Estate has committed to a partnership with GB Energy to support delivery of net zero, and I think for the people in this room, particularly importantly, to support the development of stronger UK supply chain capability to meet that net zero target. But it's a time of massive change, huge complexity, and significant uncertainty. So what I want to share with you today is how we're thinking about managing that uncertainty in the respect of the seabed for transmission, subsea transmission cables. What does it mean for your sector, and how essentially we think we can help you plan your investment and your operations. There's a knack to this, and I haven't got it so far. Thank you. So, I mean, the headline's really simple and obvious, I think, which is that we are heading for a much, much busier seabed. The slide that you're looking at now is presenting the present and the future for just 6 of the 26 sectors that the Crown Estate manages offshore. So those are wind, carbon capture, power transmission cables, telco cables, marine aggregates, and nature. As I say, those aren't the only sectors of interest, but you can see even how the future for these 6 sectors plays out to create a much busier seabed and places greater demands on the space. And we predict that there's at least a 3x increase in the seabed demand just for those 6 sectors alone to deliver our net zero. And as is the nature of things, that congestion, that busyness is not equally distributed. The demands for energy aren't distributed equally around the UK in a terrestrial sense, so you wouldn't expect them to be equally distributed offshore. So some space is much busier than others, and that's what's really going to matter to all of us. Just to bring you up to date, obviously one of the drivers of demand for seabed in your sector for transmission is offshore wind. This is a slide from our Future Offshore Wind report, which we published in September. And NESO published their Clean Power 2030 advice to the government just last week, I think, suggesting that we need to deliver 43 to 50 gigawatts of offshore wind, and all of that needs connection. And when all of that is connected, much of the system will need more interconnection to ensure that we can have a balanced system with high penetrations of new renewables. So, Clean Power 2030, everything that's going to be delivered by 2030 is obviously leased already. What this picture is showing you is what comes after 2030. You can see that we think the major activity is going to be in the southwest, in the Celtic Sea, and in the northeast. But of course, in our minds is the fact that the country might need up to 100 gigawatts of offshore wind. And as I mentioned, if we're going to have those very high penetrations of renewables, then we're going to need firm power, we're going to need dispatchable power, and we're going to need more interconnection. So into that very busy seabed, we're going to need to connect our offshore natural resources to the onshore electricity transmission system, and we're going to need to connect to international markets. So then what are we doing about this? This is the heart of really what I want to share with you. We have built a capability that we call Whole of Seabed. I just want to share briefly what it is and then how we are applying it to this sector, and I'm sure that that will lead to dialogue with many of you in the future about how we use these models and how we make seabed available. But Whole of Seabed builds on 15 years, roughly, and tens of millions of investment by us in the intellectual property, the expertise and the know-how for data evidence and digital spatial planning offshore. In fact, the team that managed this product for us won an international award from Esri earlier this year for the quality of the tool and the way it's been used to enable decision-making. So what does it do? Broadly speaking, it models the seabed on a kilometre squared by kilometre squared basis for all of the waters we manage, so England, Wales and Northern Ireland. And in fact, to reassure you, because it is important that we have a UK coherent picture, that we are sharing this modelling capability with Crown Estate Scotland, and we should therefore have a Scottish picture as well as an English, Welsh and Northern Irish one. At the moment, as you can see at the bottom of the slide, we're modelling 12 of the sectors that we manage that we think are the highest priority for understanding how best to use the seabed. And it's complex in its implementation, but it's very simple in its concept, which is that in each of those kilometre squares, we're basically building a sort of techno-economic model of the opportunity for that sector in that grid square, taking full account of seabed geology, the met-ocean conditions, the resource conditions, how hard the wind blows if you're talking about offshore wind. So therefore, we're basically placing a value for any given sector at any given kilometre squared in the seabed. It also includes data on other sectors that we don't manage. So the most important sectors that we do manage, like power transmission cables, interact with other users of the seabed. And of course, the really obvious examples are fishing, civil navigation, and national defence. So it allows us to evaluate the extent to which the seabed can be used for any of those purposes. And then the model allows us to look at co-location and trade-offs. So it allows us to play tunes with the degree to which sectors can reasonably coexist. So the big question in our world at the moment is, can you put an offshore wind farm over the top of a carbon store? And views are emerging on that, but the model allows us to understand the impact of doing more or doing less of that kind of co-location. So this is the sort of intellectual property that we're bringing to bear in support of the UK. So what does it look like in this sector? Well, so in whole of seabed, each sector has an underlying sort of map or data layer. What we've tried to do is understand, what the opportunity is for transmission cables on the seabed and identifying those high value areas with a view to protecting them, I guess. So we've carefully sourced public and proprietary information. We've applied our expert judgment on spatial constraints, and we've commissioned technical advice where we've needed it from appropriate consultants. We've taken a lot of effort to understand future cable deployment possibilities out to 2050, drawing on public and proprietary sources of information. At a high level, we have identified suitable landfalls for cables. We've done that to generate a full evidence base of predicting where future cables might be deployed. And that's led us, and I'll share an image with you at the moment, to generate an offshore sort of suitability map, or what we call prime areas of opportunity in the waters that we manage. And we've made an assessment of probable and likely future cable routes, because of course we've also modelled what we think is happening offshore with sectors like offshore wind and the scale and location of those projects. And we've explored trade-offs and how cables displace other seabed activities and vice versa to understand what those implications might be. So I think it's important for me to say here that there are things at this stage that we haven't tried to do, and I'd say that we're advanced proof of concept on whole of seabed as a model. It is not fully mature. It is in build, and the first effort has been to develop a coherent and complete model. And we'll iteratively improve the inputs and assumptions that it uses so that it's a better predictor of what might happen. So really important to say, this is not the stage. We haven't tried to create cable corridors. We haven't tried to define or suggest any new policies associated with cables. Those are not things that we're seeking to do at the moment. Okay. I'm not sure whether it's me or my friend at the back who's actually advancing these slides. It is me. Good. It doesn't feel like it's me. So basically, so what? Okay. Lovely. Nice complex model. Everybody loves a model. So what are you going to do with it? What matters? So in our jargon, for every sector, we have developed what we call these prime areas of opportunity. Or, if I put that in plainer English, what are the most valuable areas of the seabed in the context of delivering net zero for transmission cables, taking account of where we think we are likely to lease the seabed for offshore renewables, and where we think NESO and others will create onshore connection points. Okay, so that's what the map looks like at the moment, and we can overlay that with the other 12 sectors that we've modelled, and we can overlay that with all of the other constraints that we've modelled. I should mention perhaps at this stage that we don't model nature as a constraint. We model it as a sector because we see it as an opportunity, and so nature has an equal status in our models with other industrial sectors, because that's how we think the future should be. And so I think I've said it before, these are provisional and, it's not definitive. We have more work to do to understand this, but let me just sort of share with you some of the conclusions we've reached already. So obviously, we see that there is quite a bit of flexibility of how we can route cables. We understand very profoundly from this, and it sounds, I think, simple and obvious, but what this does is give us the evidence to suggest why this is important and the degree to which it's important, which is that the offshore route, the landfall, and the onshore route assessments need to be considered in combination very closely, and I'll make some remarks about the work we're doing with NESO and others to build that in the future. Equally, of course, onshore grid routes, onshore connection locations are absolutely key to determinants of offshore cable routing. And we need to do, and we are doing, much more work on integrating our offshore leasing intentions and the scale and location of that activity with the planning, strategic planning of the onshore network and its connection points. I think our biggest two needs now to take this further and make this more useful for our customers, for you, are to improve our landfall assessment. It's quite high level at the moment. We have a plan to put much more work into that. And also to understand the onshore constraints. So if we're essentially using this map to plan up to the point of connection to the transmission system onshore, it means we're coming 10, 20, 30 kilometers inland. And it's clear to us, having started our modeling offshore, that we need to have an integrated onshore model, at least until you get as far inland as the transmission system. But so that's where we're at. That's what the whole model output looks like if you want to look all of the modeling outputs across all of the sectors, which kind of is really just designed to help you understand, which I think you probably already well know that this gets quite complicated quite quickly. But let me make some sort of remarks in summary. What are we going to use this for, and how do we take this forward? We will use this whole of seabed capability to deliver a product we call our marine delivery route map, a set of scenarios for the seabed out to 2050. We have built and take great care over a formal collaboration with NESO, and that collaboration is framed around us basically informing their strategic spatial energy plan with this modeling capability, the data and evidence and the stakeholder relationships that sit alongside it. And the collaboration will see us integrate our offshore leasing activity with the centralized strategic network planning activity by them. And you can see the evidence in our offshore wind leasing round 5, where for the first time in the UK, we've brought forward an offshore leasing round with a matching and coordinated onshore and offshore transmission system upgrade. So that is where this work is going. Why is that important? I think it's important because it helps us protect the most valuable bits of seabed for the needs of this sector, essentially, to make sure that in this congested seabed, the right bits of it that you will find useful are available for your purposes. It means that we should play our part in delivering a set of coherent plans for national infrastructure, which we hope will build confidence in a broad set of international investors in both the project opportunity in the UK and the supply chain opportunity in the UK. So that's what we're up to. That's why we're doing it. There's plenty of ambition in here. I'm aware of that. But we feel it is very appropriate. In the face of the opportunities that we have, we're incredibly motivated by it. We're mobilized for it. And I just want to leave you with a very short video where some of my colleagues share with you some of the things I've said, but in a much more succinct and elegant way than I've been able to.
The company for the country.
We manage the seabed and much of the coastline around England, Wales and Northern Ireland.
The UK have achieved amazing things, the second largest operations of offshore wind in the world, but we need to act quicker if we're able to meet our nation's net zero targets.
The whole of seabed programme makes use of a unique set of digital geospatial tools to create a detailed understanding of future resources and demands, such as habitat restoration or offshore wind, for example.
But having evidence and data is only one part of the picture. We're using the whole of seabed programme to create essentially an action plan for the future.
The detailed evidence base generated by the whole of seabed programme is key to making the right decisions around how we use and develop the seabed. We are using this to develop a 2050 marine delivery route map with our partners. This will coordinate actions, deliver net zero and nature recovery, and meet the demands of all key sectors that use the marine space.
We aim for our work to make a positive difference, inspire other nations and organisations.
And it's hard to imagine a more exciting and fulfilling role than the future of our journey to net zero and a thriving marine environment.
Thank you.
Don't run away yet, Tim. We might have we might have some questions.
Of course.
Just a reminder. Does anybody have a question in the room? Yes.
Tim, thank you.
1 second. You'll get a microphone.
Morning, everyone. James Ombudo from National Grid. Tim, thank you for the presentation. Really encouraging to see that modeling that you're doing. Just wanted to check, in doing the modeling of the areas of opportunity, did you consider potential future maintenance operations, repair needs in that? I'm thinking might help with permitting in the future.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And it's one of the areas of, James, I mentioned a number of areas of detail we've got to get into. We're just at the moment scoping some technical work to understand that, amongst other things, refreshing our technical understanding of sort of cable proximity issues, not just power cable to power cable, but power to data. So there's a suite of sort of technical advice that we are procuring at the moment to make sure that we get that next level of kind of, if you like, through life perspective, not just on the build of an asset and its spatial location, but as you say, how it's managed kind of through life. And our hope is that some of these outputs and thoughts from this model can inform policy dialogue, and help secure or help create a resilient system as well as a well-planned one from a spatial perspective.
Are you ready? We'll do a trial. Everybody watch out. Oh, close.
Does the speaker get one?
Maybe we'll pass it on next time. Yeah, I didn't realize there's low ceilings will be a constraint. Good, but let's do one more question. If we have one. Yeah, sure.
So, Mika, the group, actually, I was quite interested in to see how it correlates the work that you're doing, let's say with cross-border activities. So, yeah, do I need? Yeah. So, to rephrase, I'm actually interested in how this functions cross-border. So, do you work together, let's say, with the Dutch, Belgium, French government on this and the interconnections?
Yeah, these are great questions, Mika, and just shows how much more work we've got to do. So the answer is yes, but it's earlier stage than we would like. So we were in Denmark with the North Sea Cooperation Group the other week, and we're very aware, particularly in the linear assets world, whether it's power or telco, that we have to develop a robust understanding of what's happening on the other side of the border, because understanding cable routes means understanding where they're entering our waters from. So it's a good point, and it's part of the plan.
Oh, thank you.
Good, but then
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
You can get one later. We have to ask this question. Good. But can you pass it on to the gentleman that has? Thank you. Good. Okay, but then on to our next speaker, Rebecca Sedler from National Grid. Rebecca, go for this here.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? All right, I'm going to use the clicker as well and pray for the best. Hang on. I'm going to start by giving apologies this morning because on two fronts. The first is I'm a bit tired. There was an important announcement by Ofgem released at 7 a.m. this morning. I knew it was going to come out from, we had a briefing yesterday evening and it's quite exciting relating to our new projects. And so brain was whirring all night on that rather than prepping for this presentation. So apologies if I'm dull, boring, start mumbling, go over time, but you'll see why at the end when I talk a bit about it. Secondly, I always feel a bit of a fraud in a room like this because I'm not an engineer. I mean, I feel like a fraud day to day in National Grid, of course, where I work with some of the finest HVDC engineers there are, who are just inspirational and who I learn from every day. So please be kind when you're asking me any questions, either after this presentation at the break about the business I run. I do know something about it. I do know a little bit about energy, a little about regulation, commercial, but there's a whole depth of engineering. I went on my first HVDC course a few weeks ago. And yeah, I just realized, in fact, those courses just serve to tell me how much I don't know, right? Like, it's one of those, the more one travels, the less one knows, but it's fantastic stuff, which is obviously evolving all the time, but it's the backbone of the business that I lead in National Grid. Which is this one, the interconnectors business. So National Grid's interconnectors business consists of currently 6 HVDC assets connecting the UK to 5 different European countries. So we have 2 to France, the first one commissioned in 1986, our vintage interconnector IFA. We have North Sea Link, NSL, which is 1.4 going to Norway. We have BritNed, former director of BritNed here in the audience, which connects the Netherlands, Nemo to Belgium. Viking Link is the newest interconnector, which is a joint venture with Energinet, the Danish TSO, so connects to Denmark, and also holds the Guinness World Record for the longest subsea and land cable, right? So on any given day, these assets can provide up to 15%-ish of UK consumption and are the most flexible assets, I would argue, on the system today, incredibly complementary for our increasing intermittent renewable fleet that we're building out. And I guess, if I take a step back and I look at the context of energy in the UK, there's been some moments recently, right? And I've just tried to summarize them on this slide. So as everyone knows, we've got a new government in place with a very highly ambitious energy agenda. It really feels like there's a complete change in momentum coming from government in terms of energy infrastructure over the last 6 months. But that's against quite a challenging backdrop. And these 2 charts, the one in the top corner is an Energy UK chart showing consumer energy arrears, so debt on bills, which is the dark orange slug, and the top is sort of late payments, so arrears, which are clearly increasing. What that chart says is that debt and arrears on energy bills in the UK are higher than they have ever been. And so that is one of many snapshots that we could pick out showing the challenges that cost of living is bringing on everyday people every day, right? And so that then also puts a lot of pressure on developers such as us in National Grid Ventures, but the government, the regulator, to ensure that what we're building is good value for these consumers, good value for society, and is prudent and planned along the way. So we have ambition, but we need to be very, very meaningful and targeted in what we're delivering and how. And we've also had some moments of not getting it quite right. The bottom chart shows offshore wind and the disaster that was, of course, the AR5 offshore wind auction, where Zero Wind was successful in achieving a CFD because the level of the strike price just wasn't compelling enough to incentivize developments. We had a bit of a bounce back this year with, I think, about 5-ish gigawatts of offshore wind winning CFD awards, but it just shows what can happen if you get it wrong and how far back that could set any ambitions or targets or policy objectives that the government have about building a renewable and offshore wind-led system. So I think the message here is just the context is really, really important, and getting it wrong can have immediate results, as we can see. So from a National Grid perspective, when the government came in, there were 4 key messages that we wanted to convey. The first is, please get a strategy in place. Let's have some clear policy. Let's have a plan that backs it off. And we've heard about the Crown Estate's role in that. From my business, from Interconnection, that is super, super important. We had an energy white paper, I think it was in 2020 when it came out, with a policy objective of 18 gigawatts of interconnection by 2030. There's probably going to be about 12. I think 12.5 is what the Clean Power 2030 plan is stating is actually going to be built. That's not 18. So, when we publish policy objectives, I think as an industry, we want them to be policy objectives, not ambitions, not wish lists, policy objectives that has meaningful regulatory frameworks behind them to deliver them. We need to do something about planning and grid connections in this country. I mean, of course, this is a theme not just in the UK but across Europe, and indeed, National Grid's half of the businesses in the US is exactly the same story there. We have to lead the way with reform in order to build faster and achieve the clean energy system, the secure energy system that consumers need. We have to partner with industry to address supply chain constraints, capacity issues. Anyone who's in the HVDC market will be quite bewildered right now with what we're seeing in supply chain in terms of capacity constraints, in terms of cost. We need a meaningful industrial strategy to overcome this. And that leads also to the fourth point here, which is it has to be managed under the right governance and support the future skills and talent pipeline that we need. National Grid as a group is growing something like 8 to 10% every year throughout the 2020s into the 2030s. That means the group will have doubled probably by 2030. That means we need a lot more engineers in our group, a lot more, all kinds of different capabilities. And it's going to be more and more challenging to find those capabilities. I can tell you, even in the 3 years I've been at National Grid managing an operational business, the challenges that we have to secure technical work during outages in some of our sites, particularly in the southeast, is a real eye-opener. And we're talking about critical national infrastructure that needs to be served here. We have to build the workforce, not just to build the assets, to operate the assets. So I want to talk a little bit about the future. I was, gazing at your amazing slides, Tim, about the detailed analysis that's happening on the seabed and across the North Sea, and the different energy infrastructure that is going to be built, and the gentle way in which we need to, of course, plan that out and build it. This is a slide taken from the European Association of Transmission Operators about where they see offshore hubs happening across Europe. So you can see some big circles, one dictating a kind of Danish energy island. Some you might have heard of. So the Belgian Princess Elizabeth Island is the one down at the bottom. Been in the news recently with regards to its costs. There's the Netherlands energy hub. So people may be aware, and I'm sure everyone's aware of the TenneT offshore program that's in the middle of building offshore platforms that will have connections to different assets. It's really interesting to see how this is becoming much more of a coordinated picture, not just amongst the TSOs, but between wind and TSOs, but crucially needs UK participation. The UK energy system is very complementary to many of these energy systems. We have different consumption habits, a different energy mix. We have scarcity at different times, which means that we can flow, export and import energy through interconnectors to complement consumers and citizens across Europe and the UK. But it's not the easiest task in a post-Brexit world, to sit around the table and plan for energy European and UK wide. Okay, and also, a lot of this infrastructure on the European side is state-led from ministry to regulator to TSO. That's not the setup in the UK. It's not the setup. So we are, of course, going back, as I said earlier, to be much more guided by a central plan and strategy, which will have clearer regulatory frameworks, but we're not quite there yet. But I believe with the amount of infrastructure that needs to be built, it would be absolutely madness to do it without coordination with Europe. And I think that not least for the complementary energy markets, but just for saving infrastructure, saving materials, and not overbuilding, etc., etc. There's so many benefits to working together. But of course, there's challenges with this as well. So I mentioned, of course, Brexit and the fact that we're no longer formally part of certain European energy groups that we once were, that it's much more difficult for the UK to talk to the Commission about energy. However, I have to say that since we've had a new government, there seems to be a renewed intention to build closer energy allegiance with Europe, which is the right thing, in my opinion, for our country. But and I think also will bring benefits to European citizens as well. And everyone's aware that that is against a backdrop of huge offshore wind targets, not just in the UK, but across Europe, that will be competing for the same supply chain. The economic situation, you can see a headline at the bottom here about our budget. I mean, everyone's aware of what's going on in Germany at the moment. I don't know whether people understand the context of Germany's energy plans and what their expenditure was planned to be. It's absolutely enormous. They're really similar themes. We have to come together and see how we can deliver this in the most sensible, secure, and cost-efficient way against these challenges. But we had our first, I'd say, major parliamentary event a few weeks ago, led by our area of the business, National Grid Ventures. And often when you're in our business and you're talking about Europe, you're talking about quite niche things. You're talking about, let's get back into European trading, single market coupling. No, politicians just don't know what you're talking about. Or we need to do something about CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism. We don't want energy exports taxed from the UK to Europe. Again, very niche topic. People don't really understand. These kind of topics are becoming more and more and more mainstream in a energy system that the UK is developing, which is going to be highly interconnected, highly variable due to wind. Really, with our strategy to increase our build out and resilience by aligning ourselves with the largest grid, interconnected grid, i.e. Europe. All these policy issues need to be overcome sensibly for the good of consumers on both sides, because it's no use having infrastructure built if you can't operate it optimally. It's absolutely nonsensical. So going back to where I started and what the big news was from Ofgem last night. So at 7 o'clock this morning, Ofgem published the Window 3 round of interconnector projects. So this basically was an announcement on which projects are going to be awarded regulatory deals. And what they said is there's 3 point-to-point interconnectors that will be awarded regulatory deals. So these are the kind of assets that National Grid has typically run with converter, subsea converter. But they're also awarding regulatory deals to 2 offshore hybrid assets. So offshore hybrid assets are interconnectors that also connect wind offshore. And so the 2 key projects that National Grid have put forward and were awarded regulatory deals this morning were Line Link, which is a subsea cable from the UK to the Netherlands, connecting to an offshore platform owned by TenneT, and which also connects and will connect a large offshore wind farm, and Nautilus, which will be an interconnector running from the UK to the Princess Elizabeth Energy Island that the Belgians are building, Elia are building, which will also connect firstly offshore wind, but probably many other energy types as well in the future. This is a huge milestone for the North Sea. This is a new asset class. Whilst neither of these projects connects UK offshore wind, it paves the way for projects coming later, and I've listed Continental Links. That's the next project in our pipeline, which will be a joint venture with Statnett, the Norwegian TSO, should we be successful in developing it and getting awarded a regulatory deal. That is highly likely to also have not just Norwegian wind, but UK wind attached to it. So the benefits of this are bundling infrastructure, of starting to form offshore bidding zones in the appropriate way, ensuring that all these wind farms that are hosted hundreds of miles offshore are flowing electrons to the right markets at the right time. This is what the future of this coordinated North Sea green power hub could look like. This, I guess, is complementary to the vision that Tim put up of how we need to manage congestion in the North Sea, coordinate to build out sensibly and gently for both the landscape, but also effectively for society and consumers. So that's why I'm tired. It's been years in the making. It's great, huge investments for the UK. It provide jobs. It will deliver towards the Clean Power 2030 system that NESO are working on. And it's an incredible milestone for us. Happy to take any questions about that now or in the break, as long as they're not too technical. Thank you very much.
Good. Do we have some questions from the room? Sure.
Thank gosh.
There is one in the back. Yeah.
Actually, question you're talking about the
Sorry, microphone.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's a very good presentation. Question on the supply chain. You're talking about the supply chain issues. In terms of national grid, what's your guys' strategy in terms of supply chain? Are you gonna look around globally, like at look at new partners or new kind of bases, or build a new factory in the UK?
So I think that we have announced publicly that we have launched or are launching our HVDC framework. So that's got a value in the order of 55 million from memory, which is split between cables, converter, and civils. We are certainly inviting newer partners to bid to that framework, and we're also looking at other sort of what would have traditionally been maybe second tier partners to National Grid in the past. I can't say that I've been part of any strategy where we're making commitments to invest upstream. I mean, the challenge at the moment is that we have huge investments ahead of us just for our core business, just to do the regulated transmission that needs to be done in the UK and in the US, which is half of our group's business. The capex needed to get into cable factory or to vessels, et cetera, is, would be another huge burden on the balance sheet. So I'm not sure that will happen anytime soon. However, what we do want to do is work with our partners and work with government on ensuring the industrial strategy is there. So we bring the skills, we could provide, we help provide that certainty through our frameworks of the orders that will to the suppliers, and support the job skills, the infrastructure build that's needed to meet our demand.
Okay, thank you.
We have any other questions in the meantime? If you could pass it on to the gentleman. Thank you. I'm not trying that far, sorry. Good. Any other questions? No. Then I'll ask one myself, maybe, if I may. Because you touched on the point of the influence of the government on those decisions, and also increasing prices, and a couple of things that happened in the recent past that were already hiccups. When we look at projects planned for 32, 35, there's at least 2 changes in government conservatively on the path. How confident are you that the framework being set up now is robust enough not to collapse under a change of?
I think, well, firstly, anything that's going to be delivered in 2032, regardless of how many government changes you have before then, will need to be committed now, right? If you're talking HVDC projects, that will need to be committed now, imminently. If you've got any hope of building it, let's just be clear. That's a time frame without radical reform that we're talking about in the UK. However, I think if I take a step back and I look at the political turbulence that we see, not going to start talking about the US election, don't worry. But, you know, even across Europe, yeah, it's the challenge is to deliver this kind of infrastructure change across the energy system, not just through transmission, but through generation, through changes to heating, et cetera, et cetera. It needs multi-party tenure commitment. You know, it needs really long-term strategic commitment, and it's very, very difficult to see how that's achieved with the current political system anywhere. And as soon as times get tough because projects overspend and overrun, and there's, you know, the popular wave of sentiment changes, it's challenging, right? So I think this is the challenge that we've got with infrastructure per se, and we see it everywhere. You know, we've seen it in HS2, we've seen it in other projects as well. You know, I spent a lot of time in EDF. There's no better case study for this than nuclear, I can tell you, because we all know how long it takes nuclear, these kind of financial commitments involved, and the challenges there. So I think that we have to get back to why we're doing it, and take it away from party politics and put it right back to energy security, reducing costs for consumers, and achieving decarbonisation, right? And that I think everyone might have different views, and parties certainly have very different views on how that can be achieved. But as long as you can build business cases that essentially are hanging off those principles, it's quite difficult to refute them.
Let's hope so. Good. Thank you. Okay. But then let's move on to our next speaker. Yeah. And that's going to be Frank de Vries from TenneT. Frank is on his way.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Frank de Vries, working for TenneT Asset Management in the Netherlands. And actually, my presentation quite well fits with the presentation of Rebecca, because also in the Netherlands, we have a program, a strategy, and you will see quite some similarities in this presentation in respect to the presentation of National Grid. It's called 2 gigawatt program up to speed. So we have, in the Netherlands, we have the 2 gigawatt program, and Germany as well. And that actually means that we are rolling out offshore wind connections in the North Sea at the capacity of 2 gigawatt for the offshore wind farms to connect to. We started this program about 5 years ago. First started with the technological development of it. And now we are making quite some steps. And so also I would like to present some future next steps that we are making and what we are already considering at the moment. So first of all, where it starts, of course, the huge ambition of the EU. So to have a climate neutral continent in 2050, and that actually means that in 2050 we will have 300 gigawatt of offshore wind connected to the shore, where about half of it, 150 gigawatts, is coming from the North Sea. So the North Sea is seen as a real powerhouse. Now, of course, this is really a big challenge considering the situation at the moment, the tight capacities in the market, also the resources, technical people to hire them. So it's really a big challenge. And I would like to present how we in TenneT are dealing with this challenge. So, okay. Is it the line one? It stopped working. But okay, so the goal. To achieve this goal, we have, first of all, the Ashburn Declaration. So it's nice to have an ambition, but of course you have to think of a certain strategy how to get there. So the Ashburn Declaration basically are a few countries neighboring the North Sea, collaborating with each other how to reach these goals. And TenneT, the contribution of that is to build a target grid. So not only the offshore generation is included in this target grid, but also bringing it to shore and also spreading it further in land inwards. And that I will come to that later on. And but what this actually means is build, 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 build. That is what we hear every day. So yeah, we have to be prepared for that. So yeah, what I said a few years ago, we developed a 2 gigawatt program, and that was really needed because up to then we only installed, nowadays still, we only install about 1 gigawatt every year of offshore wind connections. But if we would like to reach these goals in the future, then we really need to make bigger steps, and the 2 gigawatt program makes that possible. So what you will see is that somewhere in the year 2029, we will add 4 grid connection systems each year from that. After 2031, you will see a drop back, but there are still some future projects that will be added to this picture. So this picture is already outdated. We will keep continuing in building offshore wind in the North Sea. And the requirements for TenneT are to build more in a shorter time. So that really means a lot for us. Also, we have to keep it affordable. So not only realizing it, but also to operate and maintain it. And of course, to build it safe and sustainable, but without jeopardizing the availability of the grid connection systems. So that's really a big challenge for us. So the 2 gigawatt system, basically the scope is that it ends at the 66 kV terminations on the platform. That is where the wind park can connect to. And from there, it will be converted to 525 kV DC. It will be brought to shore by a 525 kV DC cable system. And from there, it will be converted again to 380 kV AC and connected to the national grid. And we have therefore a standardized concept. So we have multiple contractors that are realizing these projects. But every grid connection system has the same functionality. And you will see a lot of similarities in the different platforms from different contractors. So this, when we're looking at the cable system, it is a symmetrical bipole, 525 kV, including a metallic return. And we have done that. This metallic return is in order to keep the size of the platform small. It is already a football stadium big, but it's if we would not have this metallic return, we may need to be able to balance differences in feed on the plus and the minus pole. And then we would need additional transformers on the platform and also additional base on the platform. Now, in order to avoid that, we introduce this metallic return. And also there are some more benefits like the higher availability when you have this. And looking at the future in the multi-terminal systems, basically you completely decouple the plus and the minus from each other. And that's also quite favorable for the multi-terminal concepts. So one cable system can transport 2000 megawatts static loading. That is the design criteria. So we do not take into account dynamic loading of wind farms, but static loading, considering this multi-terminal principle. System voltages 525 kV. And at the moment in the current design, 66 kV for the infield cables, but we will make some new steps there as well. And the current rating, so 2 gigawatts over one cable system means 1950 amps per cable. So in the plus and in the minus. The metallic return will not see any current if the system is completely in balance. So only during imbalance in infeed, you will have this, the current, a small current also in the metallic return. What you also see in the picture, that is, I don't know if you can see it, but okay. Now the right picture, that is basically the new configuration. So we have a plus and a minus pole and a metallic return and a fiber optic cable. Compared to the traditional one, when we only had the plus and the minus pole and a fiber optic, this new bundle is different to handle. And also cable installation vessels need to be adapted to that. And maybe you will need 3 carousels. We also see some developments in vessels in that. So it's really something that we discussed with the market together, not only on the cable design, like the XLPE 525 kV cable needed to be developed, but also with the cable installation companies. They were involved in this. So, it's not what I want it to do. So at the moment, we have awarded several contracts in the Netherlands and in Germany. And this is an outlook up to 2031. So every year, you will see multiple 2 gigawatt systems connected to the shore. And especially in the southwest region, a huge amount of energy will be connected. That's in the Rotterdam area and below that. And also in Germany, there are here 6 projects that are now contracted with partners. But already there are discussions beyond this period, both in Germany and in the Netherlands. I earlier said that the target grid, so that's not only connecting offshore wind to the shore, but also bringing it further land inwards. In the previous presentation, also a mesh DC grid was mentioned. You see a little bit similar kind of picture here. So where we will combine offshore wind together with interconnectors, that you get on a higher level, 525 kV level, a meshed DC grid in Europe. That is what we are aiming for and working on at the moment. So, and if you look at the approach, so we use a step-by-step approach. So up to now, we have only point-to-point offshore wind connections. So offshore wind generated and going to land from point to point. That is on AC or on DC. But the next step will be that we will connect from the offshore platform, not one country, but 2 countries. And LionLink is one good example of it. The next step will be that we will connect multiple countries with each other or multiple platforms. Also, that's also a possibility. And in the end, also the conversion, the hydrogen conversion could also be introduced in that, and that will be hydrogen conversion at sea. So there's a stepwise approach that we are working on, and at the moment we are, in the first 2 steps, and that's basically what everyone is doing now, and we will go to the 3rd step. LionLink, here you see the picture. So in our program, we already have a wind area which is very close to the EEZ border with the UK, which is called Nederwiek 3. And that is a platform that will be a 2 gigawatt platform that will be installed there. The cable connection is already awarded on our side. And now LionLink will work on the connection between the platform on the Dutch side and towards the UK for that. On the Dutch side, it is designed for a 2 gigawatt connection. And on the total interconnector motors can carry a 1.8 gigawatt. And that is the thing we are working on at the moment. And for this, in our current offshore platform design, we do not need to make a lot of adjustments. So we already prepared this multi-purpose concept in the current designs. So basically what we are making is a branch on the platform. So we will have not one cable system going off, but 2 cable systems going off. It does not include any DC circuit breakers yet. That could be a next step. But so this is for the LionLink, which is a very nice example of the next step in this grid expansion. Also, we are working already at the 2nd generation 2 gigawatt platform. So the first platform of the 1st generation is not even built yet, but still we are already looking at a 2nd generation, because if we want to be prepared also for this multi-terminal concept, and also for some innovations that we want to take into account, like the 132 kV infield cables that we will see in the future. We need to make some adaptations on the platform. Also, we are really looking at the downsizing the platform. So then up to now we have open air terminations, cable terminations, which is a huge termination hall in the offshore platform that requires, of course, a lot of steel, weight, and so on. So we can really make big steps there if we would use there a compact GIS cable termination, so that we can size down the platform. We are looking at SF6 free solutions, but also we are discussing this with our partners. So we do this together with the cable partners and the platform partners that we have, and also in alignment with other TSOs. This second generation, it is basically an energy hub functionality. So that means that it is an offshore node that performs at least 2 out of 3 functions. So it will collect wind, offshore wind. It interconnects wind areas and countries and converts power to gas. That is also a possibility. So if it will have 2 of the 3 functionalities, then we will consider this as the second generation platform. So I talked earlier about speeding up, build, build, build. So how do we do that? It's a long-term plan that we are working on. So that is also our focus, and on program level, we are working on that. So the standardization and the portfolio approach are key aspects in that. So what we did is that we launched framework agreements, where we contracted framework agreements with several partners for platforms, HVDC systems, and for cable systems, in order to guarantee the capacity in the market. Also, we, of course, working on standardization, so that we do not have to invent the wheel every time, but we have standardized concepts to make life easier for us. And also using the system engineering approach. So having all the requirements in a database, so a digital way of working, that could also help us in working more efficient. So portfolio management, long-term partnership, and standardization. These are the 3 key aspects in our 2 gigawatt strategy. So the planning and engineering of cable routes, that is of course also a challenge. The Netherlands is a small country with a high population. And also the North Sea is quite occupied. It may seem like an empty space, but if you look at the seabed, a lot of things are happening there. So we have sand wind, sand dump areas. We have anchor areas. UXO dump areas, also other offshore assets are there. So you all need to take that into account when you plot a cable route through the North Sea, and that can be quite challenging. So we are looking at bundling cable systems, and also bundling with other assets. That is mainly done at landfalls and on land. So we're installing cables next to pipelines close together. You have a lot of challenges there, like EMC. Also for DC, EMC is quite a new topic. So for AC, it was quite well known, but for DC, there are some aspects you really have to look at. Also maintainability. If you bundle assets together, how do you deal with repairs? Does the other system have to shut down? So things we are discussing also with other asset operators. And cascade effects, of course. So what will happen if one asset fails to the other asset? Also minimize the environmental impact. So how to cross the Waddenzee, for instance, the north part of the Netherlands. It's a Nature 2000 area. It's a UNESCO and heritage, so it's really a sensitive area. A lot of discussions about that, and TenneT now wants to plot multiple cable systems through that, and already have done that in the past. So how to do that? And we are even thinking of making a tunnel under the Waddenzee of 28 kilometers long. These kind of discussions have started. Now, that is, of course, then affordability comes into the picture. But this is really something we are confronted with by the public community. So, and also more focus on the impact of our electromagnetic fields and of our cables on the sea life. So the Wageningen University is doing a research on that. And so the sharks and rays can be quite sensitive to electromagnetic fields. So what is the acceptable level? What are the acceptable levels? And how can we, as TenneT, also help in minimizing the impact of sea life? I earlier discussed the corridor approach, or the bundling of cable systems together. And one very important thing is that if you would plot multiple 2 gigawatt systems together, and you will have a simultaneous failure of multiple systems failing, that will lead to a more than 3 gigawatt outage. And that is really a disaster for the European grid stability. That could really result in a blackout. So therefore, also in that, risk assessments are done. If we would bundle, what is acceptable? And basically, we don't accept this. And that is also a big discussion in our company at the moment. So that was my presentation. So huge ambitions, something about our strategy and the 2 gigawatt program, also some future developments. And yeah, how do we speed up? So standardization, portfolio approach, long-term contracts. That were I think, the highlights of this presentation. Hope you liked it. Thank you very much. And if you have questions, I will try to answer them. Thank you.
Exciting. Good. Do we have questions from the room? James.
Frank, thank you for the presentation. I have to say, really encouraging the work you've done as Tenet, and it's an honor to be partnered with you in one of your projects. I think it's safe to say, and forgive me other TSOs, but Tenet are literally changing the face of the North Sea. So thank you. My question is around transport and installation vessels. So given the size and the mass of the platforms you've spoken into, what are you doing towards working with suppliers of T&I vessels just to make sure they're available, given the ambition that you presented there, pretty much a platform every year?
Yeah, that's a good question. And actually, I'm a cable expert, so I'm not really into that part of this program. What I know is that, of course, we are talking about huge platforms. So transportation of that, of course, should be feasible. That is looked into. I've heard that there's maybe one vessel that is able to install this kind of structure. So, but actually, I do not know if we have contracts with the T&I companies. No, I think it is included in the platform contract. Yeah, for that. Yeah.
I have a question here in the front. Here.
And meanwhile, we have online question. Can you elaborate of DC bundle new configuration?
On the DC?
Yes.
The DC new configuration, you mean? Yeah, at the moment, especially in Germany, there are developers onshore. Also, multi-terminal concepts are made there. We are looking at fault separation devices on our platforms, so that multiple 2 gigawatt systems comes together. But what do we do when we have a failure, so that will not lead to a more than 3 gigawatt outage? DC circuit breakers, we are of course also on top of that. At the moment, not concrete in realization or in implementing it, but we are strongly looking at this development. I don't know if that is the answer of the question, but
we have follow-up. What is the approximate site of the platform DC/AC converter station?
That's a detailed question. I always make a comparison with a football stadium. So yeah, no, that is something I really have to look up. But it is enormous. Yeah.
Good. We have a question there.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you. Axel Widmark, I'm from NKT. So 10 years ago, roughly, I was with ABB. And at that time, we also said that within the next couple of years, we're going to multiple the number of DC connections in offshore wind. And I think what's different from our perspective this time is when with the frame agreements, you really unlocked the potential in the supply chain. But you mentioned 3 areas of the potential bottleneck: skilled workforce, supply chain, and market capacity. And at least from my perspective, I think supply chain and market capacity, you have done what is necessary to unlock. Skilled workforce, what's your view there? That would be interesting.
Yeah, we are trying to be a very attractive employee. Now actually, we are rated quite high when it comes to that. Every month we hire about 100, 200 people. It's really, we have an onboarding program also to help these people to integrate in the company. But what we see is that a lot of experts are coming from all over the world. So from China, India, Europe as well, of course. But So a lot of people need housing in the Netherlands, so they travel to they move to the Netherlands. That's also a very difficult situation when it comes to that. So, but yeah, basically we try to be an attractive company. We have a lot of company benefits and so on.
Yeah, and if I may, because what you said, you're looking around the world. That sounds comforting because many of us are fishing in the same pool otherwise. So I'm sure you're an attractive employer.
Yeah.
The others of us also try to be, and we need new people into the business.
Yeah, that's true. And when we started the framework agreements, we signed them. Also, of course, we also heard complaints of other TSOs because we locked basically a capacity in the market. But we try also to, with this framework agreement, we try to push suppliers also to expand the facilities, like what also NKT is doing. A lot of suppliers are doing that. So they are building new factories as a result of making hard agreements with each other about projects. So also I think that the story of Tenet sells a little bit itself. We do a lot of interesting things. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. There is another question there. Will you get a microphone there?
Hi, thanks for the presentation, Natalie Dolgaraki from SCORE. I noticed in your presentation that you're collaborating with Amprion and 50 Hertz. On what level is that in terms of standardizing the design? Are you collaborating on the technical aspects, or tell us a bit more?
Yeah, also on technical aspects and standardized designs. So they are also building offshore wind, and in the end we will go to also a meshed grid and so on. So we really try to align with these TSOs as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. We had one more question there. Let's take that one.
How do you see the hydrogen gas pipelines sort of fitting into the offshore wind electricity interconnector space? Because you seem to be planning for them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, what we at the moment are doing in the second generation platform is that we are preparing connections to hybrid platforms, right, to these hydrogen platforms as well, electrical connections. What we think in the future will happen probably is that once we have rolled out so much electricity the electricity grid in the North Sea, at that moment pipelines will be the only one then connecting further. That's a little bit the idea that we have. So it will be full with electricity cables. Of course, a pipeline can carry far more energy. So we think that would be the last step, only hydrogen transport to the shore. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then maybe one more final question from my side. You mentioned standardization as a key element. When you mean standardization, do you also mean interoperability between suppliers, like the converter stations, the cables, the auxiliary equipment, or just very similar?
At the moment, we are not exchanging technologies when it comes to HVDC. We see that at AC already. For DC, not. That's certainly something we are also thinking about. So making repairs with stuff from other suppliers as well. For HVDC, it's a little bit maybe too early at the moment. Yeah.
Good. Okay. But
thank you.
Thank you again. And we will go to our next presenter. That's Ian Picton from Gallagher Specialty. If we have Ian. Thanks.
Morning all. Thank you to Leadvent for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. I don't know if I was the only one this morning who was bitterly disappointed to be driving to Heathrow without a passport in their pocket, but I hope this morning will prove fruitful nonetheless. I'll be discussing the strategies that we employ to best position your project when it comes to insurance and risk management. But before we kick off, if we could just have a show of hands for those of you who have had experience in respect of insurance and interconnector projects. Okay, that's a pretty good spread. It is a fairly broad subject, but I hope my presentation will provide some food for thought for those more experienced amongst you, and a useful guide to those who are fairly new to the process. Before we dive in, I thought I'd just give you a brief overview of Gallagher. So who are we? Well, for those rugby fanatics in the room, when you hear the name Gallagher, it may conjure images such as this. We are indeed the sponsor of the Gallagher Premiership Rugby, but that is not what keeps us busy Monday to Friday. Gallagher is one of the world's top 3 insurance brokers with a market cap of just under $53.5 billion. We're a family-run company, which is evidenced in the client-focused approach we adopt, and we have around 54,000 colleagues worldwide. We have a global presence with over 1,200 offices, and in respect of our energy expertise, this is also widespread throughout the Americas, Europe, Middle East, and Australasia. Gallagher UK is where our specialty division is headquartered, and we are in fact the largest broker in the UK with over 1.5 million clients and handle $2 billion of premium per year. We have a focus on industry specialization with over a team of 1,000 experienced specialists across the various sectors. We look to provide cradle-to-grave solutions for the full life cycle of our client projects, and we pride ourselves on our personalized service. This is evidenced in our 95% client retention rate, and the Gallagher experience also offers continuity in relationships with the highest staff retention rate amongst our peers. And now on to the topic for today. I'm going to split the presentation into 2 halves. First, we'll focus on our interface with our clients, and the second will talk to our engagement with the market, with and on behalf of our clients. Now, a common misconception of a broker's role is solely that as transactional, involved with the placement of insurance. Now, arguably, in our experience, the most important role is to be a trusted advisor to our clients, providing risk management advice and guidance throughout the project's lifetime. If you do this correctly, then the placement piece should actually be fairly straightforward. Although certain elements differ between the construction and operational phases, there are a series of common stages that are adopted as seen here. We have found project managers, operators, and owners' experience within insurance to vary dramatically, and we deploy differing levels of expertise dependent on the needs of the individual client. However, each project is indeed different and will have its own unique set of challenges. As such, even for the most experienced of clients, there is a constant need to stress test assumptions, assess the options available, and ensure we make the risk transfer journey as smooth as possible. So what is the secret sauce when it comes to risk management? Well, the fact of the matter is, complex industrial risks, such as interconnector projects, cannot be resolved through straightforward insurtech solutions. It requires the active engagement of insurance specialists to highlight the specific challenges of each individual project, whether this be lender-specific, geographical, stakeholder makeup, risk tolerance, or prototypical equipment and technology. The active ingredients to the risk management solution all depend on the sum total of each of these parts of the project. So what do we have at our disposal to craft the perfect recipe or solution for our clients? We employ a number of different services throughout the project's evolution that will inure to the benefit of the client. It allows us to develop a fully tailored risk management specific solution specific to that of the project. Now, this may pertain to advice and guidance relating to specific lenders' requirements to ensure they're not too onerous. It may involve the application of our engineering team to provide a holistic overview and identify each of the risks in turn, or more specifically, creating an EML study which will help craft the policy design. We provide anonymous benchmarking against our clients' portfolio and a balance sheet analysis so many clients can assess their own optimal level of risk retention. The delivery of these additional services are all sourced from our wider London team and coordinated by our dedicated client relationship manager. Now, when assessing the project's requirements, we will actively engage a variety of parties within the project, from the lenders to the JV partners, installation contractors, and OEMs. As part of the process, we'll also investigate the broader risk considerations, such as political risks, cyber, surety, and professional indemnity, and explore the options that are available within the market. Once we have identified the risks in turn, the client can then ascertain whether these are things that they're happy to retain on the balance sheet or they wish to transfer. But we'll also look at the same project through a different lens. Given our experience, we're well versed in the mindset and challenges of the different parties involved in the project, in addition to that of our own client. This understanding allows us to hone in on the inevitable questions and topics that will arise from the various parties during the project's evolution. Now, this may involve primary insurances that the client has the benefit of, or an expectation of a share in the liabilities associated with the risk, or even specific clauses that are required by lenders. We will cross-reference these with what is attainable in the market at that moment in time, and we will table the discussions relating to these, thus avoiding unforeseen additional costs and delays to the project. And now we will consider how best to engage the market. Historically, there has been a view from the insurance market that this was in fact a loss-making segment. The appetite and home for cable risks has transferred over the years across a variety of different sectors within the insurance market, including marine, renewables, upstream, and power, meaning historical claims records are either incomplete or not easily identifiable. To debunk this myth, we adopt a three-part process with the market. Firstly, we identify the perceived risks of the project or the asset, and then we will highlight the means of mitigating each of these risks in turn, which will allow us to differentiate the risks by ensuring it's presented in its optimal light. So what are the key risk issues? Well, there are some common concerns within the insurance market when they come to review cable risks, and we have highlighted a few of them here. One of the first topics, which is generally raised, relates to that phishing activity, in light of the fact it is associated with around 70% of cable faults. Another common concern is evaluating the contractor and his experience and capability of the units involved due to the historic installation issues. Delay in startup or business interruption cover is regularly highlighted by underwriters as an area of focus and concern due to the size and cost of claims that can be incurred from a fairly innocuous PD event. This in turn begs the question, well, what spares and equipment does the client have access to, whether it be cables or onshore spares, and in what quantities? Our experience with these projects allows us to identify each of these concerns and talk to them rather than shy away from them. Once listed out, we will look and address each of these in turn by describing the mitigants that are in place. For fishing activities, we may evidence the lack of heavy trawlers within the area or the lower shipping density in comparison to other areas of the world. Have they employed vessel tracking technology to monitor vessel activity over the cable route? We may address the burial methodology in line with water depths, assessing which part of the cable require burial, along with rock burn stability design for those shallower areas. Once operational, what is the frequency of surveys to ensure that burial depths that they've been installed at are maintained? For vessel availability, we would examine the repair framework that they have in place with their contractors and the associated costs with these. Is there a time commitment within these that the contractor has stipulated? Do they have sole rights of the use of the vessel, or are they part of a shared scheme? Where is the contractor's repair vessel situated? Does it require modifications? And if so, what is the expected time frame for mobilization? If the unit was unavailable, what is plan A and B? What are the alternatives within the region? And what are the associated costs with these, and who's bearing those? The profile of a loss may also mean that a shallow cable incident, for example, will allow for greater vessel availability than that of a deep water. This proactive approach provides a level of comfort to insurers that the client has comprehensive understanding of the risks associated with their asset. And in turn, they have considered the solutions available. And this will assist in minimizing costs and also delays to the asset's operation in the event of an incident. Now, this all sounds great in theory, but I thought we'd share some recent examples of utilizing some of these techniques to tailor a client's risk purchasing and also reduce their insurance spend. We've used engineering analysis to help one client with a notable loss record to evidence a clear-cut risk management plan, allowing for risks to be reviewed in a more positive light and garner a new credit within the policy. We've used EML studies to prove previous loss assumptions by lenders to be inaccurate and reduce the indemnity period required under contract, which provided six-figure savings to the client in respect of their insurance spend. And lastly, we took over an existing operational placement not too long ago and undertook a contractual review, which unearthed a greater understanding of the partnership agreement in place. This necessitated a change in the program design, in this case, to address an oversight of an aggregated retention rather than that of a one-off occurrence. Now, we appreciate that when it comes to the list of requirements to get a project off the ground or even in the day-to-day running, insurance is way down the pecking order. Underwriters will receive hundreds of submissions per year, and without active engagement, you run the risk of your project being perceived by markets to fall into the latter of these three categories. However, with a client's commitment and the right broking partner, we have shown the huge difference that this can make to the successful implementation of a risk transfer and placement of the insurance program. A deep understanding of the exposures by your broker will allow your risk to be presented to markets in their optimal light and differentiate it from the rest of the pack, ensuring it garners the greatest interest from markets and is underwritten on its merits. This will increase demand and inevitably create competition the final terms to the benefit of the client. Where does one find this solution? Well, Gallagher ensures a tailored solution by industry experts with a proven track record. It'll allow confidence in the risk management process, mitigate unforeseen costs and delays, and allow you to focus as the client on adding value to your organization. If you'd like to discuss further, then please do reach out to us. We're here with a number of the wider team today and tomorrow, and be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
All right. So do we have questions? René in the back. Wait, but the questions, not statements, René. You know that?
I want some of the suites as well. So René van Kessel, capability independent consultant nowadays, but before working for a contractor, a cable installation contractor. How's your view on the market for cable installation companies and also cable manufacturers? We've seen throughout the years, especially from an installation company's view, a lot of companies going bankrupt during the last 10, 15 years. And we got a kind of stabilization during the last 5 years. But now with the overall supply and especially demand increase, you see new companies coming into the market from a cable installation point of view. And they're getting contracts from experienced developers, etc. So how's your view on that? And also the influence of new manufacturers coming into at least the European market, being the Chinese. So I'm very much interested in your view on that.
Yeah, I think as you referenced, supply and demand has become a real issue for operators in regards to both contractors, whether it be vessel availability and also cable supply. At the end of the day, if that's what they require, then they're going to have to look to source that from alternatives. Our role is to sort of dig down into the weeds of those, sort of point to the positives of each of the risks in turn. The underwriters will certainly have concerns around whether it be experience or the manufacturing of some of these. And it's really up to us to sort of get all the various parties to the table to ensure we get to put the best foot forward and to try and sort of mitigate some of these concerns that the insurers are inevitably going to have.
Okay, thanks.
And James.
Just to be clear, I'm not asking because of the suites.
You've got enough already.
Genuinely interested. So thanks for the presentation, Ian. In the insurance industry, there seems to be more of a move towards captives with the scale of investments we're seeing, of the likes that have been spoken into. I just wonder from a broker's perspective, what your take on that is. Is that presenting a risk to your model?
I mean, part of our job is also we work with clients around captive creation. We're well aware that it certainly has benefits for those that want to scale it up. I suppose, arguably, it talks to the profitability, given where the market is of the current state of pricing. If they're happier to take those onto their own balance sheet rather than utilize that in the market. So there is a competitive tension there. Certainly within the construction space, we certainly see a lot of these still going into the open market. And it's as things grow, we've seen that there's a greater interest, even as we see here today. There's certainly more insurers in the room or attending this in the last, for the next 2 days than we saw last year in Berlin. It is, an interesting area. As an ex-underwriter, I sit here and I still don't quite believe that the pricing's quite right. I think, it does need to come down, and until maybe that's the case, then, that captive solution will continue to be, a more prized one by clients than that of the open market.
Good. Do we have any more? There is one here. There's a microphone coming to you.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. Dan from Alcatel. What's your view on the role of insurers in making preemptive repairs on a cable that hasn't failed but is potentially about to fail?
Well, within the policy, there will be a requirement for clients to, as you say, make preemptive repairs if they can prove that it will, be to the benefit of the overall cost. So, again, it's something. Each project will be different. Each of the partners will be different. And as we just said here, it's really up to both us and the insurance providers, the underwriters, to provide something that works for clients. And in our experience, if you get the best leaders within the industry who have a track record, they understand the risks, but they also have commerciality and can be flexible. All of these topics can be brought to the table to decide, well, what works for the client. There is no one size fits all. So really, it's up to us to see what the needs are of that client or that project, and then discuss those with a variety of different partners. It doesn't have to be just one, to see where the market is and what we can get in regards to perfecting that insurance solution for the client.
Thank you. Good. Any final question? Otherwise, no. Then I'll ask one from my side. You mentioned insurance gets quite far down in the pecking order, but what would be your recommendation for a potential buyer to get the most out of it, or what to prepare and how?
Sure. Yeah, I think we've certainly seen it's engage early. There've been a certain number of instances where we've had to unwind sort of lenders' agreements, and in short, no one quite knows how discussions and projects will sort of advance throughout their evolution. So we're here as a sort of a sounded kind of advisor to offer some guidance and maybe provide some benchmarking and some experience on what we've seen elsewhere, and hopefully that will help craft both insurance products but risk management solutions and address issues at an early stage so they don't become a big headache for clients.
Good, thank you. Then we will move on to our next presenters, this time plural. It's Carolina Ziemba and Bethany White from the Carbon Trust. Quite far back. Okay, don't worry, we're a minute or two ahead of schedule, so take your time. Don't fall.
Right, thanks for your patience. We were all in the back, so made it to the front now. Hi, everyone. And this is not the correct slide. Sorry, 1 second. Are these the correct slides? Yeah, we're good. Great, thanks, guys. Being very patient here. Anyways, hi, everyone. I'm Carolina. I'm an associate at the Carbon Trust, and I'm joined by Beth, who will introduce herself in a minute. And today we are here to talk to you about de-risking the transition to 132 kV through standardization. And specifically, we're going to talk about the transition to 132 kV, the purpose of standardization, and present 2 case studies where standardization could be of benefit. So the case studies we will share are in the Offshore Wind Accelerator, which is a joint industry program, the flagship joint industry program of the Carbon Trust, launched in 2008. Since launching the OWA, we have launched other joint industry programs, one around floating offshore wind, one around consenting and permitting issues, one around grid integration issues, and of course about the sustainability of offshore wind development itself. In those programs, we've worked with a variety of partners, which you can also see on the left-hand side as well. Or I guess your right-hand side, my left-hand side. Great. So the purpose of standardization So the offshore wind industry still requires some efficiency improvements and some cohesion. Some of you might agree with me on that one. But this cohesion could mean various things. It could mean improving health and safety and environmental standards through setting IEC requirements, which are often mandates. Or it could mean the opposite of extreme of in-house procurement team requirements, sort of aligning the developer requirements and supply chain offerings. And this is, of course, the preferences of individual companies. It could also be anywhere in between with national specifications, IEEE or C grade guidelines, or best practice guidelines, which is where we see ourselves. So why is standardization important? Well, standardization is crucial for safety and reliability. By adhering to established criteria, we can ensure that cables are robust and dependable. But standardization does more than just keep things safe. It also supports innovation by providing a common framework that kind of engineers and developers can build upon. Standardization can also lead to cost reduction. When process and components are standardized, that's when economies of scale come into play. And another key benefit is interoperability. In a standardized system, different components from maybe different procurement teams are designed to work together efficiently as well. And finally, standardization enhances project viability by reducing risks and uncertainties. Standardization makes offshore projects more attractive. And so what is Carbon Trust's role in this space? At the Carbon Trust, we consider ourselves to be enablers of standardization. So we move early, we run R&D projects to enable cohesion and efficiency in the industry. We unite diverse stakeholders to agree on common standards and practices. Our partnerships span supply chain partners, certification bodies, academic institutions, TSOs, and statutory bodies as well. We often publish these guidelines based on R&D outcomes, informing the development of formal standards, and then also working together with certification bodies to make sure that baseline R&D is fed into formal standardization processes, if that is what the supply chain and the developers want, because we're not just trying to create more and more requirements for the supply chain to follow, we're actually trying to create something that, actually creates some cohesion and actually makes projects more viable. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Beth to talk about the transition to 132 kV, but I'll be back.
Thanks, Carolina. Hi, everyone. My name is Beth White. I'm a manager in the offshore wind team at the Carbon Trust. So what we wanted to do as well is just to introduce the context of 132. That's kind of the space that we're going to be talking around standardization within today. So just for anyone that's maybe not followed the project that's happening to date. There we go. So in 2020, the Carbon Trust set up the High Voltage Array Systems project. And really, this was around identifying the next array voltage above 66 kV. And this was triggered by the increasing turbine sizes that we were seeing. So this was really a joint industry collaboration. We engaged with over 85 different stakeholders and also did engineering design studies, cost-benefit analysis, really to make sure that we built consensus on what the next array voltage should be. We published the findings in 2020, which was that 132 kV was identified as the next array voltage. And this was optimal from both a risk and a cost perspective. So what we wanted to highlight here as well is that there was found to be significant urgent development needed from both the supply chain and developers to make this happen. We've seen a number of developments recently. So there's 132 kV array cables being procured at the moment. We've seen 132 cable factories being built. We've had UK legislation changed in summer this year to allow 132 kV cables to operate in the UK without a transmission license. And in Germany, we've seen 132 being announced as the array voltage from 2032. So lots happening in this space at the moment. So in part of that work, we also looked at what are the areas where we need some more development in order to get to 132 kV. So some areas on the screen here that we identified, one of which was there were some gaps in the qualification requirements, so specifically for wet, static and dynamic cables. This is something we're looking to address in a second phase of the HIVAS project. I'll come on to that in our first case study. Development of 132 kV outer cone connectors was also highlighted as a development area, so inner cone was found to already be available. I know there's been some movement in the outer cone space since that report. And then a couple of other areas. So one is about determining the most effective methods for post-installation testing, and also improving the quality of terminations to reduce cable failures. And obviously, as the voltages increase, it becomes more and more important that we can reduce the amount of failures in order to prevent the impacts if there were to be a failure. So on the next slide, we will move on to talking about the first case study. This is working. There we go. So the first case study will be around the second phase of the HIVAS project. And this is following on from the previous work we did to identify 1 through 2 as the next voltage. Oh, okay, this is jumping. There we go. So the overarching aim of HIVAS phase 2 is to accelerate and de-risk the transition to 132 kV now that we've identified that as the next array voltage. And the key focus area for us was looking at those qualification tests and the current gaps there are for wet, static and dynamic. So the way we're addressing this is we are carrying out an experimental testing program, which has the following objectives that you can see on the screen. So we're testing the tests, and really that's about gathering evidence to help determine the test criteria for new 132 kV qualification tests. And in turn, that will allow more clarity to developers and the supply chain when procuring 132 kV cables ahead of formal standards being developed. So you can see the 3 areas there on the screen that we'll be focusing on with the testing program. So one is about optimizing and accelerating the wet aging testing. So looking at extending that lifetime from 25 to 40 years and understand if the tests are effective to determine if the cable is capable of that. The second area is looking at dynamic fatigue. So we will understand the link between mechanical and electrical fatigue for dynamic cables. And the third area is looking at the type tests. So understanding if, what the new type test requirements should be, and any existing gaps that need to be addressed when the new qualification tests are determined. And this testing program is underway at the moment. It's being delivered by ORE Catapult in their testing lab in Blythe, and it's expected to run for the next 2.5 years or so. You can see that, again, we're really following the approach of having industry collaboration being at the forefront of how we go about this project so that we can make sure that this is really consensus is being built across the industry. So we've got the 11 offshore wind developers, the HIVAS partners in there. There's, you can see all the logos on the screen of who's involved in that. And as I mentioned, ORE Catapult are the testing lab. We also have an advisory panel, which is really important for this project. It's consisting of various organizations from across the supply chain, so accessory suppliers, material suppliers, and cable manufacturers, to make sure that we get that industry input and can make sure that the results are widely applicable. So in terms of the progress that we've made to date, so the test plans and the scope has all been agreed between the HIVAS partners, ORE Catapult, and the advisory panel. We've, or ORE Catapult, have received cable samples, so we've got both new and aged cables as part of the testing program, just to understand the differences between how they react to the tests. Preconditioning is underway. It's been completed for some of the work packages, and this is being followed by materials analysis to understand the impact of the preconditioning on those samples. Testing tanks for wet aging have been set up, and they are, so the 6-month wet aging tests are currently underway. We've also been doing bend testing, and there are 400,000 cycles that are due to be completed there. We're about halfway through at the moment. And the first test results will be ready in early 2025, and then throughout the project, more and more results will become available. So yeah, lots going on. This is just a photo of the HiVAS partners visiting ORE Catapult's test lab back in June. So behind us there, you can see the Ben test rig with a cable sample in it. And yeah, it was really nice just to see everything that we'd spent time scoping and procuring the samples and actually see it in action was really good. So in terms of the next steps for HiVAS phase 2, there'll be the analysis of the results. So our ORE Catapult will be providing us with the results of the testing program, and they will be reviewed by the HiVAS partners and by the advisory panel. We really want to make sure that the results are supplier agnostic, testing lab agnostic, so that they can really be used by the wider industry. What we're planning to do is develop some pre-standards, so essentially give some guidance to the supply chain, to developers ahead of formal standards being developed to try and de-risk that procurement process. And in terms of standards bodies, so we are currently in discussion with the CGRE B129 working group to understand how we can best feed information into the work they're doing and help with the development of formal standards, try and accelerate that, provide them with the information that we've got from this experimental testing program. And then in terms of dissemination, we're planning to do stakeholder workshops, and also we will be giving more conference presentations on the outputs of the testing program and publishing the results as well, which is expected in summer 2026. So I will now hand back to Carolina, and she will give you a rundown of our second case study.
Thanks, Beth. And I think you guys will like this one because we were here last year and we talked a lot about the lack of jointer skills for terminations. So this study, QQQTs, it's actually pronounced QTs for anybody interested. So that's the case study we're turning to now. QTs is a project for the OWA again, under the Cables Technical Working Group, and it's investigating the quality and efficiency of termination installation through standards review and stakeholder engagement. So our main objectives of this work are to understand failures in termination installation for all connector types, to define, improve, and standardize training and control procedures, which will be applicable to 66 and 132 kV, so voltage agnostic for those. Increase the quality of termination installation, hopefully, by producing jointing records, and quantifying the demand on workforce and future skill shortages as well. We will be doing this through literature review, which actually is largely done, and stakeholder engagement, definition of standards approach and qualification, recommendations, and lastly, trying to quantify the actual demand on workforce and who is actually available to do this work. So our primary goal is to develop comprehensive recommendations, and these will cover several key areas, including improving the methods used for termination installation, enhancing training programs and evaluation processes for jointers. In this way, we hope to increase the reliability of installations. We also recognize the need to convert resources from other parts of the electrical industry. So our plan will provide a clear pathway for this transition, hopefully helping to address shortages in the workplace. If we find that the number of available jointers is still insufficient, we will propose additional initiatives to try to get more joiners into the industry. And I think it's really important for me to add that our delivery partners, James Fisher, EDS, are actively engaging with the market to gather insights from the wider supply chain right now. This engagement has been fruitful with many stakeholder questionnaires already returned, but some are still pending. Looking ahead, we have scheduled a workshop for January to sort of focus on discussing strategies for jointer skills growth and addressing the challenges that we are facing. With that, we are on track to deliver the outputs in Q2 of 2025. And at that point, we're going to undertake other dissemination activities to share the findings and have some kind of knowledge transfer as well. Lastly, I'd just like to acknowledge that our delivery partner from James Fisher, Ross Piercy, is just there in the audience, and he's also very happy to discuss any questions you might have about this project. So next steps, what are we doing next? So, well, the OWA is working on various projects relevant to 132 kV and or standardization. For example, there's HIVAS Phase 3. We've heard a lot about HIVAS Phase 1 and 2. There's 3, which is looking at de-risking electrical components of 132 kV systems. There's also mechanical limitations of subsea cables, looking to standardize that. Testing of array cables, looking at the cost benefit of post-installation testing and actually scoping another testing program similar to the HIVAS program, but looking at post-installation testing. And sequence impedance, which is looking at sort of standardizing the calculations, largely from Seagray, from Thomas Kvarts. But we're also looking at trying to improve those. But most importantly, we do have an announcement. We would love to announce that tomorrow we are publishing a guideline on cable protection systems that is going to be available on our socials and on our website. So it's essentially a guideline to establish a consistent framework for CPS design, analysis, and qualification, and promoting best practice across the industry. As far as I'm aware, it's really the first guideline of its kind, and it's moving the industry in the right direction. So thank you very much. That is all we wanted to present to you today. Are there any questions?
We have a question there in the room. We can get microphone to the middle, approximately. Here. Yeah.
Sorry. Hello, Miriam from Rumble. I think we have some cooperation going on our side as well, but for another field, let's say, topic. My question today is, I can see you are really, well, from my perspective, I can see what is land in our office these days in terms of tender, and it's a lot happening with the 66 kilovolt cable request, with optional to go for the 132. That optional never actually turned to be real at the end. Probably it's because it's a lack of track record and a lot of, as you say, lack of standardization in the field. And I can see in the first part of your presentation, you show a 3-stage of experimental that you are taking care of. The first one is supposed to finish by the end of beginning of 2025. And then there was something related to dynamic cable fatigue. And my question in particular is, like, you're testing this, is it also include cable with the CPS? Because sometimes the failure is coupled there between the two. Yes, that was my question.
Thank you. So the testing program is really focusing on qualifying these cables for use offshore. So it's not so much looking at the CPS, but it's something that we could look at. I mean, we are scoping a third phase of the project at the moment, and we are engaging with the industry to try and identify what the most useful thing for us to look at is. So we can definitely consider any aspects that look to be an area that the industry needs more guidance in.
And just to add quickly, I think I'm seeing a lot more sort of comments coming to us about the importance of considering the system at large rather than any individual component. What seems to happen a lot is, you imagine a plane and you get on a plane and each individual component is tested, but the actual plane is not tested as a system. I wouldn't trust that plane personally. So we're definitely getting a lot more feedback like that. And so we're making sure to sort of include, at least think about it, include some recommendations for how it could be done. Obviously, a testing program is very expensive, so it has to be a phased approach. But yeah, that's definitely something we're considering.
Good. There is another question in that area.
Yes, hello. I am Frank de Wild, DNV. I had the impression that you are evaluating the mechanical fatigue of power cables separately from the electrical aging characteristics of the material. And I'm wondering about the combination of those, right? Mechanical aspects that influence the electrical capacity and capabilities of the insulation material. Can you say something about that and about your findings?
So I can't say too much because we don't quite have the findings from that yet, but it is something that, so we are looking at the link between the mechanical and the electrical and the impact that can have on the insulation. So it's in progress. We will be able to provide outputs on that a bit further down the line.
So you're not testing that in together, right? So the mechanical testing and the electrical testing is separate from each other, not combined.
So we are looking at the interactions between mechanical and how the mechanical aging could affect things from an electrical perspective. We are mechanically aging the cables on the bend test rig that was shown earlier, and there will then be further tests applied to that cable to see how it reacts and how the insulation reacts to that. So yeah, I mean, that's all still to come in the testing program. So yeah, we'll let you know what happens.
I also have another question actually on the other topic you mentioned. And that is about the jointers, right? And how you can, let's say, make sure that the quality is delivered when you make a termination or a joint. Have you thought about jointer certification? So certifying the individual persons that joined or, let's say, develop a termination, and what's your finding there?
Yeah, again, I think I would turn to Ross in the audience for a chat afterwards because he's doing a lot of the stakeholder engagement. I know we are looking at that. We have had some initial stakeholder findings from it. I know we're looking at, certification and having a similar kind of a passport idea, but we're still kind of trying to figure out, is it better to actually promote a standardized program for teaching or promote a standardized test that you finish off with, which one is kind of better work for different people. So yeah, we're definitely considering it. We're considering anything we hear from stakeholder engagement, but we are the stakeholder engagement, so don't necessarily have a narrowed down focus yet.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I'll quote Lord of the Rings. That still only counts as one. Do we have any other questions? Yes. Oh, okay.
I've got a microphone.
You go.
Peter, I'm the first one. GQ from school, from insurance company. Actually, I have two questions as well. The first one, I noticed that your partners on your list, the majority of the developers, not the leading cable manufacturers. Is there any particular reason? I thought that's the cable 132. My next question is regarding the risk exposure. Obviously, for insurance market, I think I have to say we don't have a great experience on the cable side. Now, given the lost record on the cables, now you obviously this is the next stage of the cable 132. That's a great. So from the insurance perspective, what's the risk sort of mitigation you guys should recommend to us? Do we need to put more emphasis on the certification of the design or more surveillance on the manufacturing process, material, etc.? Thank you.
We forgot the first question. Can you please repeat it?
Oh, you deliberately forgot. Yeah, just the observation on your partner list. I noted that most of your partners, your sponsors are developers, owners, and not many leading cable manufacturers. Is there any particular reason for that?
Yeah, so I mean, the programs that we run are developer-led programs. So all of the 5 programs that we showed on the screen they are developer partnerships. And really, we do see that to having significant benefit to the supply chain as well, because what we're doing is bringing together the developers, understanding things from their perspective, what their needs are. We engage with the supply chain, understand things from their perspective, the development that's gone on, any clarity they need from the developers, and we can work back and forth between the two groups. And that's been a key focus of the HiBAS project. But yeah, that's how our programs have run, and we've seen it to be a really successful model in terms of reaching consensus across the industry and having those wider discussions. On the second point, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people in this room that could provide more insight into the insurance side of things. It's not an area that I'm an expert in at all. But I think, from our perspective, what we're trying to do is de-risk 132 by having more consensus in the industry. And if we can provide, so these pre-standards that do provide some guidance, so that before the formal standards come in, people aren't going in all different directions. I think if there is some guidance available that provides an indication of what you might want to ask for when procuring or what the requirements might be. It provides clarity to both the supply chain and the developers and gives them something to work with in the meantime, because obviously, formal standards do take time. So hopefully we can provide some information that does de-risk in the meantime before they arrive. But on the insurance point, maybe others can speak on that. But do you want to add?
Thank you.
Good. We have to. I see still a few hands, but there will be one more presentation and then a break. Then you could raise those because we're cutting close on time. Yeah.
We're here today and tomorrow though, and also Ross.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Good. So we move on to our next presenter, and that's Rob Rome from National Grid. That's perfect. Please. You have a microphone?
Clicker as well.
Yeah, and the clicker is
What's got the lasers in there?
So, who's this button?
That one now.
The red one?
Yeah.
Is it so?
I'm just checking where the laser is because I'm really good with laser. Can you see it? Oh yeah, look. I'm also very tired, just like Rebecca. I was up before 7 a.m. this morning trying to beat Rebecca on LinkedIn about the news of our Line Link and Nautilus projects, which is great. In this presentation, I'm going to talk to you about interconnectors and how they work, who is involved, a little recap on that. Touch on how interconnectors have been regulated to date, so these point-to-point interconnectors that Rebecca and Frank mentioned. And then finally talk about the new offshore hybrid assets, how they're different and how they're going to be regulated, these pilot ones that we call Line Link and Nautilus. So I'm Rob Rome. I run this commercial customer and regulation team within the interconnectors business, working for Rebecca here. I must say that I do know James, who's asking all the questions. He does have a sweet tooth, actually, so watch out for that. How many sweets have you got?
At some point, it becomes a compliance concern.
Compliance concern, yeah. So here we go. I'll try and complement Rebecca's presentation because I know she mentioned much of this so far. So 8 gigawatts, that's a massive portfolio, isn't it? On a D-rated basis, it's 5.5 gigawatts. And if you look at the electricity system operator, now NESO, if you look at their winter outlook for the winter that we're currently in, October through to March, they've got an average D-rated margin of 5.2 gigawatts. And that 5.2 gigawatts is supported by, 5.5 gigawatts of interconnector imports. So you can see them all on there. The one with Statnet. Statnet are very pleased that they've got the longest subsea interconnector. Doesn't include onshore network, but Energenet do have the world record for offshore and onshore in the length of that one. Big shout out to IFA there. There's IFA. The original one commissioned in 86, 2 gigawatts, and that brings a lot of really, low carbon nuclear generation through to the UK at a significant discount to the gas priced generation that we have here. BritNed as well, 2011, NEMO, 2019, the first cap and floor interconnector, and we'll come to that. IFA 2 there on the south coast, 2021, beginning of 21, North Sea Link end of 2021, and Viking December last year it commissioned, and so far has proved very reliable. Before I joined the interconnectors business 18 months ago, I spent 7 years at the ESO and had the privilege of managing the control center for the winter of 2020-21. And if you cast your minds back, that was the winter that came after the COVID summer, 2020, when we were all locked down, social distancing in place. And I learned a deep respect for interconnectors. I was in the hot seat. My accountability was to keep the lights on for the UK that winter. And what happened, because the other assets couldn't take their outages that summer, you know, all conventional generation was shortfalling. Gas, you know, running out of hours, taking outages in the middle of winter. Coal that was there at the time, trying to put 40-year-old coal dust, damp coal dust into their boilers, and they were failing. Even Drax's biomass plants were failing, just simply because they didn't have the opportunity to take those crucial summer maintenance outages. And coupling, you know, those failures with periods of low wind, you know, that winter we had 6 electricity margin notices. And there was one standout portfolio, and that was interconnectors. You know, they were supporting flows out of the UK to our European partners during the day. But when we needed it for our tea time peak, that period of, you know, 1700 to 1900, they came racing back in, you know, to support our supplies. I was very thankful, as you can imagine, that they did that. So when the opportunity came to join the interconnectors business, you know, I grabbed it with both hands. But it wasn't just, you know, the winter of 2020, 21. It was also during the energy crisis. Again, reciprocal support. We provided, you know, strong exports of energy to European partners. And again, for our evening peak, we brought that power back in. And it even happened, here's an example of the 14th of October. We got the first capacity market notice that the UK had seen for 2 years. And I put this on LinkedIn, actually. Please do follow me and connect up here. I promise you, I put some interesting articles on there about interconnectors and the value that they're adding. And this is the 14th of October. And although the French price, you know, promoted flows to come in through IFA 2 gigawatts, the pesky Viking Link, Nemo Link, and BritNed, they were all export. That's the way the price differential was. You know, they were going to be exporting for that crucial tea time peak, 1700 to 1900. But with a mixture of market response and ESO counter trading those interconnectors, there was a response of 5.2 gigawatts. So 5.2 gigawatt change going from export, you know, to import. And the capacity market notice was basically ESO, or NISO as they now are, saying we don't have enough generation to meet demand and reserve levels. And it was tight, you know, they couldn't meet it. But with 5.2 gigawatt response, that completely dissolved the capacity market notice. It's an insight into, you know, how important, you know, interconnector flows are for, you know, for energy, for bringing low carbon, for, you know, allowing the UK to export renewables when it's got a surplus, but crucially for security of supply. A little reminder then about how interconnectors work. So we don't purchase power, you know, in country A and flow it to country B. What we do is we sell capacity on our interconnectors, and we do that intraday, we do it day ahead, month ahead, quarter ahead, season ahead, year ahead, up to 3 years ahead. We offer capacity on our interconnectors. And then other companies, energy companies, banks, traders, they can purchase those capacities, and they can then make the flows, and they can flow whichever way they want. If they've got bidirectional capacity, they've got the rights basically to make those power flows. And of course, their ambition, and as a previous trader, trading interconnectors, you buy capacity, you know, to try and make money, to try and make those price differentials. Little chart there, I think that was from the 25th of October, showing the sort of average baseload prices in GB, 128 euros. There's France, much less, 59 euros. You can see the high sort of German price. Denmark, you know, that would have facilitated, you know, bi-directional flows. And then there's the hydro plant coming in at, you know, massive discount from Norway, which we've seen, you know, most of this calendar year. So since 2019, Nemo Link came along, and it was the first interconnector to join this cap and floor mechanism. NEMO celebrated its 5-year birthday in 2024. And the way it works is, there's a methodology that's been agreed, with industry and Ofgem to create this floor. Create this floor here, which is I told you it was a nightmare with the pointer. There you go. There's the floor. Yeah, it's a sort of debt-based floor. And then there's a cap that's agreed as well. And this cap and floor can be agreed between a 1 and 5 year period. And it's basically a risk share. It's like a CFD, I guess. It's like a risk sharing mechanism that protects the investor, the developer, by offering them a floor, some certainty that revenues will be at a certain level. But if price differentials turn out to be much higher than forecast, and there's I guess a sort of windfall gain for the developer, then that cap seeks to protect consumers from that. So if price differentials don't allow the developer to reach the floor, then the regulation tops up the developer using consumer money. And if the revenues are above the cap, then the developer pays back. And so far since 2019, our business has never been below the floor. We've always been above the cap. And huge payments have been made. And in fact, early payments have been made by our business back to consumers. And by the end of this financial year, we'll have paid back about £300 million to consumers. So a big success story about how we can get investment, giving investor certainty, but also protecting consumers, from excessive profits. Now, as Rebecca mentioned, and as Frank mentioned in his presentation, our future interconnectors will no longer be point-to-point. They've been very successful, but because of the necessity to, connect wind in the North Sea, and if we're not careful, a lot of that wind will follow its current regime of, connecting through radial connections, having multiple connections onshore, sponsoring a lot of transmission assets. Instead of doing that, we should, connect offshore wind in the sea in a sort of plug-and-play methodology. And that's the way that our new assets, Linelink and Nautilus, and hopefully Continental as well, that's the way they will be configured. I've got a little video here, which I hope works. Little video to show you what I mean.
You play. Press next.
Here we go. It's coming.
Magic.
The UK and our European neighbours have ambitious plans to grow offshore wind generation by 2050. The North Seas have the potential to provide us with up to 120 gigawatts of renewable wind energy by 2030, becoming Europe's green energy powerhouse. The area is incredibly windy, and the sea is relatively shallow, making it perfect for offshore wind farms. We need to increase offshore wind generation in Europe from 30 gigawatts today to 300 gigawatts by 2050. So what is the best way to connect this extra energy to our energy grids? Today, we connect to other countries via point-to-point subsea interconnectors. Although effective, as technologies improve and projects progress, smarter solutions are necessary. If we continue to work independently, we will increase congestion and create inefficiency across our networks, delaying the transition to a secure, clean, and affordable energy system for consumers in Great Britain and beyond. At National Grid, we believe in the power of partnerships and collaboration. We are designing the renewable energy infrastructure of the North Sea in partnership from the start, the UK and the EU working together. But how? We're developing a new generation of interconnectors called offshore hybrid assets, OHAs, which combine interconnector technology with offshore wind that can connect to multiple countries at once, allowing clean power to flow in both directions to where it is needed most. This leap in technology will speed up the connection of offshore wind and mitigate the impact on local communities by cutting the number of connection points and onshore infrastructure around North Sea coasts. At National Grid, we are working with EU and UK network operators to deliver on our targets by making this vision of a connected North Sea a reality.
Thank you. Seamless, wasn't it? But you can see how complex it gets. It's definitely the right thing to do, you know, connecting efficiently like that in the North Sea. But we'll touch on how that might affect how we regulate these assets in a minute. Rebecca mentioned these projects. These are our offshore hybrid assets. We've got great news this morning on Lionlink and Nautilus, where Ofgem have approved their regulatory status and that they're eligible for a regulatory framework. And that's certainly been, you know, personally for me, 18 months of hard work, working with our partners. I mean, we have great partners, Tenet for Lionlink and Elia for Nautilus. We have really great relationships, trustful relationships with those TSOs within Europe. But look, and you'll see it on LinkedIn, you know, we've got something like over the next 10 years, over the first 10 years that these assets will be running, about 670 million estimated benefits coming from, you know, not having to curtail renewable sources in each country, and also the security of supply benefit that I explained earlier. And of course, Continental working with Statnet, that's not as mature, but we hope that we can also get a good deal with that Continental link, connecting both UK and Norwegian wind. But they're different. They're very different assets with very different risks. You know, Rebecca mentioned, you know, Brexit happened. You know, we got kicked out of this single day ahead coupling algorithm, which makes it really easy, you know, to optimize interconnector capacity, power prices and power flows, and making sure that, you know, across Europe that all power flows were optimized. We used to be part of that, not anymore. So we have what's called an explicit function where we sell the capacity first, and then the purchaser of that capacity then makes the flows in the market much more clunky and you know, less efficient than we had. So trading and market arrangements, they would need to be very efficient for these assets. As you can see from the video, all those connections and all those power flows, you know, you can't do that manually. It really needs to be optimized automatically. And of course, when we've been developing the offshore hybrid asset regulatory scheme over the last 18 months, we haven't had a blueprint to follow. There is a blueprint for point-to-point, makes it much easier. But we've had, you know, 7 parties in the room at any one time, you know, 2 regulators, 2 governments, 2 developers, wind farm owners, all trying to negotiate how it can work, only from a cost basis and from a revenue basis. And it's quite similar to, you know, if you go to a restaurant, Rebecca likes this one. If you go to a restaurant, who likes to go to restaurants? Put your hands up if you like to go to restaurants. Oh, very good, yeah. Okay, so I've got a volunteer here. This chap, what's your name? You here with the very good looking beard? Ian Webb, Ian. See, Ian Webb from Arup. So you like to go to restaurants. And if you go with a partner or a very close friend, you like that, do you? Yes. And and when you're with, you know, one more person, do you split the bill, or do you do 50-50, or do you itemize it? Oh, it depends who it is. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that answer. Yeah. I was expecting you to say, yeah, 50-50. Yeah, split it down the middle. But that's generally what you would do, is it? Yes. Even if they've had a steak and you've had a risotto, you're still splitting the bill, are you? Oh, it depends how easy it is. You see, I think you've been in our negotiating rooms, haven't you? Yeah, because this is what you're faced with. You know, I mentioned the positive relationships that we have with our partners. And with a point-to-point interconnector, it's great. You say, oh, there's two of us. It's a well-trodden path, regulatory path, it's a blueprint to follow. Shall we split everything 50-50? Costs? Yes. And the revenues, the congestion revenues that come from that link by selling the capacity and the traders that then make the power flows based on that differential, happy to split those revenues? Yes, happy to split those revenues. And then you get to an offshore hybrid asset, this plug and play evolving network. And then you get into a room and there isn't a well-trodden path to go down. And you're trying to create an offshore hybrid regulatory regime with those 7 parties in the room. And then you get people like Ian coming along saying, well, hold on a minute. I had a risotto, you had a steak. That's a supplement of £10. Also, you had lots of beers and I only had sparkling water. And you get this situation. And then the restaurant owner comes along. Think of the restaurant owner as the platform builder. And the restaurant owner says, you need to pay for the rent of the table that you've had. And then you get people saying, well, you're much bigger than me. You had more table than I did, you know. And then you get another person who's come along late. Well, I only used the table for 2 hours. You were here for 4 hours. And so this is a situation that we found ourselves in. Now, it all sounds doom and gloom, as if we haven't been able to work it out, but we have been able to work it out for the pilot offshore hybrid assets. And we've got cost and revenue sharing set up, for both LineLink and Nautilus, which is good for the developers, both developers, good for the wind farm operator. Governments agree, regulators agree. And those are for the pilot offshore assets. But as you can see from the video, as you then add, and as Frank mentioned, you might get another platform connecting to that platform that you're connected to, and the flows that then change, and the risks of, outages that you don't have with a point-to-point interconnector. A platform goes on outage, the wind farm goes on outage, the wind farm, consumes more of the congestion rent than you were expecting. And all of this makes the proposition, the investment proposition, very different. Too far away now, am I? Oh, here we are. So, but having said all that, we have, together with Ofgem, and this has all been consulted on, and there's a live consultation out there on the particular regulatory parameters that feed into this. It's all in the public domain. But because of this increased risk and I guess lack of control that the developer has on the asset configuration, with the wind farm and the various future connections that might come along, there's a need to take that standard floor of the point-to-point mechanism and increase it, to take into account these additional risks to create a higher floor. But as I mentioned earlier, it's all about risk sharing, between developer and consumer. And it has to be fair, it has to be transparent, a trustful relationship. And so by the same token, that cap also needs to come down. So you have, with these OHA pilots, a much narrower cap and floor. Now, the restaurant example only talked about cost, didn't it? Didn't talk about revenues. And because of that complexity, and because of the learning that we've had through this pilot mechanism, I'm not sure, to Ian's point, I'm not sure if we've got one bottle of special sauce. I think we've got several potential bottles of sauce that we can choose from. And bear in mind, these are strategic assets. So in terms of revenues and congestion rent, it is about that, but it's also about security of supply. It's also about decarbonisation. It's also about that reciprocal support that, countries can give each other as we all go to decarbonize and create North Wind and create the North Sea battery. And I think if we do, go into this in the spirit of, openness, transparency, and compromise, I think that's a key thing. And if we all enter it in that spirit, I think we can create, it's not working, is it? I think we can create the, I'm too far away.
Pleasure.
I think we can go from what is a radial point-to-point picture that we have today to the one that Rebecca showed earlier, this meshed offshore grid. But seriously, we can only do it having had experienced 18 months of discussing how offshore hybrid assets with wind can be regulated. I think we can only do it in that spirit, as I say, of openness, transparency, trust, and fairness. And fairness not only for the investors involved, but also for consumers in all countries. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting a bit close on time, so we'll have to skip Q&A. So we're getting close to a break. Infringing on another speaker's time is one thing, infringing on the
Did
break.
I take too long?
No, it was good. Yeah, I'd give you a recommendation though. Next time, try to scope out Dutch participants and ask them the restaurant question. They provide more predictable answers, I believe. Good, but thank you very much for the presentation. Now I have one question for everybody, just to show of hands who will be up for the evening reception, so that the ladies can count how many participants we can expect. Hi, 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 hi. Evening reception, yes. Yes, that's not enough hands. We're counting. We'll add 20% as safety. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Okay. But that's in then. It's then for the first stint. So we have a 30-minute break now. And like I said, we'll give you a signal
director at Collaborative Environmental Advisors, so CEA. So we provide marine environmental consultancy support, primarily in the environmental permitting and consenting regime. We look to support offshore wind and power cable projects. So as I was due to be in the slot just before lunch, I was going to keep it short and sweet for you. So I'm going to still take that strategy, and I hope you bear with me for this. So what I would like to do is take a few minutes this morning to talk about two pieces of UK legislation. So it's the Habitats Regulations and the Marine and Coastal Access Act. Both have been in place for over a decade, and they seek to conserve the ecological environment. But with the increase in marine development, they are now coming to the forefront of cable projects in terms of consenting risk and the potential for programme delays. And as then stated in my title of the presentation, it's meaning that straight line routes are becoming increasingly difficult to get consent for or achieve. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the scene a little bit. I'm going to use the UK as a bit of a case study. I'm then going to run through the current stakeholder concerns, look at some risks to cable projects, and then finally touch on some solutions. So what I'm hoping you'll take away from this is a few key messages. So firstly, right from route development all the way through to the consent applications, we need to have a really collaborative working relationship between engineering and environmental disciplines. So this is to ensure that risks are understood, balanced and mitigated. We need to bring stakeholders along with us on projects to ensure that we build relationships with them. So this can be through strategic and focused engagement, but also make sure that we're actively listening to their concerns and coming up with solutions that benefit everybody. One of the things I'm going to talk a little bit about is the mitigation hierarchy, which is to avoid, reduce and mitigate. So this is really important when we're making decisions to have that in the forefront of our consideration. So that whether that is actively avoiding a site or like a protected area or looking to mitigate our impacts on it. And when we're doing kind of route option appraisal and coming up with decisions, it's making sure that those decisions are robust, transparent and recorded, because you will need them in 3 or 4 years' time when you come to the consenting determination. And also, as Tim mentioned this morning, the North Sea is becoming more and more constrained. So it's going to be increasingly important to be involved and collaborate and coordinate with other developers in the region as you develop projects. So to set the scene, what I wanted to start with to say is there's several designations that protect ecological features in the North Sea. So these are special areas of conservation, SACs, special protection areas, SPAs, and marine conservation zones, MCZs. So collectively, they protect certain marine habitats, certain species and birds. So the legislation requires a project to demonstrate that it will not have an adverse impact on the integrity of an SAC or an SPA, or it will not adversely hinder the conservation objectives for an MCZ. So if it is determined that a significant adverse impact is likely to happen, the project needs to pass the alternatives test. So you have to demonstrate there are no feasible alternatives, no different routes that have a lower environmental impact. And at this stage, costs cannot come into the decision-making process. So you can't say, my route's shorter, it costs less, therefore it should be the one that's preferred. So if you can pass the alternative test and you can demonstrate that there's an imperative reason of overriding public interest why it should be permitted, then you can gain consent to have a significant impact on a designated site if you can provide and agree compensation or measures of equivalent environmental benefit. So the two activities are very similar. They're called different things depending on which site you are. So compensation is provided for SACs or SPAs, and measures of equivalent environmental benefit, or MEEB, is provided for MCZs. So, oh, I did not do that. Done, yay. Do I change it or does it come back? Right. Oh, you shouldn't give me a pointer, this is bad. Okay, so I think the key message for cable projects is compensation and MEEB isn't something that we've had to face really, because we've always been able to avoid those impacts by developing a route that avoids a designated site. But for cable projects, if you have to have compensation or MEEB, it has to be implemented and effective prior to the adverse impact occurring. So that means it has to come into place and be operating before construction starts. So that puts quite a big risk onto project programs and also pushes all the cost into the CapEx budgets before financial investment decision. So to set the scene, put it into context, all of the green polygons on the screen at the moment are designated sites in the UK, so SACs, SPAs, MCZs. So you see there's quite a lot. If we add on, or we highlight in dark green, all the ones which have a benthic ecology component, you can start to see that it's getting a little bit more clustered. And these are the ones that we really need to try and avoid with cable projects. We then add on all of our existing cables. And then we add on all the cables that are currently planned that I've been able to find in the public domain. And you start to see we're getting really congested. So firstly, going back to the kind of talk and the presentation, it's going to be really difficult to start avoiding these sites. And secondly, we're going to have to start thinking at a really early stage about whether a cable project is going to have to provide compensation or MEEB and what that will mean for the consenting strategy. So the key stakeholder concerns are around the deposit of cable protection. What stakeholders are concerned about particularly is if you're putting rock onto a benthic habitat, then you're permanently losing that habitat. They're also then concerned about indirect impacts such as scour. So if you've got scour around a rock protection berm, that increases the footprint of that habitat loss. And in inshore sites, they're also concerned about the rock protection as acting as a barrier to sediment transport pathways. In the past, when we've been looking at rock protection in protected sites, we've considered the significant impact as a percentage of the whole site or as a percentage of the feature within that site, and generally concluded that for a cable project, we have a very localized, very, very minimal impact. It tends to be 0.001% of the feature. But what we're seeing now for sites, particularly on the East Coast, is that because there are a number of cable projects coming through, all with rock protection berms going in, then that cumulative impact of lots of small, little localized permanent habitat loss is adding up to be a significant loss within the protected site. And so what was previously consented in one site may not be consentable in future. And that's where the MEEB and the compensation risks come into place. So there are a number of sites where JNCC and Natural England have said that the site has reached its threshold and they will either not allow any more rock protection or it will have to go through a MEEB compensation process. So the risk to projects. What this means for a project is that you get longer, more complicated determination process for your consents. So you might have to do additional surveys to help you robustly identify your environmental impact or justify a solution. You may also have to think about putting your MEEB and compensation strategy in a much earlier timeframe and run it parallel to your consent applications. You're also, if you've got to demonstrate that you do need MEEB or compensation, then as I said before, you have to have that in place before construction commences. So you've then got that added construction delay potentially there to make sure that you're getting that into your schedules. The third and fourth risks are kind of linked and they tend to focus more on the operational side of things. So if you've got a cable that's already going through a designated site, it's in operation, it's in place, then what we're finding at the moment is now it is harder to get consent to put rock protection down if you've done a cable repair. So this means that you could end up with your cable exposed for a lot longer. You might have unforeseen OPEX costs. So you might have to have a guard vessel on site for a lot longer while you're trying to get consent for rock protection down, or you may have to provide compensation or a MEEB case afterwards, which was unforeseen before. And go forward. So solutions to de-risk. So Providing MEEB and compensation is not something that cable projects have really seen much of in the past. And there are a couple of different consent strategies you can take to de-risk that. These kind of link back to the key takeaway messages from the presentation at the start. It's about collaboration between disciplines. So making sure that when you're doing your route development, your engineering and your environmental disciplines are talking together and they are considering this compensation risk, this MEEB risk at an early stage, so that you are thinking about, can I just go in a straight line? Do I have to balance it up? It might be that you have to undertake additional surveys. So really think carefully about your survey design. Should I be looking to survey a route through a site and a route around a site, and then balancing that decision at a later date? You might have to look at live routing, so that if your survey identifies any sensitive features, you can adjust your route as you're doing that survey. So it's making sure your procurement and your contracts are sufficient to allow for that flexibility. Sorry. I've got notes here, but I keep skipping through them and just going off piece. So then again, it's about following the mitigation hierarchy that we were talking about before, about avoiding a site if you can, and bringing your stakeholders along with you. So engaging with them during the survey, making sure they understand why you're making decisions, making sure that's recorded so that you've got their buy-in, because I think that will be really helpful when it comes to the consent process and the determination. So there are a number of different compensation and MEEB options that projects are trialling around the UK. So in the past, compensation and MEEB has been kind of led by the offshore wind sector. They've generally had to provide it for birds. So you'll see there's kittiwake structures for nesting and things like that. Benthic habitat solutions are a little bit more evolving. So what has worked for one project in the past might not necessarily work for future projects. And that's because the regulations are evolving, the regulators' understanding is evolving. So these are all options that have been considered. DEFRA guidance states that there's a hierarchy for how you decide options. So the first one is that you should be trying to replace the ecological function of the habitat that is lost within the site that you are having that impact on. The second tier is that you replace the same ecological function, but outside of a location, so in a different location. And then the third and fourth tiers are you try to provide an equivalent environmental function, but either again in the site or outside of that site. So what projects are doing are developing long lists of 20, 30 different options. They're then taking it out to consultation with stakeholders and bringing that down to a short list. And as I said, what you might find that is what works for one site won't work for another. What works for one project might not be taken forward for another. So we're seeing that with litter removal, for example, was agreed on one project, but it was decided for future projects. It wasn't something that could be taken forward. So as I said, one size doesn't fit all. It's evolving. You've got to keep on top of it. So what I'd like to do is finish with a couple of examples. This first one is a Hornsey Project 3, and then the Sheringham and Extension Project and the Dudgeon Extension Project, so SEP and DEP. So Hornsey Project 3, the cable route is the big pink corridor. I won't use the pointer because I can't make it do that. You can see that they came first. So they took the mitigation hierarchy. They avoided the site, the big MCZ at the bottom, by going around it. But if you can see right at the bottom corner, they still clip the site. It's a really, really small impact, but they did have to provide a MEEB case for the cable impact in that tiny bit. And that was to do with litter removal in the subtidal sands. So SEP and DEP came later. There wasn't enough space for them to actively avoid the site. So they chose to go through and made the decision to prepare their MEEB case right from the start and take that part of their consenting process. Now, a cable project, we all know, doesn't have that much environmental impact when it's just installation, but they've had to provide the creation of new oyster beds as their MEEB for this site. So that's added substantial cost to the project. It's had to be developed before they could start and be implemented before they could start construction. So it pushes all of those costs and that risk to before the financial investment decision. Okay. So another example is Greenlink. So this is an interconnector between the UK and Ireland. It's just finished construction very soon. This is one that agreed a compensation strategy with Natural Resources Wales to compensate for stony and bedrock reef. It followed a lot of the mitigation strategies I was talking about earlier. So they did live route development. They had a number of routes that they had to go and survey. They involved the regulator as they were surveying. So the regulator helped them select a route and come up with a route that everybody could agree on. So when the consent went in, there was a no surprise approach there. They had their derogation case approved, which is really great. But one of the things I'd like to say with this example is that it shows that no size fits all. So they came a couple of years ago. They didn't have to provide their compensation before construction started. So they were really lucky in that manner. But things have evolved, and the regulators' take on things and how they interpret the legislation has changed. And therefore, you know, the options that they provided here as their derogation or their compensation could be used on other projects, but they might have to be installed before construction. So it's just something to note. So the other example is Eastern Green Link 3 and 4. So these are reinforcement cable projects. They're in development at the moment. So the map on the left-hand side is from their consultation material. So they are the red and blue lines coming down the map. You can see this is East Coast, highly constrained here. So they are trying to find a route around the Holderness offshore MCZ, which is the big green polygon. It's very constrained. There's lots of activity there. It's very difficult to bring two cable projects around that site. So they're having to do additional survey to see if they can balance up the environmental impacts. Would it be better to go through the site or round it and clip the corner? Is it better to go through the subtidal sands, which are the broad scale feature? Or is it better to clip through the glacial tunnel valley? So they're consulting with stakeholders as they're doing those surveys, and they're making those decisions to make sure that if there is a preference with the stakeholders, that is captured in any route decisions. So just to kind of summarize, let's put my key messages back up there. I hope you take them away. The compensation in MEEB is not something that cable projects had to do in the past, but it is going to come, and it is something that we're seeing on more and more projects. Just don't underestimate how long it takes. Make sure that you're thinking about it right from the beginning of the process. It will affect the consent strategy and the consenting program. It will also add time and budget to programs as well, because it has to be implemented before that financial investment decision. So I just hope you take that away, and don't think that the environmental consultants can just turn it around like that, because we can't. That was the end of my presentation. Does anybody have any questions? I think Jacob's still got sweets.
I still have plenty, don't worry. So do we have questions? Yes, we can get a microphone up there. Can you raise your hand again? Yeah. Go.
Oh, hi, Miriam from Rumble. I have a question based on your experience. If any potential solution that could be, let's say, called as ecological in terms of, could it be ecological scour protection made with the ecological cement, or any type of ecological cable protection system, would be possible to speed up the process of permitting whenever is, of course, proof that this will enhance the marine life rather than distracting it?
It's a really good question, and it's one that we have been struggling with for the last couple of years. The UK regulators and Natural England in particular take a slightly different view to some of our European neighbours. So in the Dutch sector, for example, we know that they are doing investigations in rock protection to see how it enhances ecological function. In the UK, the stance at the moment is still very much you need to have in place the same habitat that was there. So if you're putting rock onto sand, then that's a loss of habitat, even if you are enhancing the biodiversity by creating something that's a nature inclusive design. So there's still a bit of struggle around that about whether it is being a net gain or a biodiversity net gain because you're creating something different and something new, or it is still seen as a loss because it's not what was there before. And until we get that policy change, perhaps, and that change in viewpoint, then yes, we can put forward ecological designs and things like that, but we still run the risk that we will have to just decommission them all at the end and we lose that benefit anyway. Thanks.
Good. Do we have one quick question?
Hi, I'm Abhijit. Environmental constraints are very important for a project and they cost significant to a project in terms of program and also expenses. So what do you say about bringing an environmental advisor, and what is the right time to bring an environmental advisor on a project?
Okay, so I would always say right at the beginning. So when you're starting to develop routes, the engineers will always have a very specific view on shortest, least constrained, potentially. I think I can see Matt frowning at me from Red Penguin going, that's not right. But there are different things that the engineering consultant will consider when you're developing a route, and an environmental consultant will perhaps add a nuance to it. So it's best to get both opinions right from the beginning so that you can try and balance it and you're not trying to get consent for a really difficult solution. So I've been involved in projects where the environmental consultant has been involved a lot later and have been presented with a route and a landfall and said, don't get consent for it. And it turns out it's right next to a seal haul out, or it's just going to be challenging. And that then adds risk to the later program. So it's trying to get the balance between those two disciplines and get both involved really early on.
Thanks very much. I agree with that. Thank you.
Perfect. But then, thank you very much. Nice. Okay, but then we will move on to our first panel discussion, and that will be moderated by Joel Ferreira from Horizon Bridge. Joel? Okay, but then the panelists, while you're on your way, I'll call them in, will be Simon Ludlam from Maris Connect, Arno Grevaux from NeuConnect, William van Zyl, Gardner and Theobald, and Rob Rome from National Grid. I'll maybe give you another one. Simon Ludlam.
Can you hear me? Good. Alas, I was not the recipient of a shiny new credit card, so I'm still here, rather than trying to catch a flight to the Maldives at Terminal 4. I don't know if you can even fly from there, but I'm excited to be here and even more excited to acknowledge and welcome our panelists today. We have an exciting discussion around the financing of interconnector projects or offshore cable projects specifically. So I'll start by introducing myself, and then perhaps I can have each of you just tell us who you are and what you do, just briefly before we kick off with our questions. And in terms of format, we'll spend about 20 minutes doing discussion amongst ourselves, and then we'll open the floor for questions thereafter. So the topic that we have is financing for new projects, effectively. But my name is Joel Ferreira. I'm CEO of Horizon Bridge. We're a relatively new company, specifically set up in the space between cable technology and insurability to bridge that gap. And so we manufacture cable monitoring technologies specifically and work with insurers and developers to improve the insurability landscape. So specifically, if you have any questions, there was a few things that were asked around what the kind of the cable failure modes and mechanisms are and where you should be placing your focus in terms of risk and how to mitigate those. Happy to have a discussion with you afterwards. So I'll hand it over to you guys to introduce yourselves. That's okay. Go from this end.
Hello again, Rob Rome, National Grid Interconnectors Business, Director of Commercial Customer and Regulation.
Thank you. Simon Ludlam, I'm CEO of Maris Connect, which is a project between Ireland and North Wales, currently in development. Previously, I led the Greenlink project, which hopefully will become operational in the next couple of months. And then prior to that, I did ElectLink through the Channel Tunnel, which has been operational now for a couple of years. And prior to that, I spent 15 years at Lehman Brothers financing projects in the energy space. Back in those days, we didn't really have renewables. It was more gas. There we go.
Drevos, I'm the CEO of NeuConnect. I'll talk about NeuConnect at length tomorrow morning. This is first interconnector between the UK and Germany. On a personal level, I've started my career in the nuclear industry for a couple of years in France, and then spent 16 years in project finance in the infrastructure business, not necessarily solely energy, all kinds of infrastructure, working mainly for the Bouygues Construction Group.
Thanks, Arno. Good afternoon. My name is Willem van Zijl. I'm a partner with Gardner Theobald, a consultancy that supports clients to develop and deliver infrastructure projects. I'm part of the energy team where we've got experience in helping to deliver the IFA2 project, NeuConnect, and then supporting on the Eastern Greenlink projects too, and a couple of other privately financed projects.
Thank you, everybody. Again, really experienced panel, so make most of the time in the questions today. So let's kick things off with a general question and maybe ask you, you can either take it individually or as a group if you want. How would you describe the current landscape for financing submarine power cable projects? Don't all jump at once.
Oh. Challenging. Well, we all know that construction costs have increased significantly, particularly since the energy crisis period, and it stayed high. We know that the supply chain is bulging because everybody wants HVDC. You only have to look at the ASTI projects, in the UK alone, a significant pipeline of demand for suppliers that were already in high demand. So I think the negotiating power has moved from developer to supplier at the moment. And there was a comment earlier, I think, question to Rebecca about you're going to invest in upstream assets, to manufacture cable and other components and so on, such as the demand. So it's a challenging environment. I think it can be helped. I think developers can be helped. Particularly, since Brexit, we lost access to pre-construction funding. Maybe we'll touch on that a bit later, but that would be something that would be very advantageous. As Anna mentioned, the challenges on where you can lay your cables and the hoops that you have to go through, to do the right thing there. And, these seabed surveys cost, tens of millions of pounds, and you have to take that at risk. So pre-construction funding is a key solution, I think, for what's going on in the environment right now, as well as cash during construction, which doesn't exist for interconnectors or OHAs in the UK. So there's certainly things we can do, and probably we can talk a bit more about those shortly.
Yeah, maybe just to pick up on that, it's always been tricky. These are big ticket items, so they're a billion plus. It's never been easy to finance them. But therefore, I think you need to look at each project on its merits. And as a young banker, I was told only the best projects ever get financed, and there's probably truth in that at the end of the day. Just when we've managed to get a scheme in place to finance point-to-point interconnectors, we're told that actually we've got to move on now. We've got to go to MPIs, and we don't have a clear regulatory environment as to how that will get done. But we can break it down into two parts, really. It's the DevEx, who's going to put up the risk capital right at the beginning to do a project. And going around, trawling around the city, looking for money from funders to go into Mars Connect or any other project I've done. It's not easy. You've got to persuade them on the merits of the project. The large TSOs obviously have capital on their own balance sheets, but for the private guy, you've got to go to private capital and persuade them to take risk. And depending on the project, we're talking between 30, 50 million euros of risk money before you even get to construction. When you get to construction, there are a whole set of other risks, and I won't go into that because Arno knows all about that. But I think today, I see the challenges as more project specific than anything else, and therefore picking the right projects I think will be important. And looking at the projects and thinking, if we rip up all the contracts for this particular project, we don't have any contracts, would the power still flow? I think over time regulation will change. I think power flows will change. If you've got to be pretty certain that your project will survive 25 years.
Thank you. I fully concur with everything that's been said. I didn't want to jump first to reply because Connect achieved financial close 2.5 years ago. So I'm not completely up to date on the latest news of the market. That seems to be very close to 2.5 years ago, but actually that was a completely different environment at the time, even though the main challenges we are seeing now already existed, but some of them are not so acute. What we already mentioned about issues with capacity and all those things. Maybe on a positive note, sorry, we talked a lot about challenges. There's this new form of financing interconnectors, this alternative form, which is private equity, project finance, that was completely new a few years ago. There was no regulatory regime for that. In our case, neither in the UK nor in Germany. Greenlink was first, and we followed suit to help develop an appropriate framework in the UK, and in Germany, it had to be started from scratch. I'll explain that tomorrow morning. All that now is proving to work. So I believe this is important. Greenlink is about to be commissioned. NeuConnect, as we'll see tomorrow, is on track. This is very important because this demonstrates the viability of this model, and with all the investment that is needed to achieve net zero and all the noble goals we discussed today, that's important to have access to all that pool of financing.
Thanks, Arno. Just to continue maybe on the positive theme as well, because there are a lot of risks and the world has changed significantly in the last 2 years. I talk quite a bit about that tomorrow morning as well. But Rob's slides earlier showed as well that for those schemes who have cap and floors, they have all traded above that cap for significant periods. So it should make a very attractive proposition for investors. And again, yes, it's new in this area, but project finance is not new. It's been a successful tool used in many other areas.
Great, thank you. Good start. So Simon, you kind of deferred to Arno with regards to the construction risk. So let's go there quickly and maybe if you could highlight for us what you see as any of those that haven't already been kind of identified.
Well, obviously on construction risk, I wanted just to make a quick mention of cash during construction, which was mentioned. That's something that doesn't exist in the UK regime. It does exist in the German regime. The two are so different that it's absolutely impossible to really compare them. But I wanted to highlight that it does exist in some other countries than not this one. In terms of construction risk, if I'm putting myself 2 years back in time, I think one of the specificities that is actually rarely mentioned as such, but which was a concern for the lenders, is that in traditional project finance infrastructure, and I'm not talking about energy infrastructure, but other infrastructures, the classic model of project finance is really this developer, this SPV, which is more or less fully in control of his project. Obviously, there's no project without any third parties, but fairly well in control, and passing down its risk to specialized contractors. What's different in energy project, generally speaking, is these important third parties and other stakeholders who are the traditional TSOs, the grid operators to whom we connect. And in the case of an interconnector, we have the luck of having two of them, one on each extremity. And this poses questions because obviously it poses an interface risk that is outside of the direct control of the sole developer. So we had obviously to reassure lenders by providing, by going to great lengths of detail with both National Grid at the time, NISO now, and TENET in the connection agreement, the construction agreement, and we were very, very happy to be supported by both the TSOs in this very important endeavor. And I believe, once again, this risk that was perceived by the lenders, I hope that will disappear with now the success of Greenlink being commissioned and ourselves being on time and on budget, and this will alleviate the concern that were expressed at some point.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that from anybody?
Well, just in terms of construction, without going to the basics of what most projects go through, with the point-to-point links, you've obviously got an offshore environment and an onshore environment to navigate. You've got two jurisdictions to work within. So it makes it complex, especially when you think of the stakeholders that Arno mentioned, together with the different environments that it has to be delivered within. And then the other one I'd say is, the time constraint. There's obviously a significant challenge with capacity. And then it's not just the UK that's facing that capacity constraint, it's a global one. So we're competing globally for limited resources and materials.
Absolutely, and competing not just for interconnectors, but with wind and other offshore renewable technologies as well.
Just on construction risk, yeah, with offshore hybrid assets, you're also, creating converter stations offshore rather than onshore. So that's a new risk to deal with. And I think, as mentioned as well, you're also relying on multiple parties to construct, to create it's not point-to-point anymore, it's an offshore hybrid asset with wind. So you are relying on multiple parties doing their bit. You don't have control over that. And of course, you sign up to a regulatory deal that includes, offshore platform that's being built at the moment. Both the Belgian and the Dutch ones are being built right now. You need those to be built. You're not in control of that. The wind to connect as part of the regulatory deal. So yeah, it's much more, not impossible, and we're obviously positive about it because we're hoping to go ahead with Lion Link and Nautilus, but they are very different. Yeah.
Thank you. So we've heard a lot today around kind of skills and labor shortages and supply chain capacity issues. Are there any solutions that you think we can adopt, or ways around this? It's perhaps a difficult question.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I don't have the magic solution, but just to break the embarrassed silence. I think, just like Simon said, it's all about project being convincing, being the right ones, being on time, also so capacity can be booked as early as possible. Obviously, you can't. I guess it's the same in every project, but you can't achieve FID without having your EPC contracts either signed or ready to sign. So once that's been done and once has been anticipated, it's important to deliver on time so that you don't disrupt the supply chain and you provide the supply chain with that confidence that you are meeting your commitments, and so capacity can be booked for you, and you avoid that situation when too many people book capacity maybe for projects that will never see the light of day.
That's a good answer, Arne. I think, visibility and collaboration with the supply chain or the whole value chain is key. If we have visibility and that confidence in the projects, it's more likely that they can be planned for properly and hopefully see delivery or them moving into delivery. So I think there's a big part to play, hopefully, with the suppliers coming to the table and supporting with that challenge, because it's a big one.
Yeah, maybe building on that. I think we're obviously in a tricky market at the moment, but I think two things come out of high price inflation in the market. One is that obviously prices go up, but unfortunately marginal projects fall away. So perhaps demand reduces if projects start to disappear, and I think we've seen a couple in the North Sea. The second thing that happens, which I think is a good thing, is it brings other people into the market because they can see super profits. And today the market's been a little bit dominated by Europeans, many of whom are in the audience today. But that's going to start to be supplemented by people from Asia, and we're already seeing them make inroads into relationships with some of the TSOs. So we'd welcome that, to have more people at the table and create greater competitive pressure when we go out to market.
Thanks. Perhaps just to call out the need for more governmental support, because these projects are becoming more strategic. As costs go up and the revenues, the congestion rent revenues reduce because of the multiple parties and well, I guess and the wind farm operators, which are taking some of those, if they don't have a CFD, they're taking some of those congestion rents. So you have lower, on an economic basis, the projects look less attractive, but they provide billions of pounds worth of carbon reduction savings, security of supply, and those things aren't easily monetized, in the existing frameworks. So I think, for the future, that's the track that we need to go down. We need to see if we can monetize these things and, and give some more support to developers through the regulated deals.
Very good. Thank you. So let's move on a little bit to between when you started some of your projects and today, how you feel the cost of capital has evolved, and whether you've seen any particular innovations in financing options for these projects that you think are particularly good evolutions.
Well, I think I've lived that. So when I first started in ElecLink, there was nothing. There was no regulatory environment, and so you just had to take 100% risk. And Eurotunnel, take my hat off to them. They put the whole thing on balance sheet and financed it without debt, effectively. They had their corporate lenders, but still, they took a gigantic risk. There was no regulatory regime that could underpin their revenues either in the UK or in France. Subsequent to that, cap and floor has now arrived. Again, that was designed initially for TSOs. So it was assumed that it would be on balance sheet, and they could have I think a few of you have spoken about it today, excess profits would go back to consumers. And I was glad to see Nemo giving 200 million back. Equally, Nemo customers have given them 100 million. But that seems to work very well, and it's quite English, and it's quite a good system. When we came to do Greenlink, again, there was no regulatory regime that would allow private capital to come into the Irish market to finance the asset. And so after a lot of backwards and forwards, we got a call from them. They said, "Well, what would you like to do?" And I said, "Well, without hesitation, if we could have symmetrical regulation across the Irish Sea, that would lead to banks looking at a single credit. They'd understand it immediately. And that would ultimately lead to a lower cost of capital, lower cost of debt. And as debt service is the single largest expense to consumers during the life of an interconnector, it's really worth fighting for. If you can just get 5 basis points off, we're all going to benefit from that. And so during that process, we were allowed to do that. We put that in place. Obviously, there's some Irish specific elements such as euros, and UK's got pounds. But other than that, it's very symmetrical, and therefore we could do a single debt raising, which was very effective. We needed to make some changes to that, and both regulators were very agreeable to make certain changes to their default regime of cap and floor to make some changes. So, for example, if you're a bank, you don't want to wait 5 years to find out whether you've got to whether there's going to be a payment made to consumers, or if you've failed to meet the targets, that you need a payment made from consumers to you to support your debt. So we moved it from 5 to 1 year. So that was a good idea. Then they had another regime, 80% availability. If you're at 79, the floor fell away. And if you're at, you've got a lot of problems if you're only at 80% availability anyway, because the cash isn't coming in. So they looked at that and they said, yes, no, that we understand that's a cliff edge. So we went through some regulation changes to make that work. And I think both regulators are very helpful, and we worked through that so that the project financing of both Greenlink and NeuConnect could happen. And importantly, that raised 3 billion euros of private capital that would never have come into the market otherwise. So I think in terms of the development of financing, it continues. And to your point, Rob, we've got a long way to go if we're going to start financing offshore platforms in the middle of the sea, because they're another billion each.
Not much to add to what Simon said, except confirming everything that was already been done. Regulation obviously plays a critical role, not so much in getting more advantageous financing conditions, rather than making financing possible at all. We raise debt in the UK and in Germany separately for us. And since we hate it when it's too simple, we also raise some debt in the Netherlands just for fun. Having the necessary regulatory adjustment and thinking in particular of the actual cost of debt floor. I won't go into too many technical details, but there are two floors, if I refer to Simon's presentation for project finance. One which is dedicated to protecting the lenders, the consumer, providing short-term support in case of issues, but the sponsors bearing ultimately the cost of refunding the lenders if things go wrong. And that one was really essential. That change in the regulation was really essential in allowing project finance to be possible for Greenlink and NeuConnect.
Great, thank you. Okay, looks like final question then before we open it up. What do you predict the interconnector market will look like 2030 and beyond?
I've got lots of ideas on that. I'm not going to hesitate. So I think it's very exciting. I think we've planned for 2030, but the big question is really what does happen after that. So if we're successful and we've got maybe not quite 300, but we've got close to, maybe a couple of hundred gigawatts of wind in the North Sea, it's going to be a powerhouse, but only when the wind blows. So I think our challenge is what do we do when the wind doesn't blow? So some governments will develop strategies of maybe using the wind to store it during the times of peak wind, and hopefully that's enough to cover the periods when we don't have it. I think we've got bigger challenges. I think we need to be looking very closely at neighbours that are not necessarily correlated with us. That's why we're doing Ireland. Ireland is always about 4 hours in front of the North Sea, 4 to 6 hours. And so we're going to be chasing down that first 4 hours when we're shivering in the North Sea, where we're going to take it from Ireland, and hopefully through interconnection, we can bring that quickly to consumers who need it in the centre of Europe. Looking even further ahead, one of the projects we're developing at the moment, we've been working on for a year now, is could we link very disparate basins that are non-correlated for both wind and solar? And that leads you to, could we connect North America with the North Sea? They're totally uncorrelated for wind. And when you get up in the morning in the US and you want your breakfast, it's the zenith here in Europe. And therefore there's an excess of solar here, and they've got a peak there. And 6 hours before, it's the reverse. So we're looking at long term at linking these uncorrelated markets. And there are other examples of X-Links and Sun Cable and others at long distance interconnectors. Now, clearly they have challenges and they're not going to be built tomorrow. But I think particularly with all the brains in this room, we're going to get over those technical challenges, and there'll be plenty of commercial reasons why we want to do that. So I'm very hopeful going forward, not only for the market, but also for our ability to decarbonize.
Yeah, absolutely. Likewise, very hopeful, very positive about the outlook for interconnection. I like what Simon said about, the correlation effect. I've been 25 years in this industry, and I know you said to me, Joel, you don't look that old, Rob. And that's right. That's right. Thank you for that. And you did say that, didn't you?
Anytime.
Yeah. And 25 years, and I was on the trading desk, years ago, when the new electricity trading arrangements kicked off, 2001. And, I looked in great detail at, demand and what that was doing, in the UK. And of course, we had the IFA interconnector back then, trading the interconnector, looking at what French demand was doing. And, and the demand came at different times. And then, of course, weather fronts, as you said, Simon, come across, you see them, don't you, coming across from the States? They hit Ireland, usually rain and wind. And then where I'm from, southwest Scotland, rain and wind. And then it passes over, and you can see that, okay, there's a correlation of wind, but it's, I've yet to see that situation. I'm not saying it can't happen, where everybody has zero wind at the same time. And, the Viking interconnector that we commissioned end of December last year is a very interesting dynamic. And if you follow me on LinkedIn, not many of you have connected. I just want to say that so far. But if you follow me on LinkedIn, you will see some analysis of how, weather fronts do happen at different times. And we can share supplies, when we've got excess or shortfalls, we get them back because of those demand differences, because of that, how the weather fronts occur across the various regions. That wasn't Rebecca Sedler, MD of Interconnectors, wasn't her. Yeah, so very positive. I think people are more in the mindset of we need these to happen. And I think today's announcement of Lion Link and Nautilus is and other point-to-points, with Ireland and Germany. I think that's some recognition that they are required and they are essential. So yeah, very positive about the outlook.
Thank you. Do you have something you want to say, Willem?
If I could just add, obviously stating the obvious with, 5 years ago, there was only a couple in operation. Today we heard about all of the whole fleet you have in operations, and then now point-to-points, long ones, short ones for the untechnical terms. So it's changing rapidly. The problem we have at the same time is it takes a very long time to get them through the development phase. And so we need the consistent strategy to say, yes, it is something we want to do. We need to do it. And so the developers, TSOs, the like can make sure it happens and do their part. Supply chain play their part. Governments play their part, etc.
Okay, thank you. I'm optimistic about the future too. In fact, if you look at the carpet today, you'll see the blueprint for the future of interconnectors. Okay, let's open up to questions. We have about 12 minutes left. Do we have some microphones? Just raise your hands when you have a question.
There you go, Ian.
All right. Hi, Ian Webb from Arup. How do you see project financing reacting to the supply chain's demand for early reservation payments?
It's a tricky one. So to be clear, they're asking for money up front, and they're asking for money up front, maybe say 10% of the cable, up front before a project has got to financial close. So debt can't provide it because you haven't got there. And so logically, you just turn left and you go back to equity, and you go to the equity guy. You haven't got certainty you'll ever raise the funds to get this project done, and it could be as much as a billion. And I want you to put into your pocket and pull out 100 million or something now. That's a very, very big ask. So the first reaction is, no, I'm not going to do that. But we've got to work with the cable manufacturers and find a way to make that risk allocated in a way that's acceptable. Now, there's going to be some legal elements. Can you put a charge on that cable so it's yours, whatever happens, and maybe you could resell it? Maybe you could look at sort of staging the payments in a different way. But it's quite a big ask. And in the boardrooms of all the private equity funds that are sponsoring all these projects, that's a big discussion at the moment.
I just add, that is a big elephant that's in the room for private investment projects. It's a really difficult one to cross, and I don't think anyone's got the answer yet because no one's had to do it. I suppose one solution I've seen, that is working in other environments with the TSOs is phasing the regulatory process and the commitments at the same time. No, I don't have the answer, but I think if the regulator can come to the table, give some certainty to developers, to the extent of which they need to at a point in time, you might get there with the suppliers to say, yeah, let's make the commitment to a point, and if it doesn't go well, you know, the consumer's part of that equation.
Next question.
There's a hand at the back.
Chris Sturgeon, Red Penguin. Suppliers market, as you say, they're very strong. How do you incentivize quality, especially if we're going further, deeper, longer, and those quality is going to become a more and more serious issue for continued supply and uptime? How do you, from a private finance perspective, incentivize that?
I have the feeling it's for me, but I'm not too sure I have the. I don't believe it's that different in the context of private finance than any other project. Maybe some of my colleagues could intervene in that respect. It's the in any case, I mean, a private developer has the same interest than the developer developing a project on corporate balance sheet to have the right quality. Maybe there may be even an additional incentive in the fact that the project is a standalone one, so it has to guarantee its own availability and its own performance on a standalone basis. So it's really the basics of having a team to have the right level of surveillance of the contractors, obviously choosing the right contractors, but the whole due diligence process with the lenders in that respect helps also selecting the right contractors, being on top of what happens, being present in the factories, that's what we do, and being present on site with the right team, the right support of the right consultants. It's really the same as any other infrastructure project. I'm not seeing any major difference. It's a difficulty, obviously, but it's not different from any other market. I don't, Willem, I see you.
I can, yeah. It's a really good question. Quality is everything, isn't it? And so is design. If you look at what Frank presented this morning, you look at a potential 3 gigawatt loss, which is difficult. It's difficult to manage the frequency when you get a loss like that on any system, even an interconnected system. And if you look at the future, if you believe that future of the North Sea, 300 gigawatts with the multiple connections, the network like the carpet, if you believe that, then we can't have poor quality assets going out of service, on a regular basis. Can't have it. And I think, all of us as we enter into these procurement processes, with suppliers should be as much as possible trying to remove the single component risk, a single component going down, which then takes the whole asset out, and having assets in the future which are more resilient to certain components failing, and having that resilience is absolutely key, because all of us right across Europe, UK are completely reliant on it working.
I just add, I think it's a really good question, and I think incentivization is probably not something that's well known or that well used in this sector. It is already a mechanism within the regulatory regime that, if the availability and reliability is better than what was planned for, there is an incentive that the developer gets back. Now, should we make a case for the suppliers to share some of that, to have that skin in the game? I think we should, because ultimately, the more reliable and available it is, the better performance, and the longer you'll trade above that cap.
Okay, I think I'd be expected to also add there that enhanced cable monitoring is obviously a part of that solution, and it does have interfaces with finance and with insurance on the basis that with proper data, better decision making can take place. Okay, we have time for a few more questions. Yep, for the very back.
With the current environment, I want to understand what is the maximum debt finance that interconnected projects can have?
I think it comes back to the regulatory regime it operates under. So debt, my experience, takes very, very little risk. So on the cap and floor regime, they'll just look to see what are the floor payments available. So when we come to financial close, Ofgem and its corresponding regulator, in the case of Ireland, the CIU, actually publish the number. They say it's, say, 50 million or 100 million. And then the banks will just simply look at that 100 million and they go, well, how much debt service will that cover? That'll be a function of the amortization, which say is 25 years, if it's a 25-year regulatory regime. And they'll look to see what the interest rate is, obviously, prevailing at the time, and the risk around it, because the interest rate can be high or low, depending on the ultimate risk of the project. And then they'll want to have some level of coverage that they call the debt service coverage ratio. So for every dollar you've got to pay, you've got to earn 1.25 before. So they'll look very closely at the certainty of cash flow, which comes from cap and floor. Under a regulatory regime, again, there's absolute certainty that you're going to get that cash based on the regulatory asset value of the asset that's financed. I think where the question probably goes in the future is, would they give you credit for cash flows above the floor? So as we look forward and all of these assets are massively outperforming, could we get some credit from cash flows above the floor level? That is still to be decided. And when you look forward down for 25 years, there's a fair amount of uncertainty as what cash flow might look like during that period. So at the moment, come back to your answer, it's a function of the certain cash flow that they'll lever. And to date, that's yielding around, between 70 and 80%.
Thank you.
Just wanted to add one or two comments. Well, first of all, Interconnection raised the 2.4 billion pounds. So that's an amount that was achieved 2 years ago, and I believe it could be achieved today, even despite all the challenges we mentioned. One interesting point also is that we were oversubscribed at the time, so we were able to be selective toward the lenders. So potentially we could have achieved more. And an interesting point that Rob made in the introduction, I'm really insisting on that one, is I don't want to sound as if I'm advertising too much the German regulatory regime. Actually, in absolute terms, I believe the GB regime is more attractive to private investors than the German one. But on this particular point, obviously, cash during construction helps, because obviously it allows you to have an additional lever to with less debt to do more during construction. Yeah.
Great. Any more questions? Yes, in the middle.
Hello. Probably a silly question, but I will give you
like silly questions. Go ahead.
I'm curious about if now that you present this financial structure, how this is really relevant for a project in floating wind. Is it still valuable? Do we need to consider extra risk? How do you see this? Probably is a silly question.
I have a view if nobody else does. Well, first of all, floating wind is going to be, at least in the UK waters, going to be financed through a contract for difference. And to your point about risk, how's that been reflected? The contract for difference for floating wind gives much higher number than that of fixed wind. So the government looked at it and they assessed what the risk was. They quantified it and they said, your contract for difference will be significantly higher. So that they've made that number public. Whether it's sustainable, whether the market will like that, both debt and equity, remains to be seen. That's specifically answering your question on floating wind. Other regimes may do it in another way. Maybe France will do it on a regulatory asset base, but at least in the UK, it's a CFD and it's a significantly higher level. And maybe somebody in the room can tell me, was it like £170 per megawatt hour? No wind people here. Okay. It was. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, last question. Now's your chance. Okay. Looks like everybody wants lunch. Okay, thank you everybody for your participation today. If we could have a round of applause for our panelists. And looks like Rob's checking his LinkedIn, so
for 10 since I called out. Thank you for the 10.
So feel free to connect with all of our panelists, and thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. So we will move on to the next presentation, and that will be Jonathan Wood from Copenhagen Infrastructure Service. And on the note of debt, while the ladies are rearranging the stage, I have some debt to settle. I've forgotten. No, you pass. Okay. Who else do I owe some sweets to? You asked the question, right? There. Oops. Oh, sorry. This one didn't fly that well. Somewhere there, Abhijit, in front of you, Rini, in front of you. Oops. And I had the gentleman from Red Penguin, but he left. Okay, but that will be then for later. Anybody else I missed? No. Okay, good. Then, please.
Thanks very much. I think, if I'm honest, I'm pleased I'm standing this side of the sweets being thrown. So, thanks for the opportunity for speaking. I think, obviously, as I was bumped up from after lunch. I'm sure we've got a room full of very hungry people, so I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. So what I wanted to talk about today was a little bit of context around Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, what we are doing, where we come from, a couple of the projects that we are developing, as well as probably touching on quite a few of the themes of development challenges for interconnectors that people have already touched on today. So since its inception, I think it's, as you can see, a fairly young company, founded in 2012 by partners that came from Dong Energy. Since then, they've established 13 discrete investment funds in order to ultimately invest solely in greenfield renewable energy projects. This has been diversified, as you can imagine. The start was very much focused on just offshore wind, but now different asset classes are coming into all of the different funds that are set up, and we can touch on that a little bit. I don't intend to go through all of the detail on these slides. I know they're going to be made available. So a little bit about CIP as a sort of a fund manager. It is now one of the leading global renewable investment funds for just renewable energy. As you can see, the growth over the last 12 years has been quite significant in terms of the finance raised for the different funds that are available. We have over 40 ongoing active projects in construction and operation. And from the second point down on the right, you can see that we make quite a reasonable return for those investors. That said, we do take our role in investment very seriously. So the couple of points just down there relate to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure the majority of the room are fairly familiar with those. You can see our contribution to not only the capacity of renewables that's being invested in and delivered, but equally on the amount of CO2 that is avoided by the investments that we at CIP make. And similarly, things like another UN-backed initiative for the principles of responsible investment. We consider ourselves to be an active owner and investor and try to do that in a sustainable and reasonable way with clear ESG initiatives, but equally looking at how we can improve the communities and the environment within which we exist. So things like biodiversity net gain. I'm sure Anna will be pleased to hear those things talked about. But that is something that we are very passionate about within CIP. Really, this was just a slide to show you the scale of where we're getting to at CIP. So these are the sort of the 40 projects globally that we're undertaking. As you can see, the majority of that remains offshore wind, but the different asset classes that we're investing in, whether it be solar PV, biomass, storage, We are expanding in each one of the key territories around the world and present in all sort of key 5 continents. The sort of the pipeline that we see for investment, I think it's well, the graph on the left. I think obviously what we're seeing is 2022 ideas may have changed with the recent elections, but certainly in America. But I think ultimately the pipeline is very strong globally. And CIP's ambition is one where we not only become a key contributor to certain asset classes. As you can see, the goal is by 2035 to have 15 to 20% of global offshore wind investment. We also are trying to make sure that more broadly the net zero ambitions are met. So one of the more focused ambitions of the company is that by 2050 we're able to contribute to 1% of global net zero targets through the investments that we make. So a little bit of what we do in the UK and Ireland, just a bit of a snapshot on this. And don't worry, I've got some less detailed slides coming up. This just gives an idea of the investments that we've made in the last seven or 8 years into the UK. We've invested over 2 billion, and we see that there's a pipeline of projects that CIP are considering in excess of 15 billion in the future years. We can see that there's quite a healthy market across the different asset classes, not just offshore wind, but obviously interconnectors, as you can see, transmission and interconnectors form a big part of this investment in the future. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that that portfolio is sufficiently diversified. But as you can see, some of the numbers that we're already achieving, 30 billion of invested capital to date, and the target by 2030 is to get that up to 100 billion euros in total. So you'll see that these slides were prepared before today's announcement, where we obviously had the positive news around Tarkon. But I'll touch a little bit about the 2 interconnectors which we're currently developing, and these are active and public. So we have Tarkon and Kronos, and I'm sure Rebecca will know from the announcements as well. Kronos unfortunately didn't get through, but thankfully Tarkon did. We have, for those who aren't aware, these are within the Window 3 framework. We have the objective of getting these interconnectors connected by 2032. Obviously, with Kronos and the outcome of that, that's something that we may have to look at for the next window, but we shall take that into consideration. So a little bit about my project, which is Tarkon. So a 1.4 gigawatt VSC converter connected by a 525 kV, we're assuming XLPE cable between the UK and Germany. We have a shared investment as CIP. So the project's originators, Volta Partners, retain a shared stake with us in the development and construction of the interconnectors. They're a UK-based company. They have quite a significant background in UK and global investments in renewables. But something that we've tried to do is try to make sure that we have a good foundation on which to build these projects. So in the UK, we have grid connections for the projects that we're undertaking presently, and we are within the network development plans for both Germany and Belgium. Obviously, we'll have to see how that works out after today. But from a development point of view, I think the key focus that we've been undertaking has been to progress with a number of the planning and permitting work streams, particularly with land acquisition and equally engaging with the supply chain. So we'll come on to a little bit of that shortly. And from a regulatory perspective, and certainly the backing of PMI, we're grateful to the fact that we are a PMI project, and that in itself is able to help us push forward with development and be prioritised, certainly within the German permitting framework. So a little bit about development challenges of interconnectors. And I wanted to touch on some of the things that really are focusing our minds within CIP, and certainly, by the sounds of it, touching on the themes that others are bringing, from the panel discussion that we just heard, as well as other presentations, and I've no doubt will be touched on by others over the next day or so. But from an investor perspective, what is it that we're looking for? So there's sort of 4 key risk areas in principle. One is obviously locational risk. So where should you invest? Volume risk of how much of something should you build? Allocation risk. So where can you get an agreement or sufficient allocations in order to be able to justify that investment? And obviously price risk, probably the most simple one, but it's in terms of understanding, but a very complex one in terms of the outcome. So how much do you have to invest? When do you have to invest it? And when do you start seeing a return? And I think a lot of those things are distilled into some of the themes that sat at the bottom of the slide. And these are what I'll go into at the moment. So some of the considerations that we're seeing at the moment within CIP relate to the policy and regulatory framework that obviously sits behind the projects that we're undertaking. So we have the consideration of things like time-bound policy. I mean, from many people's perspective, this is a real positive move, but actually in terms of the effect that it has on developers and on the market, things like a fairly near-term timeline of a 2032 commercial operation, or in Germany, where the ambition is to achieve 60 gigawatts of offshore wind connection by 2037. That's putting a significant amount of demand into the market. And that is within a particular time period, and there are risks in the event that you fall outside of that time period. The duration of decision-making. I'm sure Rebecca and others are probably aware of the delays that have been seen to the IPA process. We know that regulatory decisions are taking a bit longer at the moment. They are complex. I think we have sympathy with regulators' position that it is a complex and changing environment. But what that does is, when you have an end date which at the moment is fixed and a delay to the decision process, all that does is put additional pressure on developers to try and secure that capacity. Then you have things like the risk of regime change. So again, we've seen consultations on the cap rate, on the equity beta that's used for equity analysis, and obviously the equity estimation criteria that are used within the cap and floor process. These are things which, again, as they are consulted on to what was a stable framework, start to erode that stability and the view of stability from wider investors, particularly from a project finance perspective. I know we've got a number of the suppliers in the room, but I think it's just worth touching on from a developer's perspective. There is absolutely sympathy with the situation that the supply chain faces. I think we can all see that there is a very buoyant market. We can see that there are capacity concerns. I think it's been mentioned by a number of presenters already today around the availability of manufacturing capacity and the availability of other resources in order to be able to fulfill the needs of the projects that are being developed. We understand, I think, that suppliers are also trying to balance that investment, because whether this is a bubble, the suppliers may end up being left with stranded assets and therefore are unable to fill those factories in future if they build over the capacity that they see in the market. And then we also see other factors. Personnel have been mentioned, but restrictions in bond markets, as well as other volatility that suppliers have to manage. So things like commodity prices, commodity availability, all of these things are putting additional pressure on suppliers to be able to meet the needs of developers. And then we have also things like grid connection and third parties. So we know that there is a significant interest demand in grid connections. So many of you will know the situation in the UK market where there is sort of a 3 times demand of grid connection applications compared to the amount of capacity that's actually needed within the grid itself. So as part of that, NESO and other parties are in a position where we're facing response strategies to try and manage that connections process. And connections reform coming through is a situation that obviously means that there is increasing pressure on developers to create certainty within the development process, obtaining land as early as possible within that development timeline, as well as putting significant amounts of security against that grid connection. So what does this mean for some developers? So it means that you look out onto the market and obviously there are significant challenges. It changes the response to different concerns, different risks that are materializing, and means that developers will put in place mitigation strategies that suit their particular context. So we're seeing things like a land rush, we call it a land rush, but around grid connection locations. Because of the demands of connection reform, people are pressing to try and obtain land around connection locations, and more or less everyone is doing that at the same time because of the timeline of the connections reform coming into place. Similarly, we're seeing other developers making decisions to delay their investment into portfolios in order to try and ride out the perception of a bubble, so that they can say, well, we can take a longer term strategy to investment, and others may be thinking about actually accelerating that. And looking at procurement and how you may engage with the supply chain, that could materialize in a couple of ways. So one of them is around framework. I think a couple of people have mentioned frameworks today around how you access available capacity in the market, or you end up placing a capacity reservation agreement with very significant pre-FID commitments in order to maintain that secured capacity within manufacturers' factories. There's a couple of other points, and then I'll come on to something hopefully a little bit more positive, because I realise that I'm talking a lot about challenges. But I think what some of the other things that we're seeing are around things like PMI. So from an outsider perspective, obviously the Brexit situation has been mentioned, but we no longer have that connectivity as readily within Europe, and I think we find that looking to engage with authorities at a national and local level, particularly in other countries, I think there is a less of a visibility of PMI and the responsibilities that more local authorities have to help us comply with that responsibility, and the prioritization that brings from a European-wide level. Land rush I already touched on, so I won't mention that. I think that's fairly obvious. We're also seeing things like this accumulation of effect on local stakeholders. So where there are particular nodes around which there is significant new projects being developed, obviously the local stakeholders, residents, businesses, other groups are concerned. It feels very much like there are a series of very well briefed consultants, clients, and other parties coming into their region and making very significant changes that are outside of their control. So we're seeing more opposition. There have recently been instances where there's been security concerns for people that have gone out onto site on behalf of some of the projects that we're linked with. So this does create quite a significant level of adverse sentiment if not managed correctly. And then equally things like the parallel activities on different projects. So where we're seeing that there is a lot of congestion within certain routes into particularly the marine environment in the nearshore area, we see that actually authorities are less likely to provide permits for things like marine surveys or other activities if there is a concern of the cumulative effects on environmental or ecological issues within that area because of the nature of, say, existing installation activities that are ongoing for other projects. And what this comes down to, I think, is there is a challenge for developers, but equally regulators from a commercial sense, because a lot of what I've talked about and quite a few of the other things that have been mentioned today focus around the impact that that ultimately has on a commercial basis. So the bottom line for projects, and equally how regulators can actually actively and effectively test what value for money actually looks like for consumers when very many things within the market actually attract a premium based on the level of demand that we're seeing. And as I think Simon mentioned earlier, that does translate into a very high pre-FID exposure for development, for developers. And that's in the tens and, in our case, potentially hundreds of millions of pounds. And I think we need to find a way around looking at how we can work with supply chain as well as regulators to manage that pre-FID risk. So this is last slide. I'm going to try to deal with this fairly quickly. But what I think we're after, and I think many of the other developers are after, is this sort of stable environment. We want to have a degree of certainty. We want the ability for positive policy to be developed, particularly where we have good collaboration between the UK and other parties. We've recently participated in NSEC around the North Sea Energy Cooperation. I think that's a really positive move to try and look at spatial planning and a more deliberate way of actually planning projects between different countries. Equally, things like the policy framework and making sure that it's a predictable way of indicating to the market, whether it be developers, but other parties as well, on when projects are needed and where they're needed. And I think that's a really key thing for us to consider around trying to take away some of the more time-bound pressures on developers and trying to make that a clearer, longer-term vision to achieve the overall goals. I think grid connection we touched on. I think it's fairly clear that having a more predictable way of accessing grid connections and allowing developers to have certainty on the, as well as not being in a position where developers are left with, making very significant investment decisions on the back of sort of draft code change positions. We have the communication on the permitting process, making sure that authorities, both UK and across Europe, where we are connecting into, are clear on the responsibilities that are placed upon developers and upon them for supporting things like the 10E regulations and the discharge of those regulations effectively. Collaboration and coordination, I think this is a UK and Europe factor. I think there's been a lot mentioned around this from sort of Rob and others around how we can best reintegrate, particularly with Europe, but other neighbouring countries, and how we make sure that the policymakers, Ofgem and others, actually take account of the views that are present in this room and have been mentioned today. How can that effectively be understood and harnessed by the likes of Ofgem in order to be able to inform the next steps of policy development? And then regulation and how we can best balance out the returns for investors. How do we incentivize the market to continue to develop interconnectors in a situation where we may continue to see high prices and high levels of risk exposure for developers over the next 10 or 20 years? How do we inform the regulators of the challenges and the length of time that those challenges may be facing the industry? Hopefully, some useful questions, useful things that we're thinking about. These are all things that we're trying to obviously positively affect, but equally recognising that there are a number of significant challenges that everyone's facing. So thanks very much. And apologies, I know I'm over time. So.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think you realized that, so we'll have to skip questions, but we're moving into lunch now. So feel free to attack James on the way there and raise your questions there.
Cheers.
Yeah, thank you. Good. So as was said before, lunch is where or
opinions, needs, understand.
Hi, Colin. I can see you and hear you as well.
Compared to other people, but we tried to come up with something that was fit for all. So we created the LCI report, which is
Yeah, I'm in a
CER's.
meeting, but I can
This
hear
is
you.
currently
You need
available
try sharing
on
your
the LCI
screen.
website for free.
Yeah, okay. I think that works okay.
for the first session after lunch. So our next speaker is Andrew Norris. And I have to have a look, Andy, because you changed quite often. Matthews Daniel is it this time? Okay, good. Andy.
Thanks, Jacob. Yeah, just while you collect your thoughts and go back to your seats, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. And the advice of giving a presentation is always never start with an apology. So I always avoid that. But I think on this occasion, I might be forgiven because if you look at the details in your pamphlets there, you'll see that there's quite a few column inches of my history compared to everybody else. And I didn't realize that not that much information was needed. So if you get bored halfway through, you're forgiven. And likewise, if you forgive me for doing that. Okay, so I'm a loss adjuster. Loss adjuster turns up when things bad have happened. And we are appointed by the insurers and we position ourselves equally between the insured party and the insurer. And we try to bring about, having gone through due process and investigation, some sort of mutually acceptable resolution of the claim. So I'm going to be talking today about cables, and we get, as a company, very much involved in that. Matthews Daniel is one of those companies that has put itself in that sector and has quite a lot of experience, but we also work a lot on offshore wind farms as well. Okay, so I see the clock started, everybody's got their seats, and let's kick off. So the energy transition, everybody's talking about it. It's been happening for years and years and years, but it seems to have come to the forefront now. And it's everywhere you look. So I was just recently in Singapore, and on the local news, in time for the Singapore International Energy Week, there was an announcement for the Sun Cable project that had been given some sort of regulatory approval by the Singaporean energy, whatever they're called. And that was not only the world's, or if it's built, the world's biggest cable project at 3,400 kilometers. It also will import electricity from the world's biggest solar farm, and also there will be the buffer of the world's biggest battery energy storage system. So it seems wherever you look around the planet, there are these mega projects being proposed. X-Links is another one. I know there's some others that I'm not in a position to talk about at the moment. But in addition to that, island nations and small places like the United Kingdom are looking to their neighbours to share electricity. So interconnectors are one of those ways of doing that. And also we see that there's offshore wind as well. So we're going into new locations, longer distances, higher voltages, and delivering more capacity. That leads to significant amounts of investment. Offshore electrical infrastructure needs to be upgraded. We're seeing offshore HVDC converter projects, offshore grids being proposed, subsea substations, which is an interesting one. I showed a picture here, which I grabbed off the internet. It's the Renexia project, where I think it's Aker Solutions are being tasked with designing 8 subsea substations. We see energy islands and more. So what else do we see? Well, we see hybrid interconnectors. And so I'll be talking about insurance, but moving into the world of hybrid interconnectors. And I saw a report recently from Wind Europe where they were proposing that maybe by the 2030s, something like a third of all offshore wind capacity will be delivered via hybrid interconnectors. To my knowledge, there's only actually one at the moment, Creekers Flack, but maybe there's people in the room who know of others. So as we look around, we see this huge amounts of investment going into infrastructure development. And here we have a step change shown in the graphs for the UK in terms of cable lengths for transmission and distribution, and for the grid investment taking place from sort of 2025, let's say, onwards. It just goes up into overdrive. And it's not just the UK, it's not just Europe, it's not even just Singapore, it's right across the globe we're seeing this, and it's all being driven, you might say, by offshore renewables and other forms of renewables onshore. But even if we look to the United States, New England seems to have a particular issue with connectivity at the moment. This was recently in the news, Revolution, a wind farm being built by Ørsted, where they announced that due to the late delivery of the substation assets, they wouldn't be able to complete the project. So here is an example from the United States, but in fact, it's a little bit more than just one project. It's right across New England, to the extent that the US Department of Energy has had to earmark, if you like, investment, $389 million for infrastructure upgrades. And that's, something which I think we're going to see more and more across the globe. Interesting, if I can get my digital pointer to work. Yeah, just around that area there. I don't know if people can see at the back, but, some very, very long export routes from that Sunrise Wind, and I think that is going to be an HVDC interconnector for that project. But in any case, lots and lots of investment going into this sector. Well, that happened to somebody else, and I now know what that feels like. It's a stuck button, I think. Oh no, you're going to see all the good stuff. Oh, that is so embarrassing. Oh well. Oh, dear, oh dear. How can we get around that? Here we go. Back to where we were. Right, I'll try and push it just once. Click. Okay, so what does this mean for the insurance of submarine power cables? Well, it's definitely going to be a challenging and complex environment for insurance. And, witness number of insurers and brokers in the room today, it's suddenly got on people's radar, and they're rather excited and want to know more about it. They want to educate themselves and be a part of that discussion. So this is likely to lead to, I believe, very complicated loss scenarios in the future, which will be very difficult to resolve. So let's have a look at the insurance in a bit more detail. Click once, and we have two simple cable models, pretty standard stuff, this. So it's a typical situation for an interconnector. You're bringing two grids together using an HVDC connector. Why that technology? It gives you a number of advantages. If you have an AC interconnector, then you have to synchronize the grids. With HVDC, that gives you some ability to allow the two grids to act in not in concert with each other, but sort of differently to each other. And it also gives you very huge transmission distances, amongst others. So the interconnector developer builds and operates, and they're typically, let's say, a grid operator, but not always. The offshore wind farm, on the other hand, that model is quite simple. Typically, we've seen that the developer builds the wind farm, but at some point, the transmission assets are sold in UK under the UK system to an offshore transmission operator. So let's have a look at a typical, underline typical cable project insurance. And what we find is there's two distinct phases. So we have the construction phase, and here I've supposed that it's a 4-year project, and it goes off into operations at handover, project handover. And there's a couple of things at the bottom here. So we have in the construction phase or the construction project, typically something called a maintenance period, and that serves a couple of purposes. One is to allow you to undertake maintenance type activities that weren't completed at the point of handover. So maybe something was left unpainted or something simple like that. But it also, depending on your insurance cover and the Rolls-Royce cover versus the bargain bucket basement one, you could potentially have a thing called guarantee maintenance. I think less so extended, but guarantee maintenance is that if something happens during the maintenance period in that early phase of operations, due to a cause originating from prior to commencement of the maintenance period, i.e. during construction or be further back in manufacture, then there could also be a response from the insurance. So this is a very standard, typical project insurance. And of course, there will then be a discussion about all the other bits and pieces that you see in the back pages of the policy. Another way of looking at it is that there would be two types of cover. Very typically, you have a physical loss or damage cover. And so for the construction period, we tend to talk about construction or erectional risks, CAR, EAR phase. And then for the operational phase, it's an operational or risks, OAR phase. And I'll come back to that in just a second. The other type of insurance that you typically find is a pecuniary insurance, money insurance, let's say, and that could be for loss of revenue, but it could also just be a simpler cover for fixed costs and debt servicing. And they come in sort of two standard sizes, let's say. For the construction period, you have the delay in startup due to an event that shifts the project handover to the right because it wasn't able to achieve that due to the event. And then the other sort, which is the business interruption once the thing goes operational. Now, it gets a bit complicated for offshore wind farms because you can have partial handovers of strings of turbines that then go operational. And I've tried to keep it as simple as possible today, so I didn't put that in there. But then you get the complicated thing. If it is a wind farm, the wind farm's transmission assets are handed over or they're sold to an OFTO in the UK. So again, you know, you could look at lots of different models. I wanted to try and keep it within the time available. So that creates a contingent BI exposure for the generator. The generator now says, hang on, I'm using somebody else's assets to export my power. And that creates contingent business interruption exposure that can also be insured. But the transmission assets, they also have an exposure because they could also lose revenue, so they could buy a business interruption cover. So it's getting a bit more complicated. So how about an atypical project insurance? Okay, so the previous one was your standard model, if you like. How about for a hybrid interconnector? This is where it gets really complicated. But we'll start off with the basic stuff again. So we've got a nice little interconnector joining two grid systems together. And you've got transmission system operators on both ends. Could be one and the same company, but I think it's more likely to be two. And there's probably an international boundary between the two. So the interconnector is being built by co-venturers. That creates two types of risk. You've got the onshore property risk for the grid system on the left-hand side, and you've got the onshore property risk for the grid system on the right-hand side, but then you've got this construction EAR risk in the middle as well. So you could then further subdivide the offshore construction risk because not all of it is actually offshore. And if you think about it, for an interconnector, you've got these buildings here. These assets are the converter stations and they're onshore. So that's a very different type of risk to the offshore cable risk. And quite often the policies are written so that the joint that's quite close to the shore there is the point where it transfers into the onshore part of the construction risk wording. For an operational risk, pretty much the same thing. I'm going to flick backwards and forwards and see if you can notice the difference. Oops, too many. It's a little bit slow, this one. EAR just turns to... Crikey, the suspense is killing me. Oh, there we go. OIR. So pretty much the same thing. Okay, so we keep it nice and simple again. And so what we do now is we just talk about it generically as a hybrid interconnector or meshed grid. And I've got a nice little graphic there. That's the converter platform. And we've planted two of these things in the middle of the sea because they were onshore risks previously, and they're now offshore risks. And of course, they will be fed into by probably offshore substations. And those offshore substations will be fed into by the generating assets themselves. So you've got the wind turbines producing electricity, green electrons, which go into an AC substation, and from the AC substation into an AC-DC converter, and then from there into the hybrid interconnector, which could end up in one of two different locations, or maybe more if there are more parties that are joined together by the hybrid interconnector. So I think we can say that's getting quite complicated because we've got now multiple wind farm owners all feeding into a shared asset. And this happens. Suddenly, the interconnector fails. In this scenario, the interconnector failure causes a loss of availability so that the offshore wind farm operators are unable to export power. And that's just going to lead to a whole bunch of questions straight off. You know, does this failure relate to the construction period or the operational period? Did it happen in the operational period, but actually relates to the construction period during the maintenance period? Was it an installation issue? Are records kept, and who keeps those records? Where are they? Are they accessible? Are they owned by a third party? When was the cable last surveyed? Who keeps the survey records? Was it properly surveyed? Could it be caused by an external force, or was it an internal failure of some description? And who has custody of all this information and the cable itself? And then you might ask, can it be claimed as, if you like, an exceptional event? Now, I've taken this as an example, and I appreciate this is just an example. So what I'm trying to do is to have a look at the regime as it stands today, and looking back over the last 10 years in the UK, to give an illustration of where I think the pinch points will be as we go into the hybrid interconnectors world. There'll be a whole regulatory, bunch of information to do with that, but I'm just trying to use this to illustrate how complicated I think things are going to get. So a while back, back in January, I think it was, the Office for Gas and Electricity Markets published a letter which was intended to clarify the situation for OFTOs concerning liability and exceptional events. So the first thing to say is an OFTO, they provide transmission capacity to generators. They manage the risks within their reasonable control for a 20-year period. And the Ofgem letter is basically saying, this is our advice for you, the OFTO, but also other interested parties. And to me, that means people like insurers. It does not constitute a general policy position. And like I said, this is illustrative anyway. And the OFTO must maintain their assets in line with good industry practice. So you've got a cable, you look after it. They will then be incentivized to look after it using a mechanism which will bump up or diminish the amount that they earn as revenue via a bonus penalty regime. They're meant to keep at 98% availability. They could earn more than 5% more, but they could also be penalized 10% less. So the incentive is capped effectively on the downside. They will never lose more than 10%, according to that, of their bonus. What is an exceptional event? Well, they talk about acts of God. They talk about the public enemy, war, all those good things down there. But they say it's not actually a full list. It's not without exception. In other words, there could be other things that they would consider as an exceptional event. And it doesn't include weather conditions which are reasonably expected to occur at that location. So if it's a bad storm, that's not going to be an exceptional event. The OFTO assumes all the normal operational risks for the assets and has responsibility for operating the asset from the point of transfer and maintaining the asset. So they manage the normal risks arising from owning, operating, and maintaining the asset. This is the OFTO. This is the transmission system owner, if you like. Now, mere fault or failure of the apparatus will not be construed as an exceptional event. So that punishment, if they don't look after the stuff, there's a bit of question there as to how that would respond. And failure should be considered as a normal operational risk for the OFTO. And then finally, just going to moving forward because of the time, Ofgem may take commercial arrangements into account, including whether insurance is available. So at that point, you start thinking, oh, yeah, well, insurance is available, isn't it? Yes, with certain limitations. And the other thing to remember is that when we think about cables, it's not always just the cable. It could be a termination for the cable. And the termination of the cable, we need to know where that is and who has ownership and custody and control of it. So just bear in mind, it's not always the thing on the seabed that's been broken. But it could be that the design is faulty and that its manifestation is manifest in the cable termination. And it could be also onshore effectively. So it could be that the system is let down by an onshore failure that affects the offshore generator. So the question then is, what is good industry practice? Have they done enough? Well, maybe. Who controls the spare cable? Is there sufficient cable? Where is it? Is it properly stored? The operators of the wind farms, they want to make sure that when it came down to it, the OFTO had sufficient spares to be able to repair the cable. And if they haven't, that's an issue. Have they got sufficient funds to be able to pay for the repair? If they look at the availability of vessels and the vessels are not available till next year at a much cheaper rate, they might not want to repair now. And that again would be to a disadvantage of a generator. And also, who performs a root cause analysis? Who has ownership of that? Who has even access to it? And then finally, a typical policy will respond for all risks of physical loss or damage, and it does not say defects. Well, they may have the word defect or defects buried in the details, but essentially the policy is a physical damage policy. So sometimes cables have a defect but are not physically damaged, and that can also be a major issue. But I think in the interest of time, I'll cut short there. I know that I'm at the end of my allocated time, and so I'll just quickly wrap up by saying the insurance of submarine power cables is inherently complicated. We know that from our experience in the past. They present their own unique set of challenges. And also, I think what we can do with a high degree of confidence is to project forward and say that when we go down the hybrid interconnector route, those already complex things are going to become especially complex and problematic to resolve. With that, I will hand back to the chairman. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Andy. I think we have time for one quick question. So there is one from the room. No? So, we have one there. I was also told that the reward should follow the action very quickly. So I have to throw it now.
Is this one on? Good.
There we go.
Thank you a lot. Kids will much appreciate it. Andrew, you might not be the right one, but you mentioned it, so I raised the question. You said, has the OFTO owner the right spare parts? I've learned from some wind farms before they sold their OFTO off that there is a limitation of how many spares you can buy, or they cannot turn over, how you say that it cannot be included in the sales price later on. Are you aware of any limitations? Is that still the case?
I'm not aware of any limitations, and I have to confess I've never been involved in one of those transactions when the OFTO takes ownership of the transmission assets. But one thing which is a little bit sort of folklore in insurance circles is that you have a cable, but it's a kilometre of cable. One thing that we're going to see in the future is that the wind farms are going to be more spread out, and a kilometre of cable isn't going to be enough. So that could be an issue, just the length of cable. But also, the history of cables is such that we have multiple failures, and there's just, there's a need for more than one repair. And then the 1 kilometre of cable, even if it being sufficient for one repair, is not sufficient for multiple repairs. And then if you want to repair after that first failure, then you have to go back to a manufacturer. They have to set up a production line. They have to get everything in place to be able to bespoke make a new section of cable. Or, and I have seen this, you go scouring around the market to see if anybody else has got any spare cable. The other thing that happens is that the cable tends to be in storage in some remote warehouse, and people move jobs and documentation gets forgotten about. And then one day you need it, and you've actually got a job to locate it. And then when you do locate it, you find that it has been left in a wooden pallet in the back of the warehouse. It's not been properly looked after, or maybe it's on in a spool or whatever, especially the joints, which could be in boxes. And you open up the box and you find, I'm not even sure if this is still a serviceable piece of equipment. And then you have to maybe put that spare through a test procedure before you can actually use it. We've definitely seen that. On the one I saw, it was serviceable, but there was considerable doubt as to whether it was when they first found it. Maybe not an entire answer to your question, but I hope that helps anyway. Thank you.
Perfect. But then, thank you very much, Andy. And we will move on to our next presenter. We'll have Michael Brooks. Oh, good. So our next presenter is Michael Brooks from TGS 4C Offshore. Michael.
Sure. She's up and down on this. Let's make sure we get it right.
This is forward, this is backward, and the red one is
right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see so many people here. Obviously, an interconnector market is taking a great interest at the moment, and particularly after the announcements this morning, it's going to be even more interesting. A little bit of background. I'm not going to go into specific details on too many things. I'm doing a broad brush because we've had a lot of specifics talked about and there's more to come. But I'm going to try and give an overview where we see things are at the moment and where we're going forward. 4C Offshore has been around for quite a long time, and our main area of focus has been giving due diligence to interconnector operators before they start their installation, and then assisting them with the installation programs, basically to make the whole project fit for purpose so it can generate revenue. We also have a data intelligence division, and as a result of the data intelligence division, we were bought out by TGS, who are a very large Houston, Oslo-based company with a turnover of just under $1 billion, specializing in deep seismics and shallow seismics. And they saw this as an opportunity to get into the renewable market. So going into my paper, ignore that. Okay, this is just a summary of what we got on here. The 4C, and I'm talking about the subsea cable division, basically is there to support investors, operators in understanding what they need to do to safely install and keep a operating interconnector cable going. That's just a statement that I was told to put in, that TGS have this wonderful cloud-based data storage system, which means that anybody can tap into it at any point in time. This is an operator or the owner. See what's going on, what's been done, and even go back over historical records to see what happened, say, 2 or 3 years ago during the installation program. So it means you can get a quick recovery and an overview as to what the status of your cable is. Moving to the next step. We've already covered it. HDBC cables are vulnerable. They don't like being bent. They don't like being buckled. They'd rather be left alone. They're not. They go wrong, and when they go wrong, it's expensive. What am I supposed to point this at? This or that? Help us. There we go. Andrew, help. Failure analysis. This is a summary snapshot. It dives into a little bit of array and support, but it's mainly directed at interconnectors. Interconnector failures are highest. Some of the information I've got here have come from undisclosed names with a plural, so I'm not at liberty to say where we got this, but it is accurate. The interconnector failure costs have been between 20 and 100 million euros. Now, these are claims, not necessarily what's been settled. And as people like Andrew Norris will tell us, what is settled and what's claimed are usually two different stories. Rail export cables, 35 and 28, 67 in total is what we looked at. This is in the last 4 years. Triton Oil was a big failure in November 21, and repairs weren't completed until May 2022. And this was tagged on to what I think Andrew was saying is non-availability of the repair facilities to do it. Never mind the cost of the repair, the business interruption would have hit that very hard. Across this claim, we've seen is 81 million in 2020 with a CPS failure on a Belgian wind farm where there was a manufacturing problem, gave rise to a 50 million claim. Overall, array cables are the most common, but I am not going to touch those. They're an animal of their own right, and they're dealt with in a different way. Here we go again. This is an extract from the 4C database showing a list of interconnectors, the year and the number of faults some of these interconnectors have had. Brings home to you how many of these interconnectors are having issues. And you can see from that, this is all based on fact, there's quite a number of them. We've got IPA 2 down the bottom there. And I think IPA 2 had another failure earlier this year, but it's not reported on there. Now, this is the wizardry of our data people. These are their calculations as to how they come up with the total number of kilometers of cable failure, which they're showing is just under 11,000 kilometers. There's a formula there they use, but the simple bit is down the bottom. IPA 2000 cost 40 million to repair in 2017. Malta Sicily cost 12.98 in 2020. Malta Sicily again, 26.5 in 2022. This gives an illustration of the failure costs with interconnectors. This is a view I've always maintained through 4C, where we're doing due diligence for subsea cable installations. The key is the second paragraph. It's imperative that the owner, developer, and financiers and insurers are brought together at the outset of a project so they can understand what they're trying to do, agree a blueprint, and create a critical path to taking this lot forward. This assists in delivering the feasible objectives of the overall programme. Close history has shown that where you fail to prepare, you do get clobbered. You need to build all these contingencies into the project to the word go, and then you're going to get problems, but you're in a better position to deal with them as you're going along. And the comment I have at the bottom, I think is quite relevant. It's not always the lowest cost item that you need to go for. Europe's planning all these new interconnector links, quite a considerable number of them. That's before we heard about this morning's. Great Britain is dealing with grid balancing mechanisms, real-time supply demand via HVDC cables using marine routes. They call it marine grid reinforcement, but effectively it's an interconnector. And we're now talking about multi-purpose interconnectors where we are linking into offshore transmission assets from wind farm generation. What's it all about? Regional balancing. Right, I'm now going to go into a little bit on due diligence for interconnectors. How long have I got? 13. The purple is a proposed interconnector route. The different shades are the different geological conditions of a particular section of the seabed, which will assist with both the installation and determining the best cable protection methodologies to use along that route. Practicalities of view. With all these new announcements that are coming out, there's a significant challenge for the industry to put all this together. What worries me is the lack of operational and offshore personnel with fit-for-purpose installation vessels and equipment to deliver all this, not the off-shelf stuff. Installing, maintaining subsea cables is complex, requires a deep understanding. It's crucial that we question our political masters and their advisors as to their competence and experience, that they understand what we're being expected to do and to achieve. I have had several cases where, sitting across the table, I realized that the people across the table do not really understand the scope of what it's like working offshore, yet alone delivering, installing cables, taking delivery of cables onshore, weather conditions, and so on. They must up their bar to understand what they're asking the industry to do. And I think the financial discussions we had just before the lunch break illustrates that. It's the job to get it over the line, to get the investment confidence to come in so that we can build these things. The late Eddie O'Connor, who was Supergrid mainstream, about 10 years ago, said the only way we're going to really roll this out is a European effort similar to the Marshall Plan, where everybody came together to rebuild Europe after the Second World War. That way, it was a sharing of experience, engineering expertise, and it was successful, particularly for Germany. So, summary. Again, our research people say the average decommissioning age of a cable is chosen to be 55 years. This is Interconnector. We're expecting around 1,400 cable failures between 2024 and 2035. This is based on historical data to date. As systems improve, that figure will come down, but this is based on actual facts to date. Majority of cable is going to be HDVC, some will be HVAC. Cost, interconnector failures are expected to cost around 41 billion by 2035, which is a big challenge. And Asia cable data suggests more cables failed in the first 5 years of operation. We draw our conclusions to why that is. Poor installation, poor loading, manufacturer error. Again, insurance. We've had a bit on insurance, so I'm not going to say too much, but there is a feeling that investors and insurers are all at sea with the ongoing issues to have the confidence. I was at a recent discussion in Norway where a leading underwriter had a $40 million claim on his desk. Another one quoted as $100 million claim coming across his desk. Prevalence of cable failures is causing insurers to question their insurability. Brokers are warning that the number of marine cable claims is affecting capacity and coverage. I said before, previously speaking here, I do believe we should have a mandatory database updated annually on all the cable failures, what caused the failures, what have been done. We had this in the pipeline industry, submarine pipeline industry for oil and gas in the UK. It brings everybody onto the same page, understanding what the problems are, rather than people just, I'm not telling you what went wrong and I'm not telling you what settled. Somebody has to get a grip of that, and that's probably going to have to be government or similar. This is a quote from a leading underwriter. The key bit, to get this to work, or I'll go to it. Lack of experienced people is what's concerning him, and this was 2 months ago. Again, the bar's got to be raised to bring them comfort, otherwise they're going to pull out the market. What's it all about? Interconnector, trading balance between two nations. This is the average price range in the UK, which, going from memory, I thought I had it on there, 12 months. I think it was from August to August. Shows the average price per megawatt. So every one of those peaks and troughs is a power dealer making money between switching from one to the other. And interconnectors, which you see down the side, that's the aggregate total. We were an exporter to Ireland, but an importer from all the others. Equates to 11.8% of our demand, 29.8 gigawatts. That's 12 months cycle. Vulnerability. In September this year, while the interconnectors failed, we had a frequency drop, quite considerable. Fast reaction by the ESO, get things up and running, pulled in the gas turbine spinning reserve station, got it back up before the grid started shutting down. But this shows how we could be very vulnerable if we rely entirely on interconnectors for our backup supply. Just a quick word on builds. And one or two people who are not a million feet away from me here will help me with some of this. The recent new builds between 9 and 12,000 tons, only 5-6 years ago, we're now moving towards 17,000 tons and 26,000 tons, with X-Links planning 26, Jan and I around about 26, 27 for 2 vessels. The recent new builds can't meet the new increased lengths. In the Victoria, down the bottom there, maximum capacity, 9,000 tons, only built 5 years ago. So what we've got is niche offshore vessel lenders, money people, are now revisiting and actually moving back into the subsea oil and gas because that's where the money is. It's safe, it's secure, and they're also being led by some of the key dynamic movers in here, which is people like Siem Fredrickson. Jandanal have got a strong balance sheet, so they're prepared to take the risk, which is why they're building one. We've also got the political dynamics. Trump's re-election, no idea where that's going to go with everything at the moment. But it all points that we need a strong, diversified balance sheet to build these things. 10 million man's modus operandi, I can't see how it's going to be delivered, not by 2030. The other point of this one is we don't have anything in the UK. I know we've got people from Europe here. We don't actually have anything in the UK. Everything has to come overseas. The Dutch, the Danes, Chinese maybe. We don't have it here. So there's no point in waving a magic wand and saying we're going to build it all. We can't. Not ourselves. We need overseas assistance. They're all doing their own programs. So something has to give. I think I'm getting towards the end. Right. Desktop studies. This is what 4C do. Got the list of disciplines, which all goes together. It's a desktop study. It's too long to read, but it's on a copy of the paper, which I think you will get later. We've got new tools coming in for 2GS. We've got this shallow seismics that comes in, which helps identify locations, areas suitable for where to install an interconnector before we start delving into the detail of the seabed geology. Broad brush, narrow it down. This is what this does. Mariel, what are we dealing with? Well, I already touched on how vulnerable cable is. There is an index showing the suggested depth of cover, which is different from burial. You need to know what this ambient seabed level is. How much is that seabed moving? I've had experience on the East Coast UK where there's been a 2.5 meter movement of seabed. So what is the ambient? You need to take the worst case scenario. Burial protection index, which I've just covered, benchmark to ambient bed level, simplistic approach. Main risks to consider: soil, sediment mobility, shipping, fishing, competence for the station, tractor, correct equipment. Critical path matrix goes back to what I said about bringing the operator, the developer, the insurers, everybody on board at the outset, so we're all on the same page. And then, cap it all, this is just case studies of what 4C Geoscience has done. There's a action speaks better than words. That was a letter of commendation, which doesn't want to show itself again. Project life cycle, design, construction, O&M. This is all part of what TGS 4C Offshore bring to the table. And then, I don't want to, gone too far. One more, which everybody should be fully aware of. Come on, help me. Yes. What are you going to do about that? Mr. Putin knows where our cables. Sorry, Mr. Putin knows where our cables are. Did a detailed survey last year with this Admiral Lemersky, I can't say it properly. So chop, 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 chop. He can put this country to risk. So someone's going to have to deal with that. That's just to cheer everybody up. Also, it means you make more money because you've got to go repair them all. That's it from me, thank you. And I've got 2 minutes left.
Excellent. Good. You can tell Michael is at a stage in his life where he isn't afraid to say some things anymore. So
business.
That's sweet business. You need to ask questions. So exactly. Is there a question in the room? No? There is one. Good.
You have one.
So the microphone is moving. In the meantime, the Swedes are flying. Can someone pay attention in that general vicinity?
Just a quick question going back to your failure numbers. Is that just in the cables or does it include failures in the converter?
I'm hard of hearing these days.
Does your failure numbers include just the cables or also the converter stations as well? You had shared those numbers.
Which slide are you referring to?
The number of failures in each.
Number of failures I was showing. There's one failure rate which was for the interconnectors. The big chart was interconnectors alone. I have touched on inter-array and export cables, but that's a small part. Where I think I talked about 37 export cables and another number for the inter-array. But the main numbers are interconnector cables, yes. And the table you saw was all interconnector.
Yeah, that table. Are the numbers just from the cable itself, or does it include the converter station and failures in the converter station, as well as failures in the cable?
So I'm not quite with you on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
The question is whether it's a 2-day converter outage is counted as a failure, or does it need to be a 2-month cable outage with a submarine cable?
Failure. It's a failure. Cable's not working. It has to be repaired.
So with a cable repair, yeah.
Yeah,
So with
needs a cable repair.
Okay.
Henrik, sorry.
Yeah.
Henrik?
Yes. Sorry. Mr. Kessel is trying to throw stones on your question here, but so what you're telling is, again, you see all these cable problems, and these cables are quite young, unfortunately. They are only 5-6 years into their operational life, and that's part of the problem. So the cables failures that you see here is only 5-6 years into their operational life when they have the failures. And this is the big problem, I believe, from where I see it, because these cables are meant to actually stay in operation for 30 to 35 years. And some people have said, okay, now we can tackle these problems. We put out a lot of cables in the sea because we have this enormous built in offshore wind. And therefore, the surge we have in cable failures come from this build out we have in the offshore wind. But the real problem is that actually the cable failures come from cables that are only 5-6 years young. And I say young, I'm an old man now. So they're only 5-6 years young, and they are meant to work for 35 years or something. So that they actually fail is a big problem. So what you see in the statistics that you show us, Michael, actually is a much bigger problem. And what you see here is actually, from what I understand from the tables that you show us, and it is cable failures. It's not all other problems, I believe. It is cable failures. And the issue that was, this is inter-array cable failures, and it's export and interconnector cable failures. So this was cable-related failures, not all other failures. So what I'm seeing here is it's actually growing in an exponential curve. So what we see is actually a growing number of failures. And this was your reason for your, can you confirm this? On the next slide, you showed us, you were predicting some numbers for the 2035 number, where you gave us some very dramatical high numbers for the failure cost in 2035. And this is basically because you project that the cable failures that we're going to see in 2035 is quite high.
Henrik, what I say is, what you said is correct. I mean, the cable that's been planned last year probably is not in the seabed yet. So it takes time. So you've got to follow that through. And this is what people don't understand. These cables are not sitting off the shelf ready to go on a vessel. They take time to get together, to get everything together, get the right equipment, etc. 2 to 3 years down the road before it goes in, if not more. So we're trying to sort of take an overview on it from the investment perspective, which is why we're taking it up to 2035. The other thing I don't think I brought out clearly there, it's not just the cable failure. Sometimes the cable failure the cost can be reduced as to what the insurer is going to pay because of negligence or other areas, which Andrew Norris and our illustrious friend over there can explain. But I've got some information at lunchtime and I haven't digested it all yet. Business interruption. If you're driving an old VW and you go crashing into an expensive set of shops in a shopping mall. The business interruption's covered by your car, but the car itself may not be covered back to the owner, but the insurer will still have to pick up all the business interruption. That's where the real cost comes in. And I don't think we're getting that over.
Have one final question.
Thank you. Yeah, one small remark, Frank de Vries of Tenet. So we were discussing here with some TSOs here about the failure numbers, but we do not recognize the statistics when it comes to cable alone. In our opinion, it also includes the converter, but just a remark from my side. So
I'd say I read the analysis. I invite you to read it too. There is, have, as a cable manufacturer, also some concerns. But
happy to discuss it. Yes, of course.
Read the paper. Get in touch with Ramisa in the office. Ramisa put all this together with Richard Auckland. Talk to them. But at the end of the day, facts are the facts. The cables are going down. They need repairing. Costs. Full stop.
No, I fully agree. Fully agree. Thank you.
Perfect. But then, thank you. You can leave it here. Good. But thank you very much, Michael. Be careful. Okay. But then we move on to our next presentation, and that's Abhijit Saikia from SSE Enterprise. And just for clarity, I don't think Frank or Henrik deserve candy because those were not questions. Those.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Abhijit, SSE Enterprise, and then Director for Interconnectors at Enterprise. I'm glad to be here and presenting yet another year. Interconnectors, very challenging and complex projects, difficult to deliver and develop, but there are very many here who has done this already. But I want to bring some observations which we made recently while looking at interconnectors opportunities and also some of the experience I had over my career. So let me. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go through some of these. But I'm not going to talk about due diligence, but I'm talking about some specifics of the due diligence which we should pick up as part of doing the studies upfront before investing. So before starting, let's see what interconnectors are. I do not want to tell, everyone knows here what interconnectors are, but interconnectors are different to engineers, investors, and environmental. So an engineer would think an interconnector is a high voltage connection between two grids, whereas for an investor, it's an asset class that enables cross-border trading. And for an environmental person, it could be a linear infrastructure that crosses regions and international borders. So why due diligence? What I understand, due diligence is a process to minimize risk and exposure before you invest in any project. So investment in interconnector depends on various aspects. The key are engineering, commercial, financial, environmental, and I forgot about what insurances will think about interconnectors, but that's another challenging aspect. So before I dive into details, let's see how an interconnector project looks like in terms of investment, timescales, and returns. So what I have seen so far, the projects that develop, it took around 3 to 10 years to develop an interconnector project, 3 to 5 years to build, and then it has an operational life of 25 to 40 years. 25, I said, because that's the regulatory system that recognizes for 25 years. So what developer do initially is undertakes a lot of studies and assessments to minimize the risk to a level which it is acceptable to investor at FID. And most of the investors comes at FID. But the risk remains relatively high at FID. So there's the importance of doing due diligence at this stage is very high because then you have to check all the elements that they are suitably done by the developer. And it also depends on how developer sees it. So some of the developer, they develop to sell it at FID. So their interest in mitigating the risk prior to FID will be different to a developer who is trying to build and operate it. So likes of National Grid, they would have different interests in while developing and investing in the development stage compared to a private developer who is intending to sell at FID. So that's why I'm trying to emphasize that it's very important to look at the right elements of development and then studies before one invests at FID. Usually the investment is very low in early stages, then it goes up, and then it's the maximum before start of the construction. But you don't put all the money at the FID, but you have to make a commitment to put the money through the process of the construction. And then your return starts coming after completion, that is after commercial operation date. And generally, they are 70 to 80% debt finance. And I asked this question earlier to make myself clear that I'm right, and it appears I'm right. And returns, usually they are under regulatory regime, they are kept nearly around 12%, but you can argue the RAB model is a little bit different. It gives you a little bit less returns, whereas there are more protection in RAB. And again, a cap and floor gives you a little bit higher returns. Again, you have a floor mechanism, but I'm not going to talk about cap and floor or regulatory regimes. Let's go to the next slide. So interconnectors have very limited revenue streams, and those are, I will be discussing that in the next slide, but the revenue streams are very important. And then before investing, we need to understand what the revenue streams are and how we can forecast those revenue streams accurately so that we are not losing money at a later stage. And I put that carbon border adjustment because that's one of the very important topics that could impact revenues in the future. Then capital expenditure, that's another topic which is very difficult to estimate considering the current changing environment. I will look at these into more details later, but there are also other financial risks like exchange rates and interest rates, but these are not very different to any other energy projects, so I'm not going to consider those. So the two elements which I'm going to consider in next slide is the revenue streams and capital expenditure, because we have observed recently that these are the two elements which can significantly impact your returns after 10 years. So what are revenue streams for interconnectors? Interconnectors has three main revenue streams. And the second one, capacity markets, depends on if an interconnector is participating in the capacity markets or not. And we believe that it will erode in next 5 to 10 years. So main revenue for interconnectors comes from congestion rent, which is around 60 to 70%. And what we think is we need to get that right, because that is the major chunk of the money that will be coming from in the 25 to 40 years of operations. So let's see what congestion rents is built up of and what are the factors that drives congestion rents. The major factor that drives congestion rent is energy price spreads and utilization availability. Let's see at energy price spreads. So energy price spreads are actually driven by various factors, demand, generation mix, commodity prices. These are general, and then many of the consultancies has developed very good models to do good forecasts considering changes driven by those key elements. However, we have observed that there are few elements like addition of other interconnected capacity and changes in policy that drives the energy price spreads are not suitably modeled at this stage. And then those are the elements which could significantly change and impact your revenues in the operational life. Utilization, again, utilization is dependent on price spread, but one of the things many do not consider is losses. Losses do not just about the utilization, losses of the capacity, but it also affects the utilization of the interconnector. We'll see in the next slide. And availability, definitely driven by the technology and the systems. So let's see this slide where I'm going a little bit deep into the two elements of interconnectors, energy price spreads, which is interconnected capacity and the policy. So if you see any additional interconnector connecting to the same market could reduce your utilization and then drive conversion of prices, reducing your probability of earning revenues. I will give you an example of a market, which is one of the biggest consumer market in the Europe. And if you consider, sorry, I'm just, Yeah, if you consider that market, and if you consider another 2 gigawatt of connection to the same market, in addition to what's being planned now, a 2 gigawatt addition to that market could erode your revenues by around 20%. That's significant. So what I say is it's very important to do a sensitivity analysis and understand what new interconnectors will be coming to that market. Currently, because of the barriers to entry, because of the regulatory regime, it's very difficult for someone to enter and build a new interconnector. But what I believe from looking at the global scenario, regulatory and governments are pushing more into interconnected market because that benefits customers. Then second bit is policy. Again, I picked only one policy, which is carbon balancing mechanism. And this is very controversial at the moment. I do not want to go into more detail, but if you consider the same big market in the Europe and you're connecting to the market, and if there is a application of CBAM, then there's a possibility that one of the interconnector or the interconnectors presently there or plants could lose revenues up to 40%, which is again significant. So again, as I said, sensitivity analysis is very key. Then going to utilization, many things utilization are dependent on the price spreads, but there is also a correlation of utilization with losses, which is still to be clearly defined and relations to be established. It's work in progress, but there needs to be a push to check that how losses are impacting utilizations. I will look at this in the later slide, but losses can significantly actually reduce the utilization of the cable by eroding the price spreads and between the particular markets. And the next last is availability. Availability directly impacts utilization and then also revenues, but it depends on technologies. Many of I will see this later in the technical due diligence, but what I would like to say is many things are not under our control, but some of the things that are under control is how we are utilizing the technology and what we are selecting while developing and designing the interconnectors, and then emphasis to be given on technical due diligence. So the next bit is capital expenditure estimate, which is really critical and then very complex for interconnectors. I actually divided into two parts here, fixed infrastructure and linear infrastructure. The fixed infrastructure I'm not much worried about because that cannot change significantly. It can, but in terms of overall impact would be less. The significant impact that you can have from the linear infrastructure, because any change to per kilometer or per meter of a cable could impact significantly on the overall cost of the project. And then many things, many times I've seen developers and investors talking about is the similar technology, same rating, similar size cable, similar distance, the cost should be same, which is not correct, because same technology, same rating, and same distance still could have significantly different prices because of the installation methodology and then the supply chain at that time. And I can tell you the supply chain sometimes can drive prices significantly from 20% to 40%. So it is not like that if two projects are same, if they are not at the same time frame, then the prices could be significantly different, it won't be same. So there is another area where we need to emphasize on while doing the due diligence. So this slide, technical due diligence. So what I want to emphasize is the CapEx utilization and availability drives revenues. And these CapEx utilization and availability are directly driven by the technology. And then I picked two elements because I've seen those two elements have significant impact on the revenues. And these two elements are cable technology, cable sizing, voltage levels, and the construction and installation methods. Construction and installation methods not only directly impact your revenues, but it also indirectly adds to losses, and then it indirectly related to your revenue streams by minimizing the spreads. So let's see the next slide. So here I am taking a few examples, and I would like to say how cable size and type can impact the project revenues. So if you see, if you give an example of a 1.5 gigawatt cable of 250 kilometer, if we increase the size from 1600 millimeter square to 2000 millimeter square, there will be an increase in price of around 15 to 25%. However, this will reduce the losses by approximately 2%. When I'm saying that reducing losses by 2% could actually yield or add to your revenues over the lifetime. So many cases, what happens is when we are doing the revenue assessment at the start of the project, we do not consider engineering. And there we lose the opportunity to maximize revenues. So if we are utilizing engineering upfront, then there is a possibility that we can increase the revenues by properly, suitably design or sizing the cable. And then the second part is cable faults. I will not talk about it because there's so many talk on this today. But again, we have to give a little bit emphasis on choosing the right cable and right cable installation methods so that there are less interference later due to outages. Cable supply chain, again, this is very important. As I said, if you're not choosing the right time, the cable prices, same cable prices could be significantly different because of demand and supply. For example, we have observed that currently there is a very much emphasis on 5 to 5 kV cables. And there is also a lot of emphasis by the suppliers to ramp up their supply to cater for the market for 5 to 5 kV cables. So if you are entering to that space, they might be good or might be bad, but this is something that needs to be looked at. Then construction. Construction and installation methods also dictate significantly in terms of the revenue that is generated. And as I said, if we are not picking the right construction methodology, then it could delay the project. And each year or each month delay is actually lost to the revenue and addition to the capex. So the right choice of installation methodology is also important. And again, as I said earlier, bringing the right engineering team and construction advisory team on board at upfront of the project is very important to maximize your revenue returns. And no two projects are very similar because your construction methodologies will be different and your prices. This is a bit which not very much of mine, but again, I would really like to bring it because environmental impact assessment, environmental mitigation plans and environmental resilience for projects actually impacts significantly into your capex and project program. And finally, they impact your revenue. Again, I would say that to minimize the impact of any environmental conditions on your project, it's always better to have them upfront. I've asked this question to Anna earlier, that what stage we need to bring them on at first, because I will give you an example later in the next slide. So if you consider rerouting of a cable by 100 kilometers because of environmental constraints at a later stage, it could cost up to 120 to 240 million to your project. And if your project is say 1.4 billion, and then you add 250, that's almost 20% increase in your project cost. You really do not want to have that. So if you have the environmental advisors on board, you could actually avoid those situations and then maximize your returns. And then similarly, another, this is not a very costly subject, environmental mitigation for floods, but the indirect impact of it is it will delay your planning and then also delay your construction because you will have to build in mitigation measures. So one of the things I would suggest is the site selection is very important. And then when site selection is done, then environmental advisors are involved so that the site selected is causing bare minimum risk for environment. So this is another aspect which I do not want to cover, and I cannot cover because it's limited. I cannot do anything on regulatory and legal due diligence, but very important to have permits and approvals, policy impacts, legal risks. These are the elements which you need to consider for technical and financial and legal due diligence. And finally, I come to the same picture I've shown you before because it's very important. What I want to say is, to conclude, it's very important that all the streams comes together when we are doing the due diligence. Not only due diligence for an investor to come in, but also a developer to start developing a project, because you can strike a balance between technical, financial, regulatory, and environmental factors, and this will ensure the best returns for your projects and then minimal minimal effect due to any obstructions because of environmental reasons, or you can have better predictability of your returns in long run. That's very much me. Thanks very much. And any questions? Okay. Do we have questions in the room? Yes, Michael.
Do I need a microphone?
Yes, you do. You'll get mine. That's okay.
Yeah, just a quick one. You talked interestingly about the advent of new interconnectors cannibalizing existing ones. Some of the existing connectors have taken years to get over the line. So they finally get over the line. Cap and floor is agreed. Suddenly 4 or 5 new interconnectors, as we heard this morning, are coming online. Presumably those earlier interconnectors will rely on the cap and floor, which will be presumably at a higher level than the new ones coming in.
I mean, the cap and floor set for the existing.
It's for a particular cable. It's not across the board. It's for a specific investment.
So
if they've got that tied in, even though new interconnectors are coming in, they get the installation that their floor of the cap and floor will stop them being pulled down too much, I presume.
That's an interesting question, but cannibalization of interconnectors anyway will happen. So how the regulatory regime builds up the cap and floor for the new interconnectors is something I cannot advise on, but definitely if your cap is set and then you're not hitting the cap, definitely you're losing the revenue because of an additional interconnector coming on to the same market. So this is something will happen inevitably. And that's a loss of revenue, but depending on the market. So I will not say this is same for the all markets. That is why you need to do the assessment and then check which market you're connecting to and how any new interconnector is going to affect.
Yeah, I'm only really raising that point of view, confidence of the investors coming in. They see that model, and something 3 or 4 more kind of, hang on a minute, it's going to do to our model.
Yeah, that's why we need to do the due diligence and see how it's going to affect. And then if I am the investor and if it is going to bring the revenues much down and to the floors, then I would be less interested.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? There is one question there. In the meantime, flying candy. Heads up. Perfect.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Can I ask, one of your slides mentioned the reliability for the 525 kVs cable. You mentioned the repair costs are going to increase. And you also mentioned, obviously, as a risk transfer mechanism, insurance will pick up this increased repair cost. According to your study, is compared with the lower wattage normal cables, 525 kVs cable repair cost is how much increase we're talking about? 20%?
Oh, so I was not talking about the repair cost. I was talking about if you have to reroute by additional 100 kilometer, then it will cost you another. It may cost up to 240 million additional for an additional 100 kilometer. Yeah, you're right. If you're not picking the right technology, but it's a difficult answer to say which technology, which cable supplier is right. Anything can go wrong. And yeah, that's why the insurances are there. There are many here. So they have to rightly do the risk assessment while doing the insurances for the cables. Am I getting your answer or?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Then, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, then we'll move to our next presenter. That's Thomas Malandine from WTW. There we go. Not sure. That's not your nose, but nice.
We're a double act.
Oh, you're a double act. Did I?
No. It's a late signing.
Okay, but then you have to introduce yourself.
Brilliant. Great. Well, thanks very much for sticking around for my presentation this afternoon. I know insurers are renowned for having a long lunch, and I'm pleased to see everybody from that department still here. So just to begin with a few introductions. As said, we're more than just me presenting today, but just for a quick introduction to myself. My name's Tom Malandine. I lead our subsea cable strategy at WTW. On a day-to-day sort of role, what does that include? That sort of means working with contractors, developers, right from the outset of a project all the way through to the placement. And with that, I'll just hand over to my colleague to quickly introduce himself.
Thank you. Apologies, my details are not on the sheet. I was a late addition. I think everything had gone to print by then. Quick introduction. So my name is Chris Ling. One of my roles at WTW is to head up the renewable claims team. So that's quite a broad brush in terms of anything renewable, all renewable technologies, as well as subsea cables. I've been kind of working on claims for best part of 35 years now, both in the old upstream and downstream areas, but also in the renewables. And over the last 10 years, particularly when we've been focusing in on renewables and subsea cables, I've personally overseen sort of about 350 plus cables. So I've got a couple of slides a little bit later on, just with some high-level claims data.
So just before we begin the sort of the main content of the presentation, I'd just like to sort of present our company a little bit. So WTW, we've gone through a few name changes in the last few years. You might know us as Willis or Willis Towers Watson, but we're a leading global advisory, broking and solutions company with a global footprint. We specialize in sort of large complex risks, having over 48,000 staff. And we're one of the oldest brokers in the market with a history of being founded in the UK. So I actually am part of the natural resources department. And just to give you an understanding of what natural resources for us means, that's focusing on 4 sectors. So metals and mining, power generation and utilities, renewable energy, and oil and gas. And we do that because we see our client base gradually changing over time, not just being in one of those sectors, but being spread across all 4. And to give you a good example, so for a steel client that's looking to transition these days, they have to get their raw materials from mines, the iron ore. But to make green steel, you need a huge amount of power. And this is an example from one of our clients at the moment. They're having to build an offshore wind farm with an export cable to power that steel plant. So they need all of 3 of our sectors that we operate in, and rather than having 3 brokers giving them 3 different opinions, they come for a one-stop shop. And then looking at our subsea cable experience, we're the broker for the 3 largest turnkey operators on the contractor side for subsea cables. And we also are the broker for 5 of the 7 largest manufacturers of subsea cables. So hopefully we've got a good experience within the sector. In terms of sort of today's presentation, just to give share some insights of what we've experienced that has worked really well for placements and some of our clients going forwards. The products available from the market, you may well be considering, well, the biggest spend is obviously on the constructional risk policy, and it may be a consideration whether you go for an OSIP or a CSIP policy. So we'll just take a quick look into that. And then also the market conditions of what has happened over the last few years and what you might experience going forwards for the next 18 months or so. So the golden rule, I think, from our side is it's best to involve your insurance broker from the very, very beginning. Now, you may, each client's different, and the level of involvement that you need from that broker is different. We work with some really well-organized TSOs and contractors who know exactly what they're doing, have great expertise, and actually all they need us for is a bit of reference. We then have the opposite end of the scale where it might be a small project and it's the only project that that client has ever done in the last 20, 30 years, and they need a lot more support. But involving your broker from the very beginning means that they're well informed and they can keep you well informed of what the insurance market are doing. And they should act as an extension of your project and insurance team within your company. A good insurance broker will have lots of resources to share with you. So it's not just about placement. They'll have risk engineering support that can work with your project teams and look at your QA, QC, that sort of thing. Or they'll also have legal and wordings teams that can look into your EPC contracts and offer advice around that and what they see being agreed. A claims team, we're very lucky to have Chris, who's one of our leading claims experts and has been for a very long time. And it's a holistic cycle because what that experience from the claims can again get fed into future projects to make sure that the same doesn't happen again. So in terms of broker involvement, say from the very beginning, all the way through the various stages of your project. So that can be pre-feed studies and support through that, support through the tender for contractors, finalizing the award, and then eventually you get to the placement process afterwards. In terms of insurances bought, mentioned the construction or risk policy is the most expensive. The key decision is whether the contractor takes that out or the owner, or actually a combination of both, and we'll look at that in a moment. Some other of the insurances are listed on the screen just for reference for you. So an OSIP program. So an OSIP program is when the developer or the owner of the project is responsible for purchasing the construction or risk policy. Your contractors will be named as additional insureds, any lenders, and any other parties involved with the project. Now, the main advantage here is that you have complete control over your insurance program. You can design that program with the support of your broker and other parties to match the exact requirements of your project. You may get benefits if you're have a lot of projects and have bought insurance policies in the past. You may get benefits from the market due to your reputation. The other benefit is well, if you require delay in startup, advanced loss of profit, that can only be purchased through an owner-controlled insurance program. It can't be purchased through a contractor-controlled insurance program. You also are in charge of the MWS. You have complete choice of the MWS alongside your insurers, and you also are in charge of, alongside your insurers, selecting their loss adjusters. Now, the negatives of an OSIP can be that they're quite administrative. So it will give you an administrative burden and you will need to be able to resource that internally as well. If you haven't got purchasing power in the market, then occasionally the OSIP programs can be more expensive than a contractor-controlled insurance program. And it also means that you're in charge of maintaining that insurance cover, not the contractor. So on the flip side, you then have contractor-controlled insurance programs, and that's where the contractor, you hand over control of purchasing the insurance program to the contractor. Similarly, the setup is that you there will be named as the policyholder, and then you'll have additional insureds. And that will name you as the developer or the owner and any subcontractors within that policy. Now, the benefits are that you can benefit from the contractor's reputation. They will have considerable purchasing power within the insurance market that can either lead to extensions in cover that might not otherwise be achievable, or it might be that to do with the cost. I guess the negatives here are that you can't buy the delay and startup cover. You are handing over control to the contractor, and for instance, choices of MWS and loss adjusters are more under the contractor's control than your control at that point in time. So what we typically see is that the very large projects are taken out by OSIP policies. For the much smaller projects where it may not be so economical, then it tends to be under a contracted controlled insurance program. Just a few words on market conditions. So you'll have to take the rates on the y-axis with a pinch of salt, because each project's different. The size of the project affects the rates and things like that. But for all project rate trends, the curve looks very similar. So I think the first thing to sort of mention around here is that you can see in 2018 there was a major hardening of the market. Now, this isn't just purely down to cable performance. There was a global hardening of the insurance market. So maybe the property market's hardened, the liability market's hardened, everything hardened, which means the rates go up and the coverage becomes more restricted. And that was driven by what we call treaty reinsurance. That's each insurer has a treaty reinsurer that sits behind them that takes a share of their entire portfolio. Now, their performance had been particularly bad for a number of years, and this all accumulated in 2018, where they forced insurers to take larger retentions, so net balances to their book, and limited capacity. Those features then got passed on to you guys as insureds by the insurers. So we saw a rapid hardening of the market in 2018. This then continued through 2019 and 2020 as losses came through. And it should be noted that there was a number of exits from the market. So markets such as Swiss Re, RSA, and much more recently Codan. And because the cable market is actually quite a small market in terms of capacity, if we compare to an oil and gas market where you have 3 billion plus of capacity available, the cable market is much smaller, and you'd be lucky with an appropriately designed cover to get more than 750 million. So when somebody exits the market, it has a much bigger impact. You'll see at the bottom of the blue table, the coverage, leg 3, defective design, faulty workmanship coverage, was something that got really restricted as part of that sort of 2018 hardening of the market. And that's particularly important because we'll go through the losses that we've experienced over the years and the causation of those losses. But leg 3 is a key part of coverage. Faulty workmanship and defective design of the cable is key parts of the coverage if you want a properly designed cable program. Maintenance periods. So maintenance periods commonly have been reduced in their coverage. So I think earlier we heard the difference between extended visits and guarantee maintenance. At the moment, if you want guarantee maintenance, it's a limited cover available from the market and reserved for contractors and developers that it can show considerable experience. But with that, I'll hand over to our claims team, who can give an overview of the claims that we've recently seen that will give a better understanding of the cause of the rate changes.
Okay, so I've very quickly got a couple of slides. So as a caveat, we don't have every bit of data out there. That's available in lots and lots of different places. But this is a summary of internal data that we have and external sources as well. And Andrew and Michael sort of touched on, a few bits and pieces as they did their presentations. This reflects all cables for us. This is about interconnectors, it's about export, it's about intra-arrays. Fiber optics are in there because it's a cable, and therefore inherently there are some of the same problems that are in there. And what we've picked up really as we've looked through our sort of data access points is supported actually in what Tom was saying in terms of the rates. So we've seen from a construction perspective quite a peak in losses in the period sort of 2018 to 2022. I think that's probably because there was a lot of projects on the go at the time, lots of new projects, lots of new technologies, cables were getting bigger, and inherently, therefore, we were seeing more losses arising. So what were the common causes that we were picking up as we look through the data? Well, impact damage actually accounts for quite a big chunk of that. So impact damage, it's about, we've seen that in transit. Impact damage, we include looking at stuff as it goes off the back of a vessel because it's impacting the stingers and that type of thing. So about 30% of the costs we find are impact damage related. And it'll be interesting to have conversations with others to see how this varies. Faulty design we talked about a third is faulty design. So that's not just the cable, but it might be the joint, it might be the workmanship, all of those related things like that. 25%, the sort of day-to-day installation operations that take place about the cable laying. It'll be loops in the cable. It will be where perhaps the tension has not been corrected, it's gone off the back. And what we're seeing from a trend point of view, and this may be opposite to other people's views, is actually we're seeing that for construction, losses at the moment are reducing, and we're seeing that costs are reducing. Now, the caveat around that is construction is about long tail. So a lot of these construction projects, are 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the line, plus maintenance on the back of it. We haven't seen many of the cable losses in the very early stages, but as the projects get more advanced, get further out to sea, get deeper water, then we tend to see those losses come further in. So where we're not seeing at the moment much in the way of 22, 23 and 24, that's because that data isn't available. We've not been able to locate a lot of that data, but also the long tail nature of construction is probably not yet kicked in. The other thing is that from what this is looking at, this is not looking at insurance, i.e. those that have been paid. This is about insurance losses. So within insurance losses, once you start hitting the policy, you come up with restrictions potentially in coverage, certain limitations and that type of thing. So that may be, again, one of the reasons we're seeing those trends come down, because the cover that's available perhaps isn't as wide as it was historically. If I press that. And then if we just quickly look at the operational phase and how that changes. So we're including testing and commissioning in the operational. The main reason for that is because from a data set point of view, we've seen a lot of impact damage incidents that have arisen during testing and commissioning, where there's been maybe a lot of vessels around and all of that type of thing. So testing and commissioning can produce losses into the construction phase, as Andrew was talking about earlier, or potentially, depending on the root cause, could be within operational. These are particularly where we've seen things there. And so about 50% of that we've seen is sort of impact damage. And there have been some fairly significant cable losses that have been damaged by anchor drags and that type of thing. Not just in shallow water, but in some quite deep waters as well. And the inherent costs, obviously, of repairing that are quite significant. And then electrical failure is a very broad term, really, when the cable just doesn't work and it goes bang for whatever reason. So we're not drilling down to the nth degree on causes. There's lots of different causes from, I'm not an engineer, so I don't understand most causes, but I do know that something fails. It either works or it doesn't, and that's a simplistic thing. So electrical failure, we're saying, talks about 50%. And what are we seeing? Well, interesting, we're seeing losses reducing in the operational from the data that we've reviewed, but we're seeing the costs increasing from an operational point of view. Why is that? We could deep dive into it, but a lot of that is the fact that these cables are there, they're operating, and if they fail, you've got to mobilize everything all over again. You've got to go out and maybe bespoke make some cable to repair it, because these may have been operating for several years. They're going to be in locations, perhaps in a deep water somewhere, it could be Far East, or they could be in the Mediterranean. So to go in and repair them is inherently expensive, because all of the vessels and everything that you need to do that is just not there, because it's somewhere else operating in a construction phase. So they're just two very, very quick slides on what we sort of see from claims trends. And that may be completely opposite to what you're seeing, but that's the discussion point that we've got at the end of it, I guess. So, Tom, back to you, I think.
Okay, so what do we think the market's going to do in the kind of forward looking? Well, I think there's some good news actually from our side here. So capacity is gradually increasing within the constructional risk markets for subsea cables, and that's driven from a number of things. So the general insurance market have been profitable over the last 18 months, leading to sort of sign-offs and new capacity from that angle. The offshore oil and gas sector has come under a lot of ESG pressures, so underwriting guidelines now restrict them from supporting oil and gas exploration projects, but they've got a background of being able to write offshore pipelines and that sort of thing. So they've been looking for new ways of making money, and they already have an understanding of the offshore construction market. So we're seeing quite considerable capacity moving from that sector. There's a couple of other ways as well. So we have things called managing general agents, and that's where an experienced underwriter may obtain capacity from another party. And we've seen at least 2 or 3 of those been set up within the last 12 months, being able to support these projects. There's also a reinsurance market, facultative reinsurance market being set up and becoming more established, whereby your insurers may look to offload a section of the risk that they write to those reinsurers, and that enables them to take bigger shares within your risks. So the more capital available to you, the more pressure there is on rates, essentially. So that's good news. The one bit that's sort of restricting the market from really offering you lower rates is an absence of lead markets. There's and a lead market is the person that or the underwriter that initially offers the terms at the very beginning. And then other insurance markets review those terms and decide to follow them, and they're called follow markets. Now, if there's more lead markets adding to competition at the very beginning, then again the rates become lower. But at the moment, there is an absence of those lead markets. There's probably less than 8 out there. Coverage. Now we're seeing that the coverage is gradually being broadened. So that defective design and faulty workmanship, higher limits are being offered for the larger projects. And again, that's really reserved for the turnkey operators within the contractor space, or the very established developers and owners of the projects. Operating defects is a sort of a niche part of the cover that's rarely offered, but again, some of the well-established contractors are obtaining that. And an operating defect is essentially a defect in the cable that hasn't caused or hasn't got physical damage or caused physical damage yet. And it's designed to be able to, for the contractor to go and repair that before, and the coverage is for the costs of that repair before the damage is actually created and could be much worse. Duration of maintenance periods, so 24 months is standard, occasionally 36 months again for the more established buyers. And there's a marine warranty surveyor scope of works, but I think that's been regularly accepted now that the marine warranty surveyor is probably not the best to certify the cable design and the testing at the QA/QC stage. That's caveated by saying at least the developer must be present for those tests, or have a third party present that is more qualified to do it. So in terms of emerging risks, I know that there's been a lot of talk about that this morning. So geopolitical risks and the proof of loss around that can be very, very challenging. It's an interesting slide earlier about the Russian vessel, but we have seen cases of Chinese vessels as well. the depth, length, and design of each cable is rapidly changing, and also those supply risks. But one of the areas that I think we haven't mentioned so far is actually, there's one thing, the supply of cable and the installation of cable, but it's also now the converter stations and the transformers. And there can be very significant delays that side. And that really poses a massive threat to the contractors, because you get these capacity reservation agreements, and once you start building a cable, you can't just stop halfway through. And if you then find out that the substation is going to be delayed, what do you do with your cable? You either have to store it somewhere. Well, factories have got a big backlog of projects to get through and only limited turntable space, so it's going on a barge or something somewhere. Someone has to pay for the costs of that storage, or the cable has to be laid. And if the cable is laid, it's sat there, not commissioned, but it can be sat there for quite a lengthy period of time. And we see that as a big risk going forwards, and how to cover that risk at the moment isn't thoroughly known by the insurance market, and it's something that we, as brokers and in underwriters, will have to address probably within the next 18 months. So with that, I think that was the final point. I can see it's flashing red with time's up in front.
So you've correctly observed it's been flashing red for a while. So I think we'll move on with questions into the break, and we'll reconvene then in 30 minutes at 4:30 when we take the next presentation. Okay, so 30 minutes off. The point already with your lesson. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, good. Okay, so we finish all the discussions and we start with the next stint. I think we're on time. Yeah, 30 more seconds. But I'll start with the introduction. So our next speaker. Okay. Okay, sorry. Good. Our next speaker is Michael Schlüter from RiskPoint. Thank you. Do you have a mic?
I need a mic.
Okay.
So I will take this one gladly. Thanks. Yeah, hello everyone. I think is this close enough to this? You can hear me in the last rows? Thanks. So welcome. I think it's the last insurance session today, and I slightly changed the headline as you see. It came to my mind when preparing this presentation. Is inflation eroding the benefit of the learning curve effect we should have had over the last years? As an insurance guy, I self-critically also, you might say, this competition eroded the learning curve effect. Who knows? We'll go through it. So where's the receiver? Over there? Yeah, I think I missed to say, but I got introduced. Michael Schlüter. I'm one of RiskPoint's underwriters in the renewable offshore team. And you might wonder who's RiskPoint. We are one of those MGAs. We didn't recently join the market. Our company goes back to a company founded in 1917 and then has been rebranded in 2007 to RiskPoint. And we operate in different lines of business in different offices around the world. And one of the risks or the branches we underwrite is the renewable energies. And as part of this, we also underwrite global interconnector risks relatively globally, with the exception of China. With a dedicated team for this, people, our offshore team started in 2021. Now you might argue, what's our benefit? Why am I talking about long-term effects? So a lot of our colleagues have long-lasting experience, I think including me, I could say, after 10 years now in the offshore wind and interconnected business. We've experienced from other job positions in the past. So was that a thing that is breaking off and on? Yeah. The case? Okay. Good. So now coming to offshore risks, offshore cable risks, and what is the risk involved? I think we heard quite a lot today, some details. For this sake, I just tried to cluster it in 4 clusters. Is the pointer right? The technology, external perils, including act of God, financials, and legal politics. And of course, there's various ways you could manage risks. The easiest one is probably avoid them, but then nobody of us would make any business if we avoid all the commercial risks. We could accept the risk and then take it on the balance sheet, or we could pass it on contractually. You could pass it on, we all could pass it on contractually. There could be sub-suppliers, the principal, wherever you are in the supply chain, and you think about passing it on to another party contractually. And or you could take out insurance, which is, of course, also a contractual agreement to pass on some kind of liability. And maybe, how say, fitting to what we saw on prices and the price movement. So you could, of course, say there is the ideal frame is the red one, maybe from insurance buyer's point of view, all the risks are covered, which would indicate, of course, the most expensive price. Then we have this orange circle or the green one where you could say that there'd be different prices allocated to it, and you have different risks left over that have to be, I would say, mitigated elsewhere, absorbed on the balance sheet or put on to someone else or simply accept it. And maybe on the red one, from an insurance point of view, I would say that there is probably a limit to, or there is a limit to what insurance will accept and what they can accept. I think different speakers, I think Andrew Norris also indicated that there is a limit, and I'd say that the red frame is not available, at least not from one market and one product. I will come later to that illustration again. I think we've heard a lot about or some exposures, loss trends. We've heard about price increases in general. I also brought some figures along. Happy to read them and guess in the handout. I'd like to go more into some loss trends and exposures, and one of them for us is the local jurisdiction being an issue. If you look at things like the Jones Act, it's not just concerning the US, there's also other territories in Asia who've got legal systems in place which simply cause a similar effect, that you're limited in availability or that your repair vessel might not be allowed to access the market and work there. Similar things can happen on crew exchange, that people are stuck in some kind of customs or employment regulation process in the specific country, of course. Another thing has been touched on, which we also focus very much, is the vessel availability in general, and of course the increasing costs due to that effect. There was a few others mentioned. I would mention the bundled cable installation as one particular technology where we see it might be it is definitely an exposure for us in the insurance industry. You need a longer time window if you need to conduct repairs. You need more spare parts and more pieces of cable. You need more joints, and the longer weather window might also imply longer waiting on weather periods. So that's the three I would like to highlight from this one. And then going to some more statistics. That was one. Oh, that's the right one. This one is leaning on offshore wind claims. So I admit it's not just including cables, but we will come to that in a moment. But you might wonder why I came to the question, did the inflation erode the learning curve effect? So when I started offshore wind 2014, we had a relatively similar picture. If you look at offshore wind, 4 to 6% of the capex was allocated to cables. You might argue it's 3 or 8 now, but give or take, it was relatively similar. Whilst we had around 60% of the paid losses at those days, I think, if I recall right, were allocated to cables. And on the right-hand side, we've kindly been provided with some figures by Lloyd Warwick, and they suggest 83% of the claimed costs are allocated to cables. So from my point of view, there was something to say why did it happen, what happened here? And of course, it's again a bit, where are your figures from? Different stats might show different figures and different details. And then with a more detailed breakdown on submarine cables. I think it has been mentioned, cable repair, vessel costs or heavy vessel costs increasing. We've seen export cable repairs up to 6 months and PD costs of 20 million sterling. We've seen a cable repairs of up to 3 months and 3 million sterling in costs. I think there is a much higher loss out there in the market for cable loss, going to 80 millions, if I'm not totally mistaken, either dollars or sterling, not totally sure right now. Yeah, some extracts on vessel costs. And here to highlight that at the moment, we are looking at the 65% of the losses. 65% of the losses is related to cables. We've also seen the colleagues from Willis, they showed some breakdown on what is the root cause. Found it interesting. I think you had 33% of faulty design, and I found figures in the internet over catapults saying 15%. So it's half of your figures, but again, it depends a bit. I found that 46% is installation faults. So of the number of losses, 31 relate to manufacturing, 15 to fault and design, and 8 to external damage. So if you take the external damage and the installation, you have more than 50% still of man-made losses overall. Now, one might argue, well, insurance is always complaining about the costs. Costs are too high. There is so many losses. On the other side, as an insurance buyer, you might think, yeah, but we're paying premium for it. So what do you think you insurers should pay for? So, and I tried it a bit the other way around, or I try to say a bit about how we would see ourselves, our business model. And later on, I've asked and hopefully have a bit more time left for some feedback on how you see it if this works out. So the model or the business case or the idea of insurance is to providing capital at any given time during the project period if there is an insured loss, and protecting the balance sheet of whoever took out the policy or who has an insured interest via this policy. From our point of view, that should be taking out the unexpected hits, but not taking what you might call the attritional losses or frequency issues that are related to the technology or that happens all the time. If you look at the cost figures you've seen, I think there is a certain element, a certain threshold that should be covered by deductible or alternative risk transfer. And again, insurance at the end is also a contractor. We also need to be able to gain a profit margin, meaning that over all the projects we insure, we need to earn more money than we pay out. On a single basis or on smaller number of projects, we can take bigger hits, of course, and flatten the exposure, take away exposure from someone else's balance sheet. So this is again back to this picture, and I think the insuring the red frame would simply be irrealistic. It would be a dollar swapping exercise at the end of the day, and then no gain for insurers buyers as well, I would say, because I think we had a prediction of cable losses in the future. What was it? 46 billion, Michael, you said, looking into the future. If everything would be covered, it also needs to be paid an insurance premium plus some cost override that the insurers need. I'd also take an example. We recently had, we often discuss the cable cutting clause as one thing where I think there is a possibility to say, is this frequency or isn't it? On some of the projects, we as insurers would argue if you go longer distance, further time frames offshore and do that for a longer time period through the winter, it's just a question, when will a cable cut happen, not if. And on the other hand, we've seen a project where they were very near shore looking for the weather forecast and spooling cable from a cable lay vessel to a cable lay barge that was supposed to do the nearshore works. And they had an unforeseen weather gust, or what you call it in English. So the vessels got detached from their position or got moved out of their position, and with quite a significant damage to the cable, I would say. They didn't cut the cable, but if they would have had in that situation, I would say that's the purpose of an insurance. They couldn't foresee it during the project schedule they had planned, that this would be coming up. It was in no weather forecast, neither on the day they did this exercise, nor the 7 days before. It was never shown. So you might now ask, what is a good risk from an insurance point of view? What does it look like? is it a claims-free one? No, I don't think so. But we need to have certain parameters. We need to balance the defects cover was mentioned later on. So can insurers insure every innovation? Everything might have started like this, but at the end of the day, insurance needs a well-proven product, needs to have a track record to a certain extent. We can take some innovation risk, but not all of it. And then another one, what's a good looking risk? I came across these guys. David Beckham insured his legs in 2006 for $140 million. Daniel Craig insured his entire body for just $10 million before filming Quantum of Solace. And for the benefits of these gentlemen, I would just presume that someone in their team, whoever, maybe themselves, has thought about the risk. David Beckham only insured his legs, but then on a high sum insured. Daniel Craig insured his entire body, but a low sum. So maybe he has a bigger balance sheet, I don't know. Just guessing. But on David Beckham's legs, you might say, okay, he didn't care, or someone else is mitigating. He might knew a guy very professional in surgery. If he loses a hand or his eyesight, he still can be very focused on making goals. I don't know. But just saying that there was some kind of risk assessment that they came up with these values probably, but also what they insure. And this risk assessment and having a plan B, maybe now speculating very much again, why is Beckham only insuring his legs? But maybe he had a plan B for everything else. So this plan B, a business continuity plan, is actually what we would like to see from every good risk, because if it's claims free or not, that's something you learn on the hindsight, both the insurers, all the stakeholders. So I think this is overly important for us, that you have a business continuity plan that is maintained. We heard it earlier. It needs to be maintained over the whole project phase into operational maintenance. I think that's key. And the cost for keeping this plan should ideally offset payoff in case you have unexpected loss. Cautious of time. There is a bit more of reading that we suggest limiting joints, both factory joints and offshore joints, to the minimum possible. Suggest having cable monitoring systems. And for us in the insurance industry, the track record of a technology, of a supplier, of an installation method is key in evaluating risk. And with that, I'd like to end and ask a bit if you would agree here in the forum that there needs to be a risk sharing between all the shareholders. Insurance is there for taking the big hits, but not the frequency. We need a certain level of deductibles, I'm sure. And if we look at the prediction of what project costs will be into the future and what loss cost per loss might be in the future, I'm convinced that there needs to be still some kind of significant deductibles or risk mitigation in other ways than just insurance.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Good. Do we have some questions this time? Because the speaker offered a question himself. I will accept reflections as well, not necessarily questions.
So I've sang sweet bags for my kids at home. That's lovely.
You may. Yeah. So, anybody? Yep. Could we get the microphone there?
Thank you. It was actually a question related to the former presentation, but you can answer too. We heard this morning of the importance of a claims database, and Willis presented their data. So I was wondering if for cables, it's more difficult to get data on claims than oil and gas or offshore wind farms or other types of industries.
I wouldn't say necessarily it's more difficult. It's just about the number of risks out there and the time frame, the time we have. So how many operating years are there per asset? And going back to my education in insurance business, I recall some portfolio managers saying you need to have, I think the figure was around 1,000 losses to make a realistic data set. And I think touch wood, we might not have had them. So I don't think it's more difficult to get the information. It's just smaller amount of data sets out there, I think. And but that's, I think, in all engineering business, there is a tendency to say, well, someone could hold me liable. Why should I disclose any information about the loss? And I'm not blaming anyone for not disclosing, because in ideal world, we would all have the data. But the data is also intellectual property of someone. So that's a bit the issue, maybe.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, there's one there. In the meantime, pay attention, please. There's flying candy. Hello. Everybody. There's a low flying one.
Chris Sturgeon, I'm going to put my warranty surveyor's hat on. In the code of practice for warranty, we have to assess the risk according to and reduce the risk in accordance with best practice. But many of the contracts, so if I take that hat off and put my consultant's hat on, we see, not on the same project, I hasten to add, we see that good practice is the contractual standard, not best practice. There's a bit of a dichotomy there, because the warranty surveyor is measuring to one standard, the contract is measuring to another. How do you feel about that from an insurance perspective when you're caught in the middle?
Good question. I'd say it's a challenge for us also to select the good and the best practice risk. And it's always a bet from our end as well. Will they behave like we think they did on other projects? So it's always an estimate where we were very much focused on data from the past, trying to look into the future. And on your particular example, I'm sometimes also a bit, we've had feedback from marine warranty surveyors saying that, our contract with the principal doesn't allow us to send you certain information which the insurance policy says we should send you. That's also not a comfortable situation, I think. And I can only ask for advocate for there should be a balanced risk sharing, and there should also be transparency in the project, because at the end of the day, if insurers have to pay for it, it's sometimes easier and also goes faster for all parties if you present what has happened immediately, and then people can follow up the process rather than having, or the loss adjuster having weeks or months later folders, electronic folders, paper folders, whatever, full of data, and then please, we need your feedback next week. It's €1 million or 10 million euro loss. Can you review?
Thanks.
Welcome.
Good. We have time for one more question. We have one right here. Okay. In the meantime, candy flying your direction. That was a.
I was wondering about you mentioned that you can insurance the accessories, right? So I was wondering, well, that's what I understood.
Sorry, insurance? I missed one word, sorry.
The accessories.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, when you evaluate the accessories, or what type of tests do you ask, or what are the things that you check before you insurance an accessory?
That's a very good question, and I've got my backup sitting at the table. So maybe Tom, can you take the mic and say something on our behalf, or?
What's a quick one?
Yeah, very good question. And to be fair, looking at all the new designs, we of course also look into the accessories and the test results and the track record of them. And speaking about workmanship, it's also about what is the procedures in place, what is the skilled certifications of these jointers or terminations. But it's a challenging environment as new designs increases and there is no track. But of course, we evaluate the accessories as well in the design.
Good. But then, any follow-up? You're satisfied? Yeah, good. Okay, but then thank you very much for your presentation. And yeah. And we will move to our next presenter as he is on his way. It's Richard Booth from HFW. Richard. Oops. Here we go.
Afternoon, Heathrow. How are we doing? I tell you what, Heathrow is not anywhere near as fun as Berlin. I think I prefer Berlin conference organisers. Not least because it took me 2.5 hours to get here from North London with the Elizabeth line cancelling trains and then the Heathrow Express having a cracked rail. So I don't know if that was insured. And then on the previous talk, we were talked about David Beckham's legs being insured for £146 million. I assume not euros. But I wonder what his head was insured for when Alex Ferguson kicked a water bottle at him during the sort of infamous team talk. And I think that was what precipitated his move to, was it Real Madrid at the time? Anyway, insurance. So I'm a construction lawyer, I'm afraid, and I'm sorry that the lawyers in the room seem to have the graveyard slot on the afternoon of what seems to be a very long day. So sorry for that. Not my scheduling. So I thought, what should I talk about today? And I thought I'd talk about cable accessories. And it was interesting, there was just a point at the end about cable accessories. In my line of work, I often see issues arising on cable projects, whether that's offshore wind interconnector cables or any other type of cable project offshore, which is not always really to do with the cable itself. It's often to do with an accessory or a component, actually a very small component sometimes across the project. And it's a small component that impacts on a number of cables across the project, and therefore there's a very high cost associated with it. And I think that's an issue, personally, for the market. And I wondered if this is mission impossible in terms of navigating the risk of those accessories, or whether it's actually possible to navigate the risk. And that's what I want to talk to you about this afternoon. Now, I don't know where you point this either. Does anyone know? There we go, over there. Now, we had David Beckham and we had Daniel Craig earlier. We've now got Tom Cruise. Hence the topic. And this was a photograph I found of Mr. Cruise in Dubai, I think, when he was abseiling from the Burj Khalifa with some cables. And I suspect there was an awful lot of time and engineering and risk assessments that went into this particular scene in this film to make sure he didn't fall off the building, because that would have been pretty catastrophic. Unfortunately, with offshore wind projects, that's a bit about me. With offshore wind projects, we have issues which arise, and I think a lot of these are issues arise because they're just a different type of project to, for example, an oil and gas project, let alone a film set with a very well-known global film star. And what I see on offshore wind projects is there isn't the time or the money or necessarily the experience to be able to put in place the engineering and risk assessments and method statements that you see on oil and gas projects. And when we talk about floating wind projects, aspirational or in reality, people will say, or I see on LinkedIn, lots of discussion about floating wind and how it can't possibly be a problem because we have FPSOs, etc., offshore, and they're all fine. But of course, if you're spending $10 million designing your cable turret and the cables that go up into that FPSO, you're giving yourself your own sort of in-house insurance policy, because you've engineered it, you've re-engineered it, and you've checked it again, and you're comfortable it's going to work, and you've spent the money on that. That doesn't happen in offshore wind, in my experience. Why is liability in cable projects a problem, or offshore projects in general? And I put sort of 3 examples on the screen. The first one is well-known case, Højgaard and E.ON, which is to do with the Robin Rig offshore wind farm. The photograph, and hopefully no one will correct me in the room, the photograph on the screen, according to Google, is a turbine from the Robin Rig offshore wind farm. Very well-known case, everyone will know that. MT Højgaard, the contractor, designed in accordance with the standards at the time, or the codes at the time, the J101 standard in particular. Unfortunately, the J101 standard had an error in the standard. There was a decimal place in the wrong position. As a consequence of that error in the standard, MT Højgaard's design of the shear key, it might not have been a shear key, within the monopile failed, and I think the TP was going to slip. I can't remember the details of it. But the end result was that MT Højgaard ended up with a 26 million euro liability for the remedial works across that project. It's a bit unfair, I think, for Højgaard that they ended up with that liability. The reason I think it's unfair is because the industry standard code that everybody was designing to had an error in it. How would the contractor know about that error in the standard that the whole industry was applying? Cable protection systems, very well known issues in the last 5 or 6 years throughout European offshore wind projects, where the cable protection systems have started to break up and are no longer performing in the way that had been intended. And a lot of contractors are being looked to in relation to those cable protection systems and the issues which are arising. And that issue, I believe, was being driven a lot by the change in the industry at the time in terms of the approach to CPS systems and the decision to move away from rock dumping and stabilization of the CPS system to one in which the CPS was sitting in an unstabilized system. And then we have cable designs or cable accessory designs, and we've all seen projects where the cable design has moved on from the last project. There's a new iteration of maybe an earthing solution for a particular cable, and lo and behold, once the cable has been tested and terminated and energized, there start to be issues, which then pervade all of the cables across the project. And again, the employer looks to the contractor for that issue. We talked in the previous talk about insurance, or the 2 previous talks about insurance. I don't often see insurance kicking in for a number of these issues, and actually ends up with the contractual debate between the employer and the contractor, and then downstream between the contractor and the subcontractor. Why are these types of issues and these liabilities a problem? They're a problem because, as we all know, it's very expensive in the offshore environment. Every time you have a defect offshore, you need to charter a vessel spread to come offshore to do those remedial works. If you've got an issue which is a serial defect and it affects a number of components across the project, then it becomes even more expensive. And why are the contractors often in a problematic position? They're often in a problematic position because they've agreed performance standards in their contract, which are quite high. So fitness for purpose standards, if you've got an EPCI contract, which in English common law is strict liability. On the continent, it's often imposed by statutory law as well. And that means, for example, and that particular issue is the reason why Højgaard, in the first example, were liable for the 26 million euros worth of remedial works, because at the 4th attempt, I think in that case, the Supreme Court in London finally decided that Højgaard did have a fitness for purpose liability, strict liability. Therefore, the contractor had the risk for the fact that the standard, the J101 standard, had the error in it. If Højgaard's performance standard had not been fitness for purpose, if it had been reasonable skill and care, which is what the Court of Appeal decided, then Højgaard would have not been liable for the costs, because they could show that they designed the cable or the it wasn't a shear key. What was it? Someone will tell me.
Gravity.
The grouted connection, that's it. If Højgaard, what Højgaard could demonstrate is that they had designed the grouted connection using reasonable skill and care in a non-negligent fashion. So if their performance standard had only been reasonable skill and care, Højgaard were not in breach of contract. They'd in fact complied with their contractual obligations. They wouldn't have been liable. The other issue why, or the other issues why the exposure for these types of liabilities can be quite broad is because the design life of these projects is extraordinarily long. So for offshore wind subsea cables, it tends to be 25 years. Interconnector, I think often we see 35 years, 35 years design life. That doesn't mean that you're warranting necessarily that the thing is definitely going to last for 35 years, and that if in year 34 there's a defect, that you're going to suddenly return to the project and replace the cable. What you're warranting is a design life. So you're warranting as at the day that you design the thing, that it has been designed in a way that it will achieve that design life. Problem with that is you have quite long defect correction periods of often at least 5 years from takeover of the whole project. And what the employers are often doing these days is on year 4, month 10, they'll send the ROVs offshore and do a survey of the full project, and they'll identify anything that looks remotely like a defect and notify the contractor. And they'll then write to the contractor with that notification and say, I've observed all of these issues with your workmanship on the project, and I believe these are defects. And then the can is opened. And they then go back and say, well, it's obvious you haven't designed this project with a view to achieving a design life of 25 years. And then there can be a dialogue and a debate about those issues if there are observations of differences on the project. Why do we still have these problems? In the 2010s, it was all to do with the race to the bottom. So trying to save money on the engineering and the projects. I think I put poor design, that's probably not correct. I think there's probably insufficient design and engineering of some of these projects if you compare it to oil and gas projects. I still think in certain elements of the projects, areas of the projects, we see this, that there is an absence of specific standards or codes which relate to the project. There are oil and gas standards, obviously there are other standards for offshore construction which could apply, but they're extremely long standards, and you're relying upon the engineering team picking out particular points from those standards and applying them in the environment that your project is in. We, of course, are still seeing upscaling of projects offshore, whether that's cable size, distance, turbine size. And of course, there is this aspiration to push into floating wind. I still think it's a bit of an aspiration personally. But of course, in the context of my talk about cable accessories, I think floating wind could be a problem, given A, there's a lack of capacity in the market to provide the different accessories you need for floating wind. But I also wonder whether they'll be adequately engineered for use in multiple locations for offshore wind projects. So who should take the risk of these issues? What if it's novel technology? So it's an increased size of diameter of cable, or it's a different type of earthing solution for that cable. What if there are unknowns about the marine environment and how the marine environment is interfacing with your cable as it moves from the J-tube into the seabed? What if it's unproven technology? Is it appropriate to allocate those risks contractually to the contractor, or should there be some form of sharing? And of course, what we have often these days, I think, is we have one or the other. We have sort of a high risk environment for the contractors where they take EPCI responsibility, maybe even a balance of plant so that it stretches across different packages of work. Or we've got reasonably low risk, not complete low risk, but reasonably low risk, perhaps where we're doing transport and installation. So we're not actually taking the design or the supply of the cable. We're picking up the cable and the accessories and then installing them. Of course, from a cable accessory perspective, T&I should be reasonably low risk because the employer is procuring those accessories. Of course, for an EPCI package, we, as the EPCI contractor, would be procuring the cables plus the accessories. And the accessories are often sort of what I describe as off-the-shelf components, which is sort of plug and play in many ways. And they're put onto projects in an extremely hostile environment. So, is it impossible to navigate or control the risk contractually? Well, I think with the first 4 things, there are things that you can think about up front in terms of design. So, it's a case of looking at the project and looking at the package of works and deciding to yourself, if I'm going to tender for this project, am I prepared to bet the house on the project? So, am I going to take a fitness for purpose EPCI scope for my works? Or am I going to say to the employer's made certain design choices here that I don't feel entirely comfortable with, and I think actually the employer should share the risk? And if I'm thinking maybe the employer should share the risk, then should I be thinking about what my performance standard is in the contract? So should it really be the slightly lower, or importantly lower standard of I'm going to use reasonable skill and care? So I'm going to apply the standard to the performance of my works that any other competent, experienced contractor would apply, but I'm not going to accept strict liability for that. am I really prepared to warrant the unknown? So, for example, with the cable protection systems in the 14s, 2015s, when the market moved away from stabilization of those CPS systems, should the contracting market have turned around, or the contractor market turned around at the time and said, well, actually, I don't really know how the CPS and the cable is going to perform in that unstabilized environment. If you want to make that decision, employer, and you don't want me to stabilize that, I want to be very clear in the contract that that's your risk. It was your decision to take that approach. And of course, we know the employers saved considerably with that change in approach, because they effectively got projects completed and energized earlier than if they'd had to come back and do a second layer of scour protection on top of the CPS systems. And then the final 4 points are really leaving to one side the sort of upfront design responsibility and how you divide that between you and the employer. What can you do to try and protect yourself in the event of exposure? Obviously, there's insurance. I'm not an insurance specialist, so that's for others to talk about. But contractually, are there things you can do in your contract which you ought to be thinking about doing? So liability caps seems obvious, doesn't it? But make sure you do have a sensible liability cap in your contract and exclusions of liability for things like loss of profit. But look out for the carve-outs to those clauses, because you might think you've got a liability cap, but there could actually be important carve-outs for, willful default or gross negligence, which may not help you necessarily. And then if you're doing T&I works, for example, why are you agreeing long defect correction periods for your works? If you've installed the cable that you've been supplied and it's been tested and terminated and it's passed its post-installation tests, why should you have any liability beyond that period of time? Why not look to have a shorter defects correction period and have effectively a cut-off on the liability at that point in time? So in the UK, for example, in England, we have the Limitation Act, which provides latent defect liability. So although you might have a contractual defect correction period of 3 years or 2 years in the case of Hoygaard, you still have continued liability for latent defects under the Limitation Act. There's a lot more knowledge about that now, but 10 years ago, a lot of continental contractors in particular didn't really appreciate the risk of latent defect liability under the Limitation Act in the UK. But what you can do in the UK is you can contract out of that latent defect liability. So if you're taking on a T&I package, and really the truth is you're going offshore, you're installing it, and once it's been tested post-installation, there should be no further risk, then why not try and cut off your liability from that point in time, rather than remaining on the hook for future unknown liability? And that's me, Mr. Chairman. Jacob. I said that's me. Sorry. I was just going to add very quickly at the end. We have an egg timer. What was that? We have just very quickly at the end. What else is on the horizon? 2 things I think might be of interest to the room. FIDIC, which is the contract for offshore wind projects generally in the world. Onshore contract, as everyone knows, that's a problem. They are drafting a new offshore wind contract. Still, watch this space. I reckon it's still about 18 months away. In the meantime, IMCA, the International Marine Contractors Association, have released a year ago their T&I contract, transport and installation contract. It's a sort of pre-release version, has some points of discussion on it, but that's the contracting. No, that's me, definitely finished.
Yeah. You told us on the picture was Tom Cruise, but it said Richard Booth underneath. So
yeah, unfortunately, I don't get paid that much.
Yeah. Good. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes. Oh, cable protection systems. I see.
Hi, Henrike. You said that T&I typically get also, for example, the cable and the auxiliary equipment supplied by the developer. It's my experience that mostly, for example, the CPS and so is actually supplied by the contractor. So they get the cable, but typically the installation contractor actually source the CPS and therefore actually also are responsible for the CPS. And that's, of course, today the big issue for the developers, because they are now running around a little bit frustrated that they cannot hang this responsibility on the T&I contractor.
As in the T&I contractors are no longer taking the risk of the CPS systems.
Yep.
Well, no,
and that's
yeah, no way.
that's the big issue, you know, because this elephant they really want to park somewhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, my understanding is nobody's taking the risk of CPS systems, let alone the CPS suppliers these days. So
Of course not.
the answer is all rock, isn't it, Rene? I think.
Well, to be quite honest, a little bit background on that. I was on the Gemini project that we for the first time did introduce post-scour installation, which was one of our own projects. And after that, there's cost saving a lot, and that was going to be the normal thing in the industry. So, yes, I was involved.
Good. Yeah. Well, I think we need lots of rock these days.
Good. Do we have any other questions, reflections in the room? Here in the front. Again, I'll throw some candy your way already, and you'll get some later. Yeah, too far.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Ross Pearcey from James Fisher Renewables. What I'm keen to understand on your point of view is, as an installer of this, particularly for TNT, the risk flow down always comes back down to the installer from the TNT company. So I see a note that you think that one of the ways forward is to lose that warranty after installation, which I think would be great for everyone, of course. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing is actually the EPCIs are just accepting whatever the developers say, and all they do is flow that risk down to us. Now, what that's meaning for us now is, for example, for everyone in the room, is we're seeing serial defect clauses of like less than 0.7% with the installation on top. So not only, you know, when you're talking about product failure rates of 0.5%, then when you add that on top, the risk is so unpalatable that actually we're walking away. We've walked away at James Fisher from 3 contracts in the last 2 years. And we consider ourselves one of the experts. We've got a very, very low failure rate. And so for me, it's kind of like, where do we stop? Because if you continue to flow down the risk, then you're not bothered about it so much because it's someone else, it sits on someone else's balance sheet. And so for me, I'm trying to understand how we change that and get those and get the developers to start softening on the approach.
I think you've explained the answer to the room, which is you unfortunately have to take a commercial position and walk away from projects that are unattractive. You can't be in a situation where the developers and the contractors are trying to pass down 180-page contracts to you for a relatively small but very important part of the work. I think if you look at other industries, and if you look at where Siemens are involved, you know, with onshore engineering projects, I always think Siemens are a bit like the tail that wags the dog. So I do work in the rail industry in the UK as well. And whenever Siemens are involved in a particular project, they're often the supplier, but they very much dictate the terms up the contract line. Whereas what we have at the moment is we have the developers dictating the contract terms coming down through the contract chain. And until the contract chain pushes back and the supply chain pushes back on that, says, no, that's just utterly unacceptable, I'm not going to kill my business, then that's going to continue happening.
Thank you.
Perfect. Do we have another question in the very back?
Thanks, Richard. In terms of standards, obviously you cited DNV for the MT Hooigarden. Carbon Trust this morning mentioned something they were looking at. I mean, who decides who the authority is and what standard is applicable?
Very good question, Jonathan. I don't know the answer to that other than...
Oh, come on.
I mean, you know, to take the CPS, for example, there is a JRT in place, I think, to look at drafting an actual standard for cable protection systems for offshore wind projects, because there isn't a standard in place at the moment for that. And I think really it is about the industry pulling together and trying to work out where there are gaps in standards and what standards are needed to fill those gaps. But I'm afraid that's the sum total of my answer, Jonathan.
Good. Do we have any final question? Maybe?
Listen, what I think stats, it's when you've got 6 stats, create another stat, trying to back all up, what do we end up with 7 stats? And so you're just in like, it's the home stand or stands.
And to that point, my experience as well is taking the James Fisher points, the supply chain, the suppliers, sometimes don't help themselves. And I'm not saying it's James Fisher, but what I've seen as well is you see design basis documents and things which are prepared, and there's pages and pages of standards referenced for how I'm going to design or test my item or my element of the project. And then what happens is 6 years later, and there's an issue on that project, everybody goes back and looks at the design basis documents and the other design documents. And there, in flashing red lights, are the 3 standards that somebody's now relying upon with the benefit of hindsight to say on page 422, Roman numeral 15, there's something about corrosion on this particular element or movement on this particular element. So I think it's about also trying to pinpoint down the specific standards which are appropriate to your scope of work, and not taking the scattergun approach of adopting, without really thinking about it, all of the oil and gas standards, that if you've got $10 million to engineer something to, you can engineer to those standards. But if you haven't got 10 million euros or dollars in your pot to do the design, then you shouldn't be saying that you're designing to particular standards.
But then we'll wrap it up here.
Great, thank you.
Can leave the microphone there. Thank you. Okay, good. But then we're moving on to the final presentation of the day. We had Andy Norris before, so we're skipping one ahead. And that's going to be Robert Gray. We have Robert Gray? No? Yes, okay, Robert is coming. So Robert is from CMS Cameron McKenna Nabarro Olswang. I hope I said that correctly. It's a lot of names. Yep.
Hi there. Treated to 2 lawyers in a row. I was worried I was going to be repeating some of what Richard says, but I don't think I am, although there's definitely some themes running through. My name's Rob Gray. I'm a partner at CMS. My background is I'm an infrastructure and energy lawyer, including project finance. So act for developers and funders on EPC contracts and associated elements. And I have down to talk about the ideal contract and whether flexibility and certainty can be reconciled. I'm kind of conscious that we've got a diverse audience of lots of different people here, across funders, developers, insurers, contractors, people who are risk averse, people who might want to take some risk. And I'm hoping not to alienate anyone, although maybe I might show my background in terms of being slightly more developer friendly than contractor friendly in terms of the way I've advised in the past and the clients I've had in the past. I'd also question myself, does everybody want an ideal contract? Certainly my disputes colleagues would say, well, if you do the perfect job first time round, we can do ourselves out of a business, but maybe leave that one to one side. So I'm a lawyer, try and define things all the time. What context am I talking about an ideal contract? And I think predominantly we're looking interconnector, kind of large scale HVDC kind of projects, offshore, and potentially project financed through construction. Now I've got to find out which point. Okay, it's really easy to think about what an ideal contract might be in hindsight. Did it get finished and work? And was it on time? And was it on budget? But when you're sitting there before everything started in front of a blank sheet of paper as a lawyer, there's a few questions that go through our minds in terms of, well, what standards? And we've just had an interesting discussion about, are there standards? Whose standards should be applying? Because to some people, it works if it passes its factory test. To other people, it works if you can do an end-to-end test when it's been installed. But to other people, that's all very well, but it's not going to create any revenue whatsoever unless the whole system works and has been demonstrated to work for a long period of time. And all of those things need to be balanced potentially depending on where risk sits and who does what. You know, is what's being asked for actually technically feasible? That has come up, not necessarily in this sector, but in other sectors, and I put that out there. Is it future-proof? Will what's being asked for now still be relevant in 35 years, 25 years? And it's all very well having a standard for your cable, but as I said, will it work with the converter station? Will it work with the onshore cabling? Does it work across the concept of where it needs to be and how it needs to be installed? What program? The regulator has a say. If you look at some of the ASTI projects in the UK, the regulator said, you will deliver this by this time period, to which the market predominantly turned around and said, not sure we can, which left the TSOs in the middle saying, well, we've still got to deliver to Ofgem's program, with a market that's saying, that program's quite challenging, so how do we achieve that? Equally, there are other things in program, you know, are there lenders? They will have lent money to lend to the project, but they'll want to start being repaid at some time. Investors who put money in, we'll talk in a little while about when that money might go in and how that money what might go in, but fundamentally people will want to see a return on their investment at some point in time, and when does that start? Environmental programs. Do you have fish spawning? Do you need to put in new oyster beds? We heard a little bit about that this morning. And consenting program. Will you be able to get your consent on time? When do those consents come in? Should you start early and take some risk that things will actually happen? If you're a contractor, have you got the factory capacity? Have you got the vessel capacity? Will you actually be able to deliver what's being asked for on time, notwithstanding the fact you can deliver the quality? And that all leads into whose budget. So there's cost and there's a risk premium potentially, depending on how risk sits. And we've heard a little bit about whether you can differentiate the price depending on where risk sits in various things. That's an interesting question that might need to be answered in a number of different ways. We'll come on to that again in a minute. But also talked about the regulator. They had requirements in terms of program. We have investor requirements in terms of program. So all of those things go into our blank sheet of paper at the beginning about a contract. And it's the reality, I think, is potentially somewhat difficult. I left on the side. My CMS colleagues who do design of our slides told me I couldn't put half of the things I wanted to put on the slides because they didn't fit our brand profile. I had a lovely picture from the window of the bike shop in my village about whether things were cheap and good and fast. I think you get the idea. All of those things need to be balanced. So I think the reality of all of those things, considering what we need to do, is it's a balancing act between the various parties and stakeholders involved. I'm thinking in a contract, actually, you've got two parties, an employer and a contractor, but actually behind those people, you have a number of different people, all of whom have valid considerations to be taken into account. Behind the employer, you've got investors want to return on their investment. They're looking to put their investment in at specific points in time, maximizing revenue support in terms of program and availability of that, ensuring funder and shareholder repayment. Funders want to get repaid on time. They want certainty of delivery. They want certainty that in being repaid over time, that the asset that's provided will work for a long time, as will investors. And tend to have a very conservative approach. Look at risk in a slightly different way than some other people might do. You have a regulator, we've talked about them slightly. They want certainty of delivery. They want it as cheap as possible for the consumer. And you've got other suppliers. We talked about interface there. how do we make all of this work with a converter contractor, or how do we make this work with onshore civil works or delivery of other elements of works that aren't necessarily just in the offshore cable contract. And on the contractor side, they've got investors. They need to make money. We heard a little bit about the supply chain down here, about whether they can actually deliver a supply chain, whether people want to deliver the project for them. Is this too risky for the supply chain? And they've also got to consider a pipeline, both in the context of reputation, but also in the context of do these projects that fit within the pipeline of projects that they have, can they deliver the program? So all of those requirements appear to demand a certainty. You know, a price. Can we get a fixed price? Program. Can we get a fixed end date? Don't necessarily need a fixed program, but we need a fixed end date. And quality. And quality is probably the only one that ends up being the requirement absolutely for certainty. There will be a required certain outcome of something that is delivered, whether that's an 80% availability for cap and floor in the UK, whether that's 1.8 gigawatts or whatever it is, there will be specific requirements of certainty. And historically, certainly in my career in project finance view, was that all of those drivers required everything to be passed down to the contractor. FIDIC Silverbook kind of approach, turnkey contract. And I think slightly differently from some of the people who've been here, maybe at different levels, that the current market is actually driving a more nuanced approach to both risk in general, but also individual risks and how they're looked at. May change as the market shifts. Probably it's fair to say we're currently in a bit of a supplier's market rather than anything different. So if capacity increases or funding becomes scarce, it may be that the market shifts again. But at the moment, we're sitting in a world where I think the market globally is being forced to take on all of those considerations, both of the contractors and funders and of developers, in a slightly different way. There's international competition for experienced contractors. There's constraints on timelines imposed by regulators, but there's also maybe some different challenges that are unsaid, but are forcing everybody to look at things in a different way. And one example of that potentially is if we look at the scale of the projects and the market for projects out there at the moment, these are very, very large projects with a limited supplier market. And in the context where all of that risk was transferred to a contractor, one of the things that the market, in inverted commas, did was look at the solvency and strength of that contractor to be able to perform its obligations, and required of them a huge amount of liquid performance security, either from sureties in the insurance market or from banks. And with the best will in the world, with the number of projects that are out there, that is just not available now. So due diligence might need to look at things in a slightly different way. If in the insurance market is constrained because insurance doesn't cover all the risks, which we've heard quite a lot about, if the contractors don't have the bonding capacity to support that risk in ways, in terms of that way, maybe certain different things will have to be looked at in a slightly different way from a contracting perspective at the beginning. So the reality is that certainty is very difficult or not possible in a number of areas for a number of different reasons. But the variables differ. I've kind of split them up here into different sort of three different broad categories, but there are a number of others. You've got market variables. Prices for commodities vary, currency fluctuation, inflation happens over long projects that can have big impact, particularly in the context of recent history. Conditions, you've got physical conditions, ground conditions, UXO, you've got weather. All of these things kind of vary and need to be addressed contractually in terms of who takes a risk. And then you've got project integration, dependencies, mentioned a little bit in the context of supply chain, who is taking design risk, who's taking commissioning and installation risk, who's taking effectively the interface risk that everything works together. in managing all of those kind of variable things, there's a number of contractual controls that we can put in place. There's some things we can do pre-signature, put some things up there, currency risk, interest rate risk in project finance tracking. We can hedge. Costs money, but it's often the most appropriate way of doing things. We can forward buy, or we can hedge metals costs and all of those things. We can look at those things, and those can all be done ahead of time and provide a certainty of price, although they come at a cost. We can do lots of due diligence and planning, and again, that's been the subject of a number of the talks today, and becomes very, very important. We can do early works. There's an interesting point there, and I think it was raised this morning. Who pays for the early works? Is that the developer? If they're a private sector investor looking to find 50 million, 100 million euros or pounds to do surveys, how does that fit into the investment plan? And does that stack up in the context of how it all fits together in contracting? So in a contract, all of that will have been assumed to be done, but I think it needs to be considered because it will influence what you put in the contract and how the contract works going forward in terms of who's assuming risk and where that might end up in competition. Risk sharing, loads of stuff. You move away and you're now into bespoke contract. You're not in a T&I contract. You're not in a I think I'm okay for a little while. You're not in a sort of FIDIC turnkey contract, but you're actually looking at specific risks and looking at assumptions. And in relation to risk sharing, you'll need some baseline assumptions. What is the assumption of things that are there in respect of weather? It's all very well saying we're going to share weather risk, but I do sometimes turn around and say, well, what is it somebody's trying to sell me? Shouldn't they be experienced, if they own a vessel, about what the sea conditions in the North Sea should actually be at that time of year? And it should only be if something goes wildly outside the normal or outside the bounds of normal that these sharing mechanisms should actually start to kick in. Otherwise, what is it that people are selling and what is it that people are buying? But then you need to define what the baseline is, and you need to understand where that, and how do you get that information? And does that information require due diligence in and of itself? And then you have contract management, and this is an interesting one because again, it demands bespoke elements of the contract and can become quite interesting. How much do people want to tell people about what's going on? Can you actually manage what's going on through contractual provisions and actually transparency, openness and honesty, giving early warnings, coordinating how things work, doing proper project management at a contract level rather than just a investor level or a contractor level, but across everybody involved? Can that save you time and effort? Is that something that's worth investing in? I'm very conscious I'm not actually answering my own question about how you create an ideal contract, but maybe a little bit of them. And just finally, doing all of these things, to what extent does it bring unintended consequences for people who are used to doing things in a certain way? So as a funder, I want to pass all the risk down. I want to make sure I've just got certainty and my price is certain. And I come back and go, oh my God, there's a variable price. Therefore, I need to have a way of varying the amount of money I can draw down in my thing. I need to go to the regulator and say, I need to vary the price at the end so that my cap and floor is based on what the out-term price was, not what the input price was. I need to do all of those things. And that creates complexity in places that didn't exist before, people looking at that. Now, people are prepared to look at that because there's money in the market to fund these projects. They're interesting projects, and people are doing that. But it is a new way of looking at things. It's a new way of due diligence. And equally, on the other side of things, if you're sitting there as a contractor saying, I want flexibility in my program, I can't take the price risk of this. Previously, all the contracts gave a lot of, if you took FIDIC Silverbook, that gives a lot of flexibility to the contractor to do what they want in terms of programming, in terms of cost, in terms of how things are managed. But the quid pro quo for saying, I can't take that cost risk, I can't take that program risk, is if you're looking at how long extra you should get or how much extra money you get, is, well, please, can I have transparency of all your pricing information, please? Please, can I have transparency on a program? please, can I see how much float you've got in the program? Who owns that float? Can I have that float, please? And all of those things would need to be addressed in the contract to reflect this balance now that needs to exist between a requirement for certainty and allowing that certainty. And if it's not a certainty of price, at least it's a certainty of how you get to the price. So it's not a certainty of program, it's a certainty of how you get to the outturn program. So I can't stand here and give you a conclusion and say there is an ideal contract. What there is an ideal contract for each project. Having assessed the due diligence that's been done, the facts that are known, how much can you price the ground conditions because somebody's done surveys? How much can't you price them because surveys haven't been done because they can't be done because you can't get access? So the one thing that the ideal contract will have is a very good lawyer drafting it, I can say that, and it will be done succinctly and clearly so that at least in the future, when you come back to look at it, you'll have an element of certainty about where things sit, and there will be transparency so that you understand how you get to that certainty rather than necessarily having certainty from the very beginning. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the audience? It's your last chance to get some sweets. No?
The question from the audience, can we go to the bar, I think, isn't it?
That's later. That's the best question so far. So. Good. Nobody? No? But then let's say we must have been very clear. Thank you. And we can move on to the panel discussion, the final point. The final point on the agenda. There were some strange gestures. The moderator for the panel discussion will be René van Kassel, and he has added a whole bunch of panelists. So I'll let him call them out so I don't make mistakes. There you go.
Thanks, Jacob. Sorry, it's a little bit loud. Yeah, we started with four panelists, except myself as a moderator, but we lost 2 during the morning and we added 4 in addition. So we are 6 now. So that should be quite nice, and that I hope it will be very interesting. I think so. Yes, I would like to go to the bar as well, but we still have to go through this panel discussion. So I hope that it will be interesting enough for you, for all of you. So we just have to wait a little bit till they set up the floor. The girls were not very happy with me because they had only to put up 3 chairs and then they had to put up 7 chairs. So thanks, Mika and the others. Okay, I can sit down and invite from Brisbane, Gabriele Tepstini, Frank de Vries from Tenet, Jacob Vasmans from NKT, which is behind me, John Davis for Helix. Now I have to look at Joel Ferrara from Horizon Bridge, and last but not least, Michael Brooks. Sorry, Michael. I don't know where you are. There you are. So please come forward as well.
Michael,
you can sit next to me. I think we start with some introductions. Jacob introduced me. I'm at the moment, I'm a retired independent cable consultant, mainly in business development. I have a background in the Van Oort Group, well-known contractor. I was there commercially responsible for 30 years with everything to do with cables. Yes, I know about scour protection. Yes, I know a little bit about buying cables, and I know a little bit about installation of cables, and that's what I'm using now in my retirement period as well. However, I think that some of them are known because we have seen them before today. Some of them we have not yet seen, so I we'll pass the microphone to the next person to introduce himself. And I also wanted to ask them to give their view already on the O&M for the future. And I'll start with Jacob on the end and then going backwards.
Yeah, okay. So I introduced myself briefly, but the reason I thought it might make sense that I joined this panel is because I'm active in NKT's service and installation department, which means we take care of potential cable repairs and all the cable technicians capable of installing accessories onto high voltage cables are part of our business line. And I've been part of NKT for 7 years. The first 2 years I spent in the strategy department, and the last 5 I spent in service, leading product management and now also commercial excellence. And so a lot has changed. I'll move on now to the question, which is future of operations and maintenance. A lot has changed. I think we saw cable failures in the beginning once in a while, and I will speak strictly from the cable side. And we see that it's becoming a more frequent occurrence, and I believe firmly that that is because of just the amount of cables that has been increasing. Me personally, looking at it from the product management side, so I get to sometimes think, where do we need to go? What's the service products we need to have in the future? I get to look at other industries as well and get a little bit inspired. And one industry that's been ahead of us, particularly when it comes to submarine cables or submarine power cables, is the submarine telecom cables industry. And I think that there is a lot to learn that I hope will pan out in the future of power cables, and that's element of sharing operational and maintenance costs. It's something that we've seen a lot in the telecom industry, cable repair vessels on standby, at different strategic locations that facilitate very fast repairs, and the cost for those are then shared among asset owners. And another element that maybe as a cable manufacturer I shouldn't be saying too much, but an element of standardization and interoperability would help when it comes to O&M. So that's something that I would see in the future. Now, I wouldn't make a statement whether it's in the next decade or in the next 3 or 4 or 5 decades, but I also would say that what doesn't make it easy right now is that a lot of things are changing when it comes to cables, and maybe something that stood out to a few. We had a presentation not in the beginning of the day around 132 kV array cables and how little experience there is with those. Some might think back, well, 10 years ago, those were export cables. Weren't they? We have a lot of experience with those. Yes, but in the meantime, a lot of things when it comes to the design to those cables also changed, and maybe a lot of that experience that was there before is not fully representative. Same thing what we said, 320 kV DC we did, now it's 525 kV DC. We have insurers shaking in their boots whether that the experience they have built up in the past is representative of this. So at some point, before we can start talking about really operation and maintenance, we need to reach sort of the peak of that technology, and that might be still a long way out.
Hi, Jacob. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Davies. I'm the Director for Trenching and Business Development at Helix Robotic Solutions. Primarily as Helix, we've been involved with power cable trenching for probably in the offshore renewables market for maybe 16, 17 years. I've been at Helix for 13 years. Previous to that, I was at Global Marine, which was a telecoms provider, and spent a lot of times on ACMA ships doing cable repairs for telecoms work. I had a good conversation with Dan last night talking about Alcatel and around the world and how you do cable repairs properly. I don't think the power cable market has taken off. We've been talking this subject for the last 13 years, Jack. And I don't think it's really moved forward in terms of a solution for power cable repairs, a ACMA or whatever, in any guise, to be honest. It's very reactive. But other things that we're more involved with is actually proactive operations and maintenance of power cables. There's a number of power export cables out there. There's intra-arrays. The insurance guys talked today about this 40% of all insurance claims and the 80% of insurance costs. That figure has been going around now since, I don't know, 2012. it's never changed. I don't know why it's never changed, but the volume of cables that have been installed is incredible considering where we were then. An export cable was 5 to 10 kilometers. You know, we're just trenching the export cable on Dogger Bank. It's 172 kilometers. And then you've now got the hundreds of kilometers of inter-array cables. We must have got better at installing cables. We must have got better at manufacturing. But the figures say it's still 40% and 80% of the costs. But down to sort of proactive maintenance of cables. A few years ago, we worked very closely with a company called Marlinks. Marlinks aren't represented here, but there's other companies here, Etienne, Alcatel, etc., that do cable monitoring. So, you know, the proactive part of ensuring that your infrastructure of cables is secure is the proactive monitoring of those cables in the seabed. Or if they're not in the seabed anymore, if they become unburied, if they're in the southern North Sea, where you get that movement of seabed. I think Michael talked earlier about, you know, mobility. Seabed mobility is a massive thing. You know, this whole new reference point of the mobile reference level of a seabed. Eleni talks about it when she talks of all her East Anglia projects and that, and the amount of pre-sweeping you have to do to get down to that reference level. But then it's about monitoring those cables during the lifetimes of those projects. And in Marlinks, they developed the software, I think through DTS and now more lately probably DAS, that can actually monitor the cable as it becomes untrenched or becomes unburied, sorry. And then we've actually worked with Marlinks or with Parkwind in Bellwind, in Alstrom, and done reburial on cables in that southern North Sea to get the cables back down to a level that the authorities wanted the cables to be at, and two, that they're not going to be struck by the next fisherman that comes down the road or a runaway anchor, etc. So I think whilst we talk about repairs, which are reactive, we should be looking at the more proactive side of things. What can be done on a more cost-effective basis to monitor your cables? And then another element of our business, which we'll go into tomorrow, is UXO. We talked earlier about UXO, unforeseen conditions. You know, one of the reactive tasking projects we did with our UXO ID and disposal part of our business is this year there was a UXO which found itself alongside of a cable. And of course, you know, lowest probability, biggest impact. So we were called in to move that UXO off the cable line. So we did a lift and shift, moved it away from the cable line, and then it's been put in a safe location. And at some point, we'll go back and do the disposal of that. So whilst we talk about repairs, you know, repairs, that's after the events. We should be monitoring our cables and making sure they stay nice and securely safe in the seabed.
Oh, so am I. Can I continue?
Yes, Frank from Tenet.
Yes, Frank de Vries from Tenet, working 9 years now for asset management department. My main focus is on new systems, so not that much on operation and maintenance. However, since we are getting more and more systems into operation, also we are involved in discussions with our service organization and the experience that we are gaining now with these systems in operation. And when I look at operation, and maintenance will come later, especially what we see with the monitoring systems that we have implemented, and the DTS, DAS, mostly DTS, we see quite some nice examples how to make maximum use of your transport capacity of the cable by actively steering on the temperature of the cable. So we have some really nice experiences with that that we will also publish next year on the Seagray Symposium in Trondheim. So, but we think that DTS can really help us also in the congestion issues that we have in our grid. So we are rolling out that system more and more. So that is really something we see in the future. And also when it comes to DAS, so the burial of cables, we can also look at that with DAS and DTS both. And that's also something we're looking at. And if we go to maintenance of cables, yeah, and especially thinking of the reburial with the DAS that you can detect the soil cover, but also repairs. That is also a very important one. Making use of DAS for fault location. So we intend to bury our cables quite deep. So maybe even 5 to up to 8 meters or even 10 meters deep, in order to stay in the mobile, in the stable seabed, because sometimes you have seabeds which are really dynamic. So that,
but then it's very hard to detect these cables. If you have a failure somewhere and you use traditional methods, the pinpointing is very difficult. So there we see also DAS may come a good technology to use for fault location. And also robotics. I was also thinking of maybe robotics use in platforms itself, making use of robots to do inspections. Maybe also underwater robots, ROVs, autonomous systems. It's quite difficult, but that could also be one of the technologies helping us with operation and maintenance in the future.
Thank you. All really, all really good comments. Thank you. My name is Joel Ferreira, CEO of Horizon Bridge. So I guess along similar lines to when you have a child, you know, at some point you're going to have a teenager. We're kind of at that phase where we're going to see a huge ramp up in O&M activity because of what's been baked in earlier on, but also because of the projections and activity that's planned for the future in terms of development. And I think what that means is that we need to, I think, do a better job of allocating budgets between development cost or kind of DevEx and CapEx front versus your O&M budgets. At the moment, they seem to be fairly siloed, and we've heard a lot today around the kind of the idea, we haven't called it this, but the idea of the TOTEX consideration. We need to consider the overall development cost and the O&M cost together, and kind of optimize that. How do we do that? I think, as has been said, I think I'm inclined to say this because my company does cable monitoring, but I think enhanced cable monitoring is going to have the biggest impact. I think we're talking about digital products here, kind of electrons passing through the wires, and digital monitoring of those cables is the natural solution. What many people perhaps don't know is that at Horizon Bridge, what we do is a more mechanical based monitoring system. And so it complements DES and DTS. And when we've done our analysis and looked at all of the different potential failure modes, those that DES, DAS and DTS can't do very well, the Horizon Bridge technologies can do very well, and vice versa. So we see it as complementary technology, and combined, we can actually cover most of the failure modes and get much better visibility. As was mentioned, it provides better ability to locate where the problems are, predictive capability. And talking about specifically the future, I see a scenario where AI and machine learning algorithms will play a much bigger part. I think data and the use of that data will perhaps become more valuable than even the technologies themselves. It will help us to unearth and surface some capability, some insights that perhaps we had never even conceived. I think that's the real power of being able to gather data and analyze it.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gabriele Tempestini. I work for Prismian. I'm in Prismian since 12 years now. Started in engineering, then moved to project management, and recently in commercial. And in this last year, in April, I took the responsibility over inspection, maintenance, and repair in the transmission division of Prismian, that is about submarine cable and HVDC connection. So this morning, I heard that some people here, Rebecca, Rob, woke up waiting for some announcement. I woke up unprepared for this event because I didn't know I was going to be invited by René. But preparedness plan is part of what we sell also as a main service. And I think that the preparedness plan are what is required in the industry and will be more and more developed going forward into IM. And the preparedness plan is about understanding the scenario of what could occur during operation and maintenance, but is also having all the components that the gentleman on my side mentioned. So the monitoring, the continuous availability of data and analytics about that, having all the set of preventive and proactive maintenance, from the storage solution to other kind of services that can really react fast, and then really the reaction time. So availability to really engage and respond to any event that may occur in the course of the lifetime of an asset. That is really long, as we said, 25, 35 years, with different conditions, different environments. So the variable and the complexity of this industry is really relevant, and it's been evident. And on top of that, everyone has seen the tremendous increase in terms of market that we have seen in the past year, and now is being deployed. So OEM really, operation and maintenance, will become more and more relevant. And I do agree that the budget needs to be also shifted from CapEx to also OpEx to properly manage and reduce also some pain in the insurance that we have seen among the guests today are becoming critical. So really, this is, let's say, my 5th stance about this. Thank you.
Michael Brooks, TGS 4C Offshore. Interesting comments, constructive comments. I want to go back 10 years. There are a couple of colleagues of mine here from our earlier days with both Sea Team and Ocean Team. We ended up working together with Hessel Harborsmar, and in those days we were doing O&M for subsea pipelines, and it was working. We put a business model together to do the same for subsea cables. We recognized that everybody was rushing into installing them, but nobody was actually thinking about how to keep them going. Unfortunately, the market wasn't ready for us. It didn't get off the ground. So what I'm probably saying is, to understand going forward, we need to look back. We certainly need to raise the bar for O&M. It's going to get worse before it gets better. There are 1 or 2 company representatives here who are trying to get their companies together to deal with this particular problem, and I commend that, because it's something that somebody has to turn their attention to. But they need support, they need financing, and the answer to that is I'm not quite sure. Subsea telecoms cable industry does have a regime where they support each other for O&M. We don't have that with power cables, interconnectors, or even for that, export cables and inter-array cables. It needs to happen. I think it will happen. The pressure's on to get it done, because we get too many failures, as some of the graphs that I showed, which are on current projections based on experience to date. That's going to get worse before it gets better, but that proves we do need to have an O&M discipline to take all this forward.
I'm on microphone. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for your initial comments. And what I see from it is that there are a lot of issues still to be solved, and there are a lot of ways to approach the whole O&M phase. Pre-operation, the trenching, yes, I fully agree. However, there is a downside as well, because as Tenet is saying, as Frank is saying, is that, yeah, no, we bury the cables very deep, and but then it's a little bit difficult with cable fault finding. But on the other hand, if you bury the cables that deep, you put a lot of strain on the burial equipment, and it's pretty much unproven equipment, and you might very well damage your cables by trying to bury them very deep. Otherwise, you need some other means, which is very expensive as well. And if you find a cable fault in an 8-meter or 10-meter buried cable, I would like to hear how you're going to approach that one at a reasonable cost for that. That's one of my first questions I have to you, Frank. Because I've been wondering that from a contractor point of view already for quite some years.
Yeah, it will not damage, René, so it will never fail there.
No, no, but it's that then you're talking about an external damage, but not all the cables are damaged by external factors. Sometimes it's internal, and I know that Trishman and NKT will not like this. It's me saying it, but it happened in the past. There is internal failures in cases as well.
It's called a spontaneous failure.
But the problem still exists. Yeah, I hope that you have to repair it. And then with 8 or 10 meters burial, it will be a huge challenge.
No, that's indeed the point. But yeah, it doesn't really differ from the situation if you would bury it like 1.5, 2 meters, because when the seabed is so dynamic, you can have sand dunes crossing over a cable in several years, and then you have the same issue that it is buried covered really deep. This is an important question. We also raised that internally and discussed how to deal with it, because it is a tremendous amount of work to repair that. So it depends a little bit on the situation. Is it very local, very deep, or over a very long stretch? But this is also for me not really clear how our installation experts will cope with that. It's an important topic. Yeah.
Fortunately, it did not happen yet, as far as I am aware.
No, indeed.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
I would have known. Joel,
you have an example? I do. Okay. So one of the unique setups about Horizon Bridge is that half of our people are technology focused and the other half are actually insurance specialists. And we have actually seen situations where the cables have actually been damaged by the trenching equipment during burial. So that's one scenario. And then we've seen another scenario where I think it was an interconnector was fully buried, and then everybody kind of clapped and cheered, and then I think it was the week later or something, there was a jack-up rig that put its legs down on and damaged the cable. So yeah, it's definitely it's a real scenario, and it's something that needs to be considered. You know, those burial depths and having to remediate the problem.
yeah, I have a very nice example myself, which I encountered, is that we buried a fiber optic cable in Eemshaven, off Eemshaven, to 3 meters deep, and it went really perfect burial. The 40 kilometers in 4 days, and we buried it to depth 4 meters. Then half a year later, the client came to us. He said, "No, yeah, we seems to have some cable failure. Can you do the repair?" And we unburied the cable, and it was very clear why the cable was damaged. We scraped off every armor on the outside with the burial tool. So it can happen, and you can find out at a later stage. So it's a challenge. And regarding your remark, Gabriel, is that you have to be preparatory works and you have to be prepared very, very much. Don't you think that if you prepare too much, that always the thing happens which is not prepared yet, that some unknowns is going to happen, that all you can throw away all your preparations?
True, but I mean, you can leverage on what you prepared, in the sense that there will always be a degree of freedom that you need to manage, because you can have really something you have not planned in terms of scenario, in terms of condition that you find on the ground because of the seabed movement changes or others. But I think that having key elements like asset availability, skilled personnel availability, this is really something that can reduce the time to intervene and to analyze the situation. Because it's true, the prepared plan you have in your, let's say, drawers, and you can take it up when you need. But then when something occurs, to engage faster with all the authorities, to engage faster with the technical partners on every side and understand the situation is key. So really having all the elements ready to be actioned, this is vital.
Okay, thanks. Jacob?
Yeah, I would like to maybe reflect on this. I did not mention this, but it should be quite obvious that when it comes to operation and maintenance, you try to reduce the frequency of failures and you try to reduce the impact of failures, or their duration, basically, because the duration scales with the impact, or vice versa. So I didn't mention this as the feature because I think that we should have already today. And I think the reason that this is not always in place is absolutely wrong. And I've seen a lot of the talks also today that we've made it so very complex, or that the market is so complex that the common sense is missing out of this. So when I saw Andrew Norris mentioned, when a cable fails, there is a lot of questions. And what was the cause of failure? Was it buried deep enough? Where's the jointing records? Where is the manufacturing record? Who cares? The first question is, how do I fix it? That's the first question we should have. And we should get going. immediately, because it bothers me so much when there is an incident, and I apologize to the lawyers that are in the room, but I have an absolute allergy to have discussions about contractual things when an asset is down. This is fundamental. These things should be aligned, and it shouldn't be the future, it should be today, because we can do it, Crispin can do it, Jack at NC can do it, many others can do it. But someone needs to be prepared to pay for it. And we're so busy discussing who should pay, completely losing the sight that if we forgot about the company borders and we looked at it as a whole, it is the right thing to do. Somebody should do it.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that one. Michael?
Yeah, so I was just going to say a quick question, or not quick question, a quick comment. I go back to what I referred to in the paper about the Submarine Pipeline Act, which I think ran until about 1999, which was a mandatory reporting on all incidents for all the oil and gas pipelines coming ashore in the UK. And from that, we were able to get a correlation that where the biggest problems were in what we were called the high energy zones, particularly the landfall approaches where you had big sediment movements, you had the impact of scarring, 2.5, 3 meters on the flag and fix field off Fergus. With that, planned maintenance programs could be put together, and they were put together, and they were successful. Nothing like that seemed to happen in the submarine cable industry. Has anybody actually sat down and said, where are the biggest problems? Have we correlated that?
Yeah, but Michael, you're talking about a defect, not a damage. Yeah, but then nobody wants to pay for that.
Nobody wants to pay for it. But if it was if you had to report on the condition in the energy zones, then you might pay for it if you know it's going wrong.
Yes, and I think we're moving in that direction, but it's just nobody's, or very few companies are prepared to put their hand in the fire and say, we take the 20 million upfront cost of doing a repair and cut a cable that is working today.
You don't want to be defeated before you even start. Sorry, you don't want to be defeated before you even start. Yeah. This is the future of our net.
But we see it. We also see it when you mentioned monitoring. Right? There is asset owners that wouldn't take monitoring if you gave it to them for free, because they don't want to know if something's wrong. Because the worst thing that could happen is you find something, and they have to tell the insurer before it actually breaks.
If you're monitoring that much, you always will find something. That's one of the issues which I've seen, unfortunately, in my life, is that the more you're monitoring, at a certain moment, oh, there is a spike there, there is a spike there. What's happening? What's happening? Do we have to do something? Most of the time, it's just a spike and nothing else.
Yep. But there will be a team of white bearded men arguing one case and another team of white bearded men arguing the other.
Yep.
They will all get paid. They all want to make money, and none of them would like to take risks.
I think what this does, though, is it highlights that there is a misalignment of incentives within the industry as a whole. That when you look throughout the entire supply chain, every part of the supply chain has a different motivation, a different incentive, and sometimes they're not aligned. Sometimes they're actually completely competing. And that's, I think, something that we need to tackle. I'm not exactly sure how we do that, but it does have to change. And I don't think anything will significantly move forward until we do correct that.
No, I fully agree on that one. To come back on your initial remark, Jacob, regarding the comparison with the telecom industry, I think that the telecom industry, the way they're doing the maintenance and the repair and maintenance is highly based on standardization of equipment and materials and methodologies, etc. A jointer is a jointer, and he can joint an NEC or an Alcatel or a subcom cable, whatever it is, and as long as the fibers are connecting to each other, it's okay. But we don't see this in the power cable industry yet, and I will never see it in my lifetime. I can assure you that. I'm old enough not to see that, Michael. You are as well. Sorry. Those are the youngsters. Those might see it, but we will not. Certainly not. But how do you see it? I know NKT is trying to put up a universal joint, but I remember a remark from one of the cable suppliers I spoke to in the last couple of weeks. Is they said, yeah, at a certain moment, these DC cables, you're getting a European, you were getting the Chinese cables will be coming into Europe anyhow, one way or the other. You have to look to it. Most likely they will come in. But if you want to repair it, you cannot connect it to a European HVDC cable because there are different materials being used. And to be quite honest, I'm not an electrical engineer, so I don't understand why. But maybe Gabriele or Jacob can comment on that one.
Well,
regarding the standardization, eh?
Yes, so I alluded to this in the beginning, and that's that the technology is not as mature in the sense that it's not stabilized yet, right? There are changes happening all the time. With AC, I would say there's quite a bit of experience from onshore. So from electrical perspective, there is a lot of know-how you can fall back on. HVDC is a little bit newer, and there is norms that would require testing with the cable and the exact accessory in order to obtain type test. Even transition joints between two different cables, you need to test both cables with the same joint. Separate type tests do not count, and it's not even a norm; it's a recommendation. There is no DC norm, I believe, that is being applied consistently. So I believe that that's still a long way out. We just don't have the experience, and many things are changing, like I said, and there is many concerns that should be appearing out of that, I believe, as well. You know, we had cables, like I said, that have been working for a while, and now we start doing changes. I'm thinking back, 110 kV AC cables onshore we had in the 50s. They were paper insulated with oil and pressurized gas or pressurized oil. Well, we cannot do that anymore, probably rightfully, but in the cables we had today, there is other materials that are raising concerns that we're trying to remove. Either environmental or safety concerns, or they cost too much. Usually they cost too much. And so you get questions, can you just leave that out? And suddenly, you know, a host of issues that you've solved before can appear again. And all of that is always new developments. So ensuring this interoperability between manufacturers, and by the way, we cannot talk to each other without...
Why not?
Well, I tried with one of your predecessors, but we exchanged 3 emails in 6 months because there was 2 legal teams in between that had to read them before. And it's quite difficult to do standardization like this.
But you see Alcatel talking to Subcom and to NEC. So why is it not possible in the power cable industry?
I mean, there are compliance regulations, but it's not the main point. I think the main point is that 525 kV is a beautiful cable, and every company has developed according to their design and their proprietary technology. So as Jacob was rightly saying, as we've seen in other technology, lower voltage levels, then going forward, there will be for sure a standardization. Not at the moment, because everyone has followed his own path of qualifications. Anyhow, I have to say that the 2 gigawatt program was already a first attempt, and very good attempt, into the direction of standardizing, in putting more players around the same environment. Then we can do qualifications for transition joint between different technology. We have done this in the past. We are open to do in the future. We are open to talk also among competition, given the right environment and circumstances. So that's is not a problem, but needs to be managed with care. And of course this will go ahead. But 525 kV is really state-of-the-art technology. It's a new technology, so you cannot pretend that everybody that developed different design, different technology has a complete interoperability from moment zero.
So Tenet made a mistake.
I don't think so.
Because they pushed the development of the 525, and in a very, to be quite honest, in a very, very short period, but they forgot to tell everybody to make the same cable. So they could be interchanged to each other.
I don't think that was the purpose, no?
Again, I want to react on that. So No, we had clear specifications and dimensions, material, wall thicknesses, and so on, all specified. The key thing here is when you look at AC cables, yeah, you only need the electric stress on the inner and the outer screen and the diameter of the sufficient interface pressure on the stress cones of a joint. When it comes to DC, the material properties under different temperatures is a very important aspect in this. And this is really a key topic in the developments of suppliers. And so there the differences are. And that is where, we still need, to come to a standard maybe in the future. But at the moment, this is not there.
I told you I'm not an electrical engineer, so I don't understand shit about this kind of things. Sorry, John.
No, I always say, Rennie, on that is that, actually, Prismium, Nexon, etc. in the telecoms world, universal joint, they all join each other's cables. But in the power cable world, maybe it's not in their best interest to do that. And not because of them as a cable supplier, but more so in the risks, the defects, the liability. You've got to take that. You've taken now the liability of an NKT cable connected to a Prismium cable through a joint for 3 years, again, if that's the defects notification period or whatever it may be. So I think that the incentive is probably not there from the developer, the TSO, the OFTO to be able to facilitate that. But it needs to be done at the very front end. And that has to be driven by the developers. It has to be driven by insurers, by developers. But we say this year in, year out. And we've been saying the same thing for 10 plus years. And we still don't get to that next place.
No, but as this is the case, and I fully agree with you, John, is that it will also be very difficult to have a maintenance agreement in place for the power cables at this moment.
Again, a few years ago, Chris has left the room, but when I served on an ACME ship, Chris Sturgeon was the captain, and that ship was the Wave Sentinel. And I can't remember, it wasn't Ofgem, it was one of the UK authorities. They were they gave £10 million as part of a program to Global Marine to convert the Wave Sentinel into a power cable repair vessel that was then going to be put into a club. It never happened. I don't know why it never happened. Don't understand where it went to, but it never happened in the end.
It's Global Marine did have the barge in Blythe for 2 years without having any work, as far as I know. And I'm glad to see that NC is now having a dedicated DP2 operated barge. Let me say it like this: it's DP2 and still anchored. So and I really hope it will be a success. But if you look at this year, there have been five or six major repairs done by 5 or 6 different companies.
I just want to make a quick comment. I do think insurers need to get more heavily involved and force the bar to be raised. I think it's their loss. Right, start again.
Getting old.
Yeah, thank you. I do think insurers need to get more heavily involved and help raise the bar on what we're trying to do going forward. They're the ones that pick up the can on a lot of it at the end of the day. They should be more proactive and say, right, if we want to go forward with this coverage, we want to see certain minimum standards come in. What those standards are, the industry has to agree. But in that way, we might start making some movement towards getting a sensible policy for O&M, which is what we're talking about.
But to that point, it needs to be sensible because it's still a dynamic environment. And I also sometimes see it may be a different point, insurers, but also maybe know how, for example, in the procurement space is critical. Because sometimes you see requirements that you feel are copy-pasted. And when I hear, was one of the previous conferences, one of the insurers said, well, to secure quality, we should require 5 years experience, referring to 525 kV DC projects. Where is that going to come from? We don't have jointers that have done that for 5 years. We have jointers that have done it for a couple months, right? They can have 5 years in jointing, but not with that technology. And nobody wants to take a risk. Everybody wants to take money with absolutely no risk, which of course is a good investment strategy in general, but it eats up so many very capable resources that could be used elsewhere.
And costing a hell of a lot of money. I want to wrap up for the simple reason is that Michael is pointing out to the clock and it says beer time, which is a quite important one. And I did not give the microphone to the floor because I think we are out of additional microphones. So no questions from the floor, but please ask them during the drinks to everyone. I would like to thank everyone in the panel, even prepared or unprepared, but I think it went quite well, and it's gave a good insight in the issues, and it's clear O&M is not a solved issue yet. Absolutely not. Thank you.
Oh, just 1 second. I believe there is something very, very important.
Another one?